1. All right. Here we are, another election night.
Felt like he was going to count down from 5.
He said, do you want to count down from 5? So I counted down.
All right.
I'm just doing it myself.
Are people watching this now?
This is the midterms, yeah. Midterm 2022 election night.
Gird your loins.
We're kicking off the group thread. We're going to do that in about 15 minutes. But first, we just wanted to chat. Vibe check. What do we all think? Love it. What are you doing? You're trying to look at yourself in the...
No, I'm just thinking.
I'm
not looking at anything.
You didn't have any takes ready?
There's a flash. I already said this to the TikTok people, but for the YouTube, there's a flash flood warning in Los Angeles, which seems fine. That seems fitting.
It's the blue tsunami.
If you're in line, stay in line. There's probably a couple of Republicans around you.
Right now, polls are closed in 8 states: Indiana, Kentucky, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, New Hampshire, Vermont, Virginia. Polls are still open in 42 states. There is still time for your vote to count as long as you are in line before they close. So, yeah.
CNN's calling it for Tim Scott. Nail biter.
Okay.
South Carolina.
Okay.
Okay.
Look,
Ready to
this is what happens when you do a show when you don't have results, okay?
get
Talk about what we got.
Now you know what it's like to be at CNN and MSNBC.
Yeah, we're not trained in the art of vamping. We just stop recording when we have nothing left to say, and even sometimes a little bit after.
Do you guys want to analyze like demographic subsamples of exit polls that aren't very reliable?
Dan,
take it away. Can you message box this for a few minutes?
Yeah.
Hey, do you think that basically I just want to people understand the trajectory of the political coverage of the Josh Shapiro Doug Mastriano race in the past week. Up until 5 days ago, the coverage was Josh Shapiro is doing well because he's facing a historically terrible candidate. Mm-hmm. Then Josh Shapiro read message box and gave a speech following its every diktat, its every command. Within minutes, he was the front runner for the Democratic nomination, just the second coming, which is hard to beat for a Jew.
It was like the
and it was very exciting. So I think from message box to
he's basically 2004 Democratic convention Barack Obama.
It's the same trajectory, exactly. Yeah.
That's it.
So way to go.
so the exits?
So let's do the exits. The exits are, I would say, unreliable.
What is an exit poll for?
An exit poll is there are people. So take regular polls and then make them less accurate.
Okay, got it.
And so what they do is they ask people. They in some cases stand outside of polling places to ask people who they voted for and what they were thinking, like what issues they cared most about, how they approve of the president, how they approve of the former president. But in this era of mail-in early voting, they also do phone polls, which are also clearly very, very accurate and never flawed.
Right.
And ask people who claim they already have voted ask them the same set of questions. They take that together. They do several waves of it over the course of time. They weight those results based on what they're seeing in actual votes.
And often, so I was going to say the weighting usually comes like tomorrow.
After we have actual
Yeah,
votes, right? Because it is, as I said, an imprecise version of an imprecise measure. Mm-hmm. But if you were to just take this very imprecise measure right now, you would say that a couple things. This is not necessarily the political environment Democrats would necessarily want.
Okay.
Inflation is by far the number one concern. Abortion is the number 2 concern, which has been driven the Democratic successes we've had in special elections and ballot initiatives thus far. So that is a positive. Joe Biden's approval rating is better in the exit polls than it has been in any polling today. He's at 45. And they have released polls now in some states, including Georgia and Pennsylvania. And in Pennsylvania, he's at 46. I think it's 45 in Georgia as well. So it's sort of a mixed bag. But if you're wondering, based on the exit polls, what issue is driving it, inflation, all the polling before this suggests that inflation is an issue that has benefited Republicans. It could also turn out that is all incorrect bullshit, and we don't know. But
45% approval. Joe Biden's approval rating in this exit poll. Also, the exact approval rating of Donald Trump in the 2018 exit poll. In that midterm.
Yeah, I mean, look.
where they lost the House and kept the Senate.
Yeah, that's right. That was a split decision.
What pollsters do is they map this information onto their model. What you do with the exit polls is you map them onto the actual results. So this is the information a pollster wouldn't release because it hasn't yet been mapped to anything.
Yes.
This is just a loose collection of people they talk to.
Yes.
And we are going to use that because we have nothing else. And we're going to hang on to it like this for another, 3 hours?
We got some questions that we can answer.
Oh, that'd be great.
You want to do that?
Fire away.
Or do you guys have any other takes?
I was surprised. I mean, the abortion being the second biggest issue was like 27% as being their most important issue was, I think, higher than what you saw in some of the polls going into today. Now, that might be a sign that there was a bigger group of people voting on that issue than we realized. It might also just be that people that just voted for Democrats weren't about to say the reason they're voting for Democrats is because of gas prices and inflation. So we just don't know.
I love the unintended comedy of some of the exit polls. Georgia, does Herschel Walker show good judgment?
Yeah, he's getting crushed on that
Gee,
one.
what do you think? 63 no. Yeah, that's
Speaking of which,
That's a
NBC
tough
News
one.
says the Georgia Senate race is too early to call.
Okay.
Too
That's what I
early
thought.
to call.
See, that is an important dynamic, just for people watching tonight. Too early to call means they think they know who's going to win, but there's not enough vote in. And that'd be very notable in Georgia, where you have to get to 50%. Otherwise, we head to a runoff.
Yeah.
And then there's too close to call, which means what
are,
it says.
Things are close.
Great.
All right, let's go to some questions. Mike on Instagram asked, how many bottles of wine should I have ready?
How many people are in the house, Mike?
I think like a case.
Yeah.
Is it just you? Is it just you and Jake Tapper?
Person times 1.5.
Bottle and a half per person.
Yeah, that's what I go with.
I mean, the thing is, people, it's not election night; it's election week. You're gonna do
you're
this
right.
again tomorrow night,
Pace yourself.
Thursday,
I've got a bottle of
Friday.
wine every night.
Yeah. Do you know what's gonna make tomorrow worse? Being hungover.
Jesus Christ. Thanks, Dan.
We have a pod tomorrow, so this is from
Oh,
Instagram.
what will we do if we were hungover to when we recorded a pod? Be a historic first.
Yeah, you make it sound like we're getting drunk before
Just saying-
before we do
just
our
saying
pods.
It's happened before.
Which race has surprised you the most so far? Trying to think.
Don't even results yet.
I mean,
I'd be
over the course
surprised.
of the campaign.
Oh.
Tommy, you don't have to be angry about this.
I'm not angry. I just don't know how to answer the question.
I'm trying to think which race has surprised
New York
you.
governor's race.
Oh yeah.
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 That's been surprising.
We
Yeah,
shouldn't even
that's
be
a bad
talking about the
one.
New York governor's
Yeah,
race.
it's not great when you see like the president with his limited time stumping for a
Yeah, you don't want
blue
the
state.
president in Yonkers a week out.
Yeah.
That's not a good one. And which one are you most concerned about? We were in Orange County because Katie Porter.
Yeah.
Is too close.
I really
She's
want to win
the best member of
Pennsylvania.
Congress.
That would be a great one to win.
Blake Masters is a spindly little fascist, and that is alarming.
Yeah, not ideal.
It is also obviously incredibly dispiriting that whatever's happening in Georgia means that Herschel Walker is quite possibly going to be a United States Senator, maybe probably, which is, real testament to failures on virtually all levels of our political and cultural, shit.
There's also, I would say, I want to have some concern for some of these governor's races too in important states.
Kerry Lake.
Like Kerry Lake in Arizona. It's a little close in Wisconsin with Tony Evers. So yeah. that's
Yeah,
okay.
you got kind of Herschel Walker out there. You got Kerry Lake out there. You got Blake Masters out there. America is entering its Yosemite Sam era. Just a lot of threatening, dangerous people. Kerry Lake basically, I'm gonna whip you journalists into shape.
Yeah,
turn
that
you
was a
back
very
into
weird
journalists. What
Also,
kind
good
of
luck,
fucking-
Kerry Lake.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
not gonna get very
Hey,
far.
listen. Here's what you do.
I think she might have a strategy more aggressive than tweeting at Maggie Habermas.
No, look,
right.
here's what you do. You take a picture of the New York Times headline from the web edition, not the paper, and then you point out the ways in which it is sort of both sidesing a very important issue.
Pay attention
Repeat.
to what's above the fold and what's not.
Yeah.
The fold that doesn't really exist anymore.
The fold nobody's seen in a
From
long
Twitter,
time.
Ben Pop
Fold.
asks, can you talk through what it would look like for the next 2 years if the Dems lose the House, or if they maintain the House and lose the Senate, lose both? What could they get done with Biden in office? All right, let's talk about lose the House. Lose the House. Well, lots of investigations, I guess.
Lots of investigations, very hard to pass any legislation. Lots of fights over the debt ceiling, budget issues, must-pass bills like funding the military. It'd be ugly.
Prepare for war.
Yeah, it'll be a fight.
I mean, this group of people will be the most deranged, radical group to control a legislative body in the history of this country. They will make the Tea Party look like just the giants of the Senate, right? Like, this is absurd. Like, these are an absurd group of people. The Speaker of the House voted to overturn the potential future of the House, voted to overturn the election like 3 hours after Trump supporters tried to murder him.
Yeah. It's not even great.
But he's also
Dumb.
he's also dumb. I like one thing I don't know how there's going to be moments where like when it comes to things like the debt ceiling, where like will they be able to do things with a minority of Republicans and a majority of Democrats? That is something that previous speakers have been loath to do because it makes them weak and attacked by their own members, but it's also one way you prevent the country from falling into a cataclysmic economic crisis the world has never seen.
But you need
before.
like a conscience, some morality, or
some gut, some sense of
something driving you beyond your own naked political interests, and that's where Kevin McCarthy, I think, is the pits.
Do you think they'll still call it the Hastert rule?
They've shied away from calling it the Dennis Hastert rule ever since that guy went to jail for pedophilia.
Yeah.
But it was called the Hastert Rule after famed Speaker of the House and pedophile Dennis Hastert, a rule they kept to for years since then. No shying away from the name.
You got to keep these Republican members of the House away from wrestling in general.
Yeah, they're always like projecting. They're always like groomers. You know.
You see my singlet? Yeah.
You fucking freaks.
Anyway, to the Senate.
What else you got?
So the Senate, if we hold on to the Senate, Joe Biden can continue to fill a lot of judicial vacancies. And also if a Supreme Court vacancy happens to open up, he could fill that. And he could continue to nominate and confirm people for his administration to work in the White House and to work in all the different agencies. If the Republicans take the Senate, I don't think there'll be many judicial vacancies confirmed at all, filled at all.
Yeah.
Unless there's maybe a few judges that Mitch McConnell and Joe Biden agree on, which seems like it would be tricky.
Do you think? I think any of them have like kind of learned that we really blew it with that Merrick Garland thing. We definitely do not feel that was not worth it.
No,
I know you were. But even beyond that,
I don't think we're getting a Supreme Court
Yeah,
justice
you think-
confirmed.
yeah.
Well, the last time the Republicans took the Senate with a Democratic president in 2014, they stopped confirming appeals court justices, which is why the filibuster changed.
Right.
That was Mitch McConnell's
Yeah.
rule. The other thing is, it will make a huge difference in these giant fights over funding of the government, the debt ceiling, if we have the Senate, because
Right.
then Senator Schumer will control what comes to the floor and ensure that there's nothing breaks on a bad bill, that there's not some sort of absurd Joe Manchin, Kirsten Sinema-led process to cut Social Security or things like that. It's a huge bit of leverage in these things if you have the Senate.
Yeah, we're just forming our arguments now for control of the Senate when we have a runoff in December 5th for control of the Senate in Georgia. That's going to be a fun couple of weeks.
Happy Thanksgiving, America.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Here's something. The
And
early
honestly,
vote,
that's a little bit wishful.
The early
Like I hope that's one
Yeah.
good outcome. Fighting for that.
the early vote in Miami-Dade, Rubio wins 53-46. Hillary Clinton won it by almost 30% in 2016. So that's not
Yeah,
good.
Rubio's
Florida's looking
way
pretty.
up.
Florida's looking pretty rough.
Early, but way up.
Rough. But that's Florida.
The states generally move in mass, right? But Florida is very unique in its makeup in the sense that it has a potential to be a slight outlier compared to other states with high Latino vote like Arizona.
Yeah.
Nevada. Or not. We don't know.
And that's the most important point.
Or not.
The most important is that we don't know.
That's right.
And that's really what this stream is all about.
Well, that's why we're going to go right to the group thread now.
Yeah, let's get to the group. thread.
We'll be in the group thread all night. Come find us there. And we'll talk to you soon.
And if
Stay
you're
in line.
If you're in line,
If you're in line, stay in line.
Even as
That's
the
what they
waters
say.
rise around you.
Even as the waters rise.
Grab a
Even as
floaty.
the flood comes,
Like a noodle, maybe.
Cool. All right. Bye, guys.
Making a very big announcement on Tuesday, November 15th at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida.
Also last night, the current president in the Democratic stronghold of Maryland, where he made his final pitch.
Hello, Maryland. Today we face an inflection point. We know in our bones that our democracy is at risk, and we know that this is your moment to defend it.
In midterms past, the party in power has typically taken a battering. In 2006, Republicans lost 30 House seats and 6 Senate seats.
It was a thumping.
While in 2010, Democrats lost 63 seats in the House and 6 in the Senate.
I'm not recommending for every future president that they take a shellacking like I did last night.
This time, the key issues range from inflation and crime to the fate of legal abortion and even voting itself, including how future elections are held. President Biden has spent this election day at the White House with his advisors closely monitoring the election turnout, we are told. Laura Barron-Lopez is at the White House, too, and she joins us now to discuss how this election could affect the Biden administration. Hello to you, Laura. So tell us, who's been out there on the trail speaking for Democrats, and what has their main messaging been?
There have been a number of prominent Democrats, including President Biden, who made a final stop in Pennsylvania, but also Vice President Kamala Harris, who's been on the trail, particularly focused on abortion rights, former President Barack Obama, and as well as Pete Buttigieg, Transportation Secretary, just this week was in Nevada, where Democrats are facing tough races up and down the ballot. The final message from the president has been focused on threats to democracy, abortion access, as well as the economy, really trying to make the case to Americans that what his administration has done has helped their pocketbooks and that he is trying to combat inflation, although a White House advisor told me today that messaging, it's difficult to message on inflation, and that because it's a global problem, that is certainly something that is impacting the races this year.
All right, Laura Barron-Lopez at the White House. We are going to be coming back to you throughout the night. Thank you. And our Amna Nawaz and Lisa Desjardins are tracking key races and important trends. They join us now for a preview of what to watch tonight.
That's right, Judy. After 7 o'clock, about 7:15 here on the East Coast, so polls are now closed in a number of states, including Georgia, Virginia, and Indiana. And Lisa, I know there is a key congressional race you are tracking there in the northwest part of the state. Tell me about that.
That's right. Again, Republicans need to pick up 5 seats tonight. This is one that they want. This is in Gary, Indiana. This is a seat that for more than 90 years, Amna, has gone to the Democrats. Working class, industrial region. It's about 2/3 white, non-Hispanic. And this is a top Republican target. Let's look at who exactly they're targeting. This is a freshman incumbent in Congress. We want to look at him. His name is Frank Mervan. There he is. So far, we don't have any of the vote yet. No surprise. It's only been a few minutes. We'll give Indiana a second here. But Jennifer Ruth Green is an Air Force Reserves officer. She is someone who Republicans really like as a candidate. This is a race to watch to see if there is indeed a red wave.
And we'll see. We note, of course, she's one of 6, I believe, Republican black women running across the country.
28 black Republicans as candidates this year, nominees for Congress, and that's a record.
Fascinating. And the Republican hasn't held this seat since the days of Herbert Hoover. Can't say that enough. Let's talk more about some of the governor's races. We talked a lot about the control of Congress at stake tonight. Control of state governments is also at play in 36 different races. Let's look at Georgia.
We're getting early results in Georgia. Right now, we see Stacey Abrams up, Brian Kemp. But a warning, all of our viewers know are so smart that, of course, these results are going to change. Let's look at where we're getting results at a map of Georgia. Where are these results coming from early on? You will be able to see, if you look at it by the county, on the red and blue map, where exactly the results are coming in. And right now we're seeing them in Augusta. That's Richmond County right there. We are starting to see a little bit of results in Georgia, still waiting, or in Atlanta, waiting for DeKalb County. We just don't know. But we're starting to get results in. So that in of itself is exciting.
Very early. 8% of the expected vote in so far. Patience is a key word tonight. And another key phrase and key issue we're coming back to again and again, election denialism. There are hundreds of Republican candidates up and down the ballot who have either denied the 2020 election results or disputed them in some way. You're tracking that, Lisa.
This year we're looking at Secretary of State offices, and these are, in general, the CEOs, the chief election officers in their states. Dark ones here in purple are the Secretary of State Republican candidates who have said outright that they deny the 2020 results. In some cases, they really would like, they are overtly saying they have to change the system to their views. So we want to talk about, in particular, one race, and that's we've been looking at in the past, Nevada. This is Jim Marchant over there, the Republican, is someone who has led this kind of movement of secretaries of state who deny 2020 across the board. Francisco Aguilar, the Democrat. This we expect could be a close race in Nevada. Nevada, we're going to watch all night. This is one of those races. And I want to also look at how we're keeping track of these Secretary of State races through the night. If you look at our board, here we go. We've got all of those who have said they deny the 2020 election here in dark. We will see check marks for when we have a winner, whether it is in this category, those who fuel doubt, allow doubt to exist, or those who have defended the election. So this is something we'll be paying attention to all night long. And I think it could be a long night, Amna.
I think that is fair to say. Patience, patience, patience is key. Judy, back to you.
Thank you, Amna, and thank you, Lisa. And you're right, we're hearing that from a number of quarters tonight, that it could be a long night. And we do have another winner to announce. The AP, the Associated Press, is calling the state of Kentucky, the Senate race there, for Rand Paul, the Republican senator who has served 2 terms, running for his 3rd term, defeating Charles Booker. That is not a surprise. Kentucky seen as a state that Republicans could count on. And that's one more check mark for the Republicans. So now we can say... And thank you both for getting us kicked off tonight. Meantime, we have several reporters in the field today keeping tabs on some of the key races. This past weekend, President Biden and former Presidents Obama and Trump all converged on Pennsylvania to try to energize voters, particularly in the race for the Senate. Jeff Bennett joins us now from Democratic candidate John Fetterman's headquarters in Pittsburgh. Hello, Jeff. And tell us what you're seeing and hearing.
Good evening, Judy. As you well know, the Pennsylvania Senate seat has for months been viewed as the most likely pickup opportunity for Democrats as they try to retain control of the Senate. But this race has tightened dramatically in recent weeks, in large part due to a deluge of Republican-backed ads focused on crime and inflation. So Democrats have tried to counter that perceived energy, that sort of newfound energy on the right, by bringing out the biggest names in the party. As you mentioned, President Biden, former President Obama, who were here this past weekend. One of the Democrats' key priorities has really been trying to energize and trying to engage not just the Democratic base, but young voters in particular. We spent some time on the campus of the University of Pittsburgh today to get a sense of what younger voters have to say about all this. Here's some of what they said.
I voted for Shapiro and Fetterman.
Why is that?
I just support them overall. I agree with a lot of their main points, especially being against banning abortion and making sure legalized marijuana stays.
Is abortion a big issue for you and your friends?
Oh yeah, definitely. We talk about it a lot. I am a part of the Planned Parenthood Club here on campus, and I'm also part of Take Back the Night, which is a club talking about spreading awareness for sexual violence and domestic violence, so abortion is a huge part of that as well.
You mentioned the student, you heard the student there mention Shapiro. She was talking about Josh Shapiro, the Democrat running for governor here. Democratic strategists and officials I've talked to feel much better about their chances in the governor's race than they do necessarily about the Senate race, in large part because Josh Shapiro has maintained a healthy lead ahead of the Republican in this race, Doug Mastriano, for weeks. So right now, as the polls close in less than 2 hours from now, the attention shifts really to watching the vote come in. You heard Lisa say it'll be a long night watching the votes be tallied. Well, here in Pennsylvania, it could be potentially a long week. The acting Secretary of State is on record saying that there will not be a final tally tonight, that it will take some time. We know that the vote will be delayed in Philadelphia because of a last-minute counting change there as a result of a Republican-backed legal challenge targeting that Democratic stronghold. And so the Fetterman campaign has been very intentional about telling their voters that as the vote comes in, that they expect the in-person vote to skew Republican and the mail-in vote to skew Democratic, in much the same way as happened back in 2020. It took 4 days here for the vote to be called in President Biden's favor. Judy?
And we remember it well. Jeff Bennett reporting from Fetterman headquarters there in Pittsburgh. And I think it's a reminder to all of us that, yes, we might be waiting days, weeks, to know the balance of power in the Senate if we don't know the results yet in Philadelphia. There are also close races in Arizona. Democratic Senator Mark Kelly hoping to fend off Republican challenger Blake Masters. The state has also become a focal point for fears about our democratic system. That's because several of the Republican candidates in the state have falsely denied the results of the 2020 election. Armed vigilantes also showed up at election drop boxes ahead of Election Day, sparking complaints of intimidation. Stephanie Sy is at a voting center in downtown Phoenix. She has been tracking all of this. Hello, Stephanie. So we know things got off to kind of a rocky start in Maricopa County this morning. There were malfunctioning tabulation machines. What do you know about all that?
Good evening, Judy. We are at the Central Library in downtown Phoenix, one of the major polling centers. And what a beautiful thing to see people after work dropping off their ballots. We've seen a steady stream of voters here indicating there will be a healthy turnout here in Maricopa County. But as you said, there were problems earlier today. Election officials here in Maricopa County said that some 20% of voting centers were experiencing problems with their tabulation machines. Those aren't the voting machines. Those are the machines that count the votes for people that do so in person. They, at this hour, have said they have figured this issue out, that it was not a tabulation machine problem, but rather a printer problem. And they are now sending out technicians to change the printer settings with 2 hours before polls close. But, Judy, this was just about the worst way that you could imagine the day starting for Maricopa County election officials, who have really taken great pains to show people that they are on top of election procedures and security. There are Republicans, as you know, up and down the ballot here in Arizona who have run on election fraud claims, repeating disproven claims about the 2020 electoral process. Among those is GOP gubernatorial candidate Kari Lake. And I did have an opportunity to ask her earlier about what she thought of the tabulation machine problems. She did say that she believes these problems only occurred in conservative areas. That is simply not true, Judy. This, where I'm standing, is a Democratic stronghold downtown Phoenix, and they had problems at this voting center. But let's hear what else she had to say.
My question is, do you think what's happening here in Maricopa County is normal? We have had problems after problems. This is incompetency. I hope it's not malice, but we're going to fix it. We're going to win.
And Stephanie, it sounds like she's sticking to what she was saying. And I know you were telling us you are waiting to find out how long we will wait to see tonight's results from Arizona. Stephanie Sy, we're going to be coming back to you throughout the night. Stephanie joining us from Phoenix. Thank you. So, despite some hiccups, electronic voting machine malfunctions and other technical issues in some polling locations were seen as not out of the ordinary today, and voters across the country were largely able to cast ballots without any major instances of harassment, intimidation, or threats. Our William Brangham has been following election security, and we turn to you now. William, so what are you hearing from election security officials about what they've seen?
Well, Judy, as you were saying, it has been a blessedly event-free day today, which is great news for anyone that wants to see this process unfold so that we can actually figure out who voted and count those votes in a normal time frame. There have been, as you mentioned, 4 months now, concerns about intimidation, threats against election workers, allegations of fraud. And so far, officials have said that there have been no major attacks or instances where that seems to have been occurring. There have been, as you indicated, a few instances. We heard Stephanie there talking about Maricopa County. There were reports today in Detroit that voters were showing up to vote and they were being told that they had already voted. That turned out to be a problem with the electronic poll book. That was fixed very quickly. There was a situation in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, where they ran out of paper ballots. And so both parties went to court, and they've extended voting hours in just that county till 10 p.m. tonight. There was a case in some North Carolina counties where they had to delay and extend voting because election workers didn't show up on time this morning. This is not a great day to not show up on time for work.
No.
But overall, it was been a blessedly boring day in election infrastructure world.
And just quickly, I know there have been also attention about foreign interference in our elections, but you were telling us that so far nothing significant on that front. But I know you're going to continue to watch it.
That's right, Judy. There have been no instances, after lots of fears about foreign interference, no reported instances today from federal officials at all. Great news again.
Great news, and we can be thankful for all of that. William Brangham, and we will be coming back to you throughout this night as well. Thank you. And there was non-election news today as well. Ukraine's President Zelensky suggested that he is now open to peace talks with Russia. He urged the world community to, quote, force Moscow into real negotiations. At the same time, he repeated conditions that Russia's President Putin will almost certainly reject.
Once again, restoration of territorial integrity, respect for the UN Charter, compensation for all damages caused by the war, punishment of every war criminal, and guarantees that this will not happen again. These are completely understandable conditions.
Zelensky had previously rejected talks so long as Putin remained in power. In Iran, the judiciary announced more than 1,000 people in Tehran province alone have been indicted amid anti-government protests. The authorities also warned that demonstrators will face harsh sentences, but the protests continued, with university students in Tehran chanting anti-government slogans. The family of one of Egypt's top pro-democracy activists says that his condition is worsening. Alaa Abdel Fattah began a hunger strike in jail on Sunday as a UN climate conference began in the city of Sharm el-Sheikh. Today, his sister urged world leaders to press for his release before it's too late.
All we know is that Alaa stopped drinking water 50 hours ago. We don't know where he is. We don't know if he's alive. My mother waited outside the prison gates for 10 hours yesterday for her weekly letter. They didn't give her one. She's back at those gates right now.
Abdel Fattah helped to lead Egypt's 2011 revolution, but he has spent much of the time since then in prison. Back in this country, Florida's Atlantic coast has begun getting ready for Tropical Storm Nicole, and emergency shelters opened in the Bahamas. The storm is now expected to grow into a minimal hurricane before making landfall in Florida early Thursday. Forecasters are warning of heavy rainfall in areas already hit hard by Hurricane Ian. On the West Coast, a major winter storm hit California as voters went to the polls today. Heavy rain brought flash flood warnings in the north and fears of landslides in the south in areas left bare by wildfires. Mountainous regions could see up to 20 inches of snow. Someone who bought a Powerball ticket in Southern California has hit the jackpot, a record $2 billion worth. The numbers were drawn this morning after a nearly 10-hour delay caused by a problem processing sales data. The winning ticket was sold near Los Angeles, so check your numbers. And on Wall Street, stocks moved higher on this election day. The Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 333 points. 1% to close at 33,160. The Nasdaq rose 51 points. The S&P 500 added 21.
This is the PBS NewsHour from WETA Studios in Washington and in the West from the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism at Arizona State University.
It is just after 7:30 in the East. The polls have now closed in 3 more states, North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. We don't have any more calls to make at this time, but important races in those states, we'll be watching for them throughout the night. Separately, just about an hour ago, I spoke with the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, about what's at stake in today's elections. Madam Speaker, thank you so much for being here. And I do want to get right to the election, but of course I have to ask you, how is your husband Paul doing?
It's so nice to ask. Day by day, he gets better. And day by day, I ask him, okay, I got to do the campaign, okay? And so he's well enough for me to do that, but we take it one day at a time. But thank you for asking. He's been deluged with prayers from all over Georgetown University here, Nuns of the Sacred Heart in San Francisco, churches across the country pouring out prayers for him. So I believe in prayer. Thank you so much.
And he has been getting better.
He's making progress.
We can't help but notice that the Republicans have spent, I think, hundreds of millions of dollars over the last many years attacking you. They've come after you on one thing after another. Just this year, they've spent, we looked it up, $50 million. Do you see a connection between all of that and the attack on what was meant to be an attack on you?
Yeah, well, that's the sad part of it, that it was an attack, intended to be an attack on me, and sadly, my husband paid the price. What's sad about both of the sentences that you said, one about the ads, the negative ads, the misrepresentations, is I always try to encourage many women, especially, to run for office, and they'll say to me, I don't know if I could handle all the attack that you receive. I don't know if I can pass that on to my family. And I say, no, you can't pay attention to them. As long as you're affected, you will be a target. But the fact is, if you take the attacks and then you feed the disinformation and you get a physical attack, that's almost too much to ask. So I'm concerned we have to find a better path. We have to unify. We have to heal.
Is it clear to you that we can heal?
We have to. We're America. This is the greatest place that ever existed in the world, and I have great confidence in the American people.
So let's talk about the election.
Okay.
You just heard us reporting the polls are showing this looks like a good night, a good day for Republicans to take back control of the House. Do you see a way for Democrats to hold on?
I do. I have always objected to the presentation, the media thread that was out there. You can't win because it's an off year. So who cares? We have great candidates who have confidence and courage to run because they believe and they know why they're running. And they know that our democracy is at stake, our planet is at risk, but also that you win these elections on the kitchen table issues. And we have a great record. So let me just say, I have 3 measures: message, mobilization, money, that we have to have. But the most important part of that is that's the platform for our candidates to stand on. We have far superior candidates. We own the ground out there today. And just because a pundit in Washington says, history says you can't win, is no deterrent for the enthusiasm we have out there. So I think you'll be surprised this evening.
You mentioned kitchen table issues.
Yes.
I'm sure you know there are a number of Democratic analysts out there saying, people who identify as Democrats, who are saying they think too many of the Democratic candidates this year were talking about, as important as they are, issues like abortion and democracy, rather than tackling head-on the question of inflation, the economy, crime, the issues that people say they're worried about.
Well, with all due respect to whoever those analysts are, our candidates know their districts, and they are connecting to their districts. So the message that might be useful for somebody in Washington, D.C. is maybe not the message that works. Our candidates are contrasting themselves in a positive way about what they believe in: lower cost, bigger paychecks, safer communities, and a record that the Democrats have in that regard that our great president has taken the lead on and Congress has fulfilled. And they take their message and I support freedom of choice for a woman. You support a nationwide ban on abortion. I support lowering prescription drug prices. You voted against that and said your purpose, if you win, is to reverse lowering prescription drug prices. I support Social Security. You say we should put it on the chopping block. And the list goes on: climate, you name it, gun safety, and the rest. So in their districts, they know all politics is local. They know how to connect to their voters better than some general pundits in Washington, D.C., with all due respect.
I was just going to say, one of those analysts is Stan Greenberg, whom you know very well, Rui Teixeira. These are people who have spent years looking at the Democratic Party and its messaging. The current Republican leader in the House, Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, talking about the debt ceiling vote, which is going to come up in weeks to come, speaks about it in terms of we're going to have to hold back on government spending, cut back on government spending before we agree to raise the debt ceiling. What does that say to you?
Well, it says to us that one place that they are targeting is Social Security. They're saying, oh, we're going to put Social Security, Medicare out there, and we're going to use the debt ceiling as our leverage. And we're just going to be there for Social Security and Medicare. And the American people have to know that that is at stake in this election. Our challenge is that we are not fearmongers. We're hope purveyors. And you don't want to scare people, but you have to let them know what is at stake in the election. And they've been very clear. They're going to use the debt ceiling vote as a way to cut Social Security. They call them entitlements. We call them insurance programs that people have paid into.
But if Democrats are in the minority, how can they stop it?
Well, we intend to win. We have an election, you understand. It's not determined by pundits in Washington. It's determined by the American people. And I'm excited about Election Day. It's a day where the sanctity of the vote is revered, where people vote, and we have to respect the results of that. But again, whatever the outcome, we will respect that.
A lot of attention is devoted over the past year to the January 6th, the select committee investigating what happened, public hearings. A lot of people thought that would play a big role in the election this fall. It is not turning out to be. Voters are not saying that's at the top or anywhere near the top of the list of their concerns. Why do you think that is?
Well, we never intended it to be a political item. It's about seeking the truth, and it has had an impact on taking people to a place where they see the truth more clearly. But it was never planned as a political tactic. But you do see people saying that democracy is at stake in the election more and more, and those are not unrelated. But if you see the assault that was made on the Capitol, on the Constitution of the United States, which we all take an oath to protect and defend, but clearly our colleagues have abandoned on the other side of the aisle, and you see the rhetoric that was going on that day, and you see what that man said coming into my home, you see a thread. And that's just not something that has a place in our democracy.
Which comment are you referring to?
Where is Nancy? Where is Nancy? Where is Nancy? And some of the rest of the disinformation that he used as his motivation. But again, our family is strong, and we have a lot of trauma to deal with. We don't want other families to have to deal with that. And we don't want the babies born now will live to the next century. Even some babies born 10 or so years ago will live to the next century. We want to make sure that they have a democracy that is strong, a planet that is safe, values that are intact, and that we have healing and unity that has produced that. So this is an election. We'll take it in stride. We think we'll do much better than anyone expects. We'll see in a matter of hours. We may not have the results right away, they tell me, but at least we'll have some idea as we go forward.
That's our understanding. President Biden, his approval ratings, I know you know very well, are in the low 40s on average, in some places even lower. Has he been a drag for Democrats this year?
No, not at all. He has been a great president. He has not receive the respect and the appreciation, whether we're talking about lowering the cost of prescription drugs and protecting Social Security and Medicare, whether we're talking about 10 million jobs created under his presidency. Of course, the private sector has a role in that. You have a president who's had legislation unseen in this country or any country to preserve the planet, to fight the climate crisis. Gun violence protection, every subject that you can name, a woman's right to choose, personal freedom, just enlarge the issue to that. He's been a great president. And in our districts, our members are doing just fine in terms of their own approval ratings because of what they've done to vote, or in terms of our candidates, how they intend to vote.
And do you think the White House has done the job that it needed to do to get that message across that you just described?
Let me just say, yes, I do. And I have no complaint whatsoever about the White House and what they have done. What I will say, that there is a massive disinformation campaign that's going on in our country. It's repeated again and again on TV and radio and in the press. The clicks on it, or the clips and the clicks on it are formidable. And that's what's called news. Now, endless, deep, dark, special interest money is pouring into that. People who don't want to pay taxes, people who are still fighting the Civil War, some combination of those people. So again, the numbers that relate to the president are really not that bad. When we lost in 2010, unemployment was at 9.5%. Right now it's at 3.5%. So this president doesn't get the credit he deserves, but I think that there has to be a recognition of the disinformation that is out there. And so the American people are certainly better off than they were 2 years ago. But again, because of disinformation, they suffocate the airwaves with disinformation, and that confuses people.
One last question about you and your future.
Yeah.
You've served as Speaker, as a member of the House of Representatives, especially during these last few tumultuous years. You said in an interview yesterday that what happened to your husband could have bearing on whether you decide to run again. What about if Democrats were in the minority? Would that have an effect on your decision about whether to run?
Well, I'm not predicating any action on Democrats not winning tonight. So that's a conversation for another day. Let's just get out the vote. And again, with hope, and again, with respect for everyone who votes. Democrats, Republicans, declines to state, that's what they're called in California, but I don't know if that's called an independent other places, but non-affiliated. We respect all of their votes. And in my Congress, I'm so proud of the House Democrats because they're so courageous. But I respect every member for the people who sent them there. The people who sent them there, the American people, I have great confidence in them.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, thank you very much for joining us.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
We're to victory.
Thank you. And now for a Republican's perspective, we are joined by Representative Gary Palmer of Alabama. He's also the chairman of the House Republican Policy Committee. Congressman Palmer, welcome to the NewsHour. Thank you for being here on this election night. We've heard Republicans speak during this campaign about inflation, a lot of airtime, paid TV ads about crime and lack of safety. How is that translating, in your view, into an agenda for the Republicans if you do take the majority?
If we do or don't take the majority?
If you do.
Well, the first thing that we want to do is address the whole issue of cost of living. And this all began right at the beginning of the Biden administration with his energy policy, shutting down the construction of the Keystone XL pipeline, suspending leases on federal lands, had an immediate impact on energy futures. And what I try to tell people in terms of inflation, it's driven by three things: the money supply, energy. Energy is the most inflationary component in the entire economy, and regulations. Regulatory cost is a hidden tax. And you had that combination all in the first 3 months of the Biden administration. And energy future cost immediately went up. Then we passed the $1.9 trillion America Rescue Plan and just dumped $1.9 trillion into the money supply, which really escalated the inflation problem. And in his first year of office, Biden added over $200 billion in regulatory costs. That's 3 times the first year of the Obama administration. So we've got to address those things. We've got to come back to a sensible energy policy to bring down those costs. And it's also a national security issue in that we've now, once again, find ourselves reliant on foreign sources for energy. And address the regulatory issues.
Sorry for interrupting. So it's generally viewed that the Federal Reserve is the one element of government that can do something significant about inflation. You're saying you think a Republican majority can come in and bring inflation down? How quickly?
Well, it depends on whether or not the White House is willing to work with us. We're going to pass legislation that we're convinced will help bring down the cost of living, and it'll be up to the Senate to get it out of the Senate and up to the White House to sign it into law. But these are things that will impact inflation. It impacted it on the front end. It can impact it on the back end as well. And you're going to see some real issues this winter, particularly with household energy costs, and particularly in the states that have very cold winters, where you're literally going to have people having to choose between heating and eating. We've seen it in Europe. There's thousands of people that are now classified as excess winter deaths. not because they froze to death, but simply because they couldn't afford to keep their homes adequately heated and still be able to afford their food and medicine.
I want to raise a question that I just raised with Speaker Pelosi, and that has to do with the debt ceiling. We know that the Republican leader in the House, Kevin McCarthy, your colleague, when asked about the debt ceiling, has said first costs have to come down, and he has not ruled out cuts in Medicare and Social Security benefits. Is this something the Republicans could do?
Well, I chair the policy committee, and I can assure you that there's been zero discussion about any cuts to Social Security or Medicare. It's almost like my colleagues across the aisle, the Democrats and Speaker Pelosi, I think that somehow we've got families who don't depend on those Social Security and Medicare. We do. Our goal is to strengthen Social Security and strengthen Medicare. But it's a complete misrepresentation of Republican policy that we're going to cut Social Security and Medicare. It's a scare tactic.
I'm asking because, of course, these are so-called entitlements. They are big, big dollar items in the federal budget. And the question is, if Republicans plan to bring spending down in a significant way, where do you get the money? I also want to ask you about something else that Republican candidates have been emphasizing on the campaign trail, and I mentioned this a moment ago, and that's crime. Running, frankly, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of ads, criticizing Democrats, saying they are to blame for lack of safety. Crime is generally seen as something that local governments address. What could the Congress, if the Republicans are in the majority, do about it?
Well, one of the things that I think we've got to do is deal with these district attorneys that have this attitude of no bail and no jail for violent offenders. And we're seeing it in Democrat-run cities all over the country. And you're seeing record numbers of murders in these places, particularly in Philadelphia and other cities like that. A lot of local law enforcement get federal grants. And we can tie federal grants to changes at the local level, particularly with these district attorneys. When people commit a violent offense, they knock somebody down on a sidewalk, push somebody in the path of a subway train, those people should be in jail immediately. And they shouldn't be allowed to commit these acts of violence and go free. You've got cities like Portland and Los Angeles and San Francisco where people are allowed to go in and ransack a business as long as they don't, particularly in California, as long as they don't take more than $1,000. That's absolute chaos, and I think that the federal government does have some responsibility there, working with federal law enforcement to make sure that they're protecting those communities.
One other thing I want to ask you about, Congressman Palmer, has to do with what, again, a number of Republicans have been speaking about during this election year, and that is impeaching members of the Biden administration. For example, the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, I think you yourself have said he would be a potential target for impeachment. Is that potentially on your agenda?
I think that we've got to investigate what's happened at the border, and we have to hold the people who are responsible for securing the border accountable for their actions. And clearly, Secretary Mayorkas has not secured the border. As a matter of fact, I think intentionally he's allowed people to cross the border. And it's not just people who are coming across the border because they want a better life for their family. There's the exact number is actually classified of the number of people who've been picked up who are either known terrorists or affiliated with terrorists. We've got unbelievable amounts of fentanyl and heroin and methamphetamines crossing the border. We saw a record number of drug overdose deaths last year, over 107,000, and that's probably underreported by 15 to 20% because so many families don't want it on the death certificate that their loved one died from a drug overdose. Well, 80% of that's crossing the southern border.
Again, forgive me for interrupting, but just in connection with that, one of your colleagues, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, has said a priority will be a move to impeach President Biden. Is that something that is on the Republican agenda?
I have not seen that as part of the agenda, but individual members are going to do what they want to do. But I think that our focus coming right out of the gate is to address this issue of the cost of living. You've literally got people who are making decisions on how much gas they can put in their car because they can't afford the gas and they can't afford the groceries, and still be able to put food on the table for their families. I know of one case where some folks went out to shoot some video of people filling up their cars, and this lady pulls up in her pickup truck, and they asked if it'd be okay to video that, and she said sure, but she was only getting $20 worth. They offered to fill up her vehicle and pay for it. She started crying. She said it's been over a year since she could afford a full tank of gas. That's what's really happening in this country, all over the country.
Congressman Gary Palmer, thank you very much, Chairman of the House Republican Policy Committee. We appreciate your joining us.
Thank you for having me on.
And that wraps up the first hour of our coverage tonight, but don't go anywhere. Our live reporting on this election night continues right here on PBS and online at pbs.org/newshour. I'm Judy Woodruff. We'll see you shortly.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by
architect, beekeeper, mentor. A Raymond James financial advisor tailors advice to help you live your life. Life well planned.
Carnegie Corporation of New York, supporting innovations in education, democratic engagement, and the advancement of international peace and security at carnegie.org. The Target Foundation, committed to advancing racial equity and creating the change required to shift systems and accelerate equitable economic opportunity. And with the ongoing support of these institutions. This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you. Funding for this program is provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
And welcome to this PBS NewsHour special live coverage of the midterm elections. I'm Judy Woodruff. Control of Congress is up for grabs in this election that many see as a referendum on the first 2 years of the Biden presidency. Republicans need to pick up a single seat to gain control of the U.S. Senate and a total of 5 seats in the House of Representatives to take over that chamber. The polls have just closed in another 16 states. It is 8 o'clock in the East. We're going to jump right into the results that are coming in. We are relying on the Associated Press for the race calls, and we're going to start with the state of Maryland, reliably blue Maryland, re-electing the Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen, fending off a challenge from Republican Chris Chafee. In Illinois, again, another hold for the Democrats. Tammy Duckworth, the AP says, has won that seat. They're able to call that just as the polls are closing, telling us they don't expect that to be close, facing a challenge from Republican Kathy Salvi. 2 races for the Senate in the state of Oklahoma. We can tell you in the special election, this is the seat that is open. Jim Inhofe retiring there. For the Representative Mark Wayne Mullen is declared the winner by the AP, defeating Democrat Kendra Horn. And in the other Oklahoma Senate seat, incumbent James Lankford running for re-election to his 2nd term, defeating Madison Horn, the Democrat, no relation to Congresswoman Kendra Horn. In the state of Alabama, this is a hold for the Republicans. This is the seat that had been held for many terms by Richard Shelby, his former chief of staff, Katie Britt, who has been endorsed by former President Trump. The AP has declared her the winner, defeating the Democrat Will Boyd. And the final Senate call we can make at this hour, at this moment, is a hold for the Democrats. In Connecticut, Richard Blumenthal, the Democratic senator there, winning re-election. According to the Associated Press, he's was running for his 3rd term, defeating Republican Laura Levy. So I'm with our panel of experts, joined by them, as we are throughout this evening, by them and our correspondents and reporters across the country. I think we are going to the panel right now, but am I wrong? Okay, we are going to the panel. We have a number of our correspondents standing by, but right now I want to ask all of you what we've learned with these results. Amy Walter, again, these are all...
It's still pretty early,
These states either lean blue, lean red, already, and no surprises.
That's right. I mean, we are now at the time, though, where a number of these key states where we're waiting for some of our bellwethers are closed. It's just a question of how quickly they're able to count those votes in places like Virginia and Indiana, Georgia and North Carolina. And once we start getting some calls there, I think we'll have a better understanding of what kind of night this is actually going to be. Even the exit polling, it's still... At 8 o'clock, you don't have a lot of you're only starting to get the real-time data in there. So I don't feel all that confident saying, oh, it's pretty clear where things are headed at this direction.
So, David Brooks, you've been looking not only at the calls we've been making, but also watching the sources you talk to and read. Are you seeing anything that points us in a certain direction at this hour at 8 o'clock?
Not really, not yet. The only state where there's a lot of votes, in 69%, is Florida. And in that state, Republicans seem to be doing extremely well. Ron DeSantis is up. Who knows what hasn't come in? And so it's tentative. But I would say Republicans seem to be doing well, even in Miami-Dade area and in the Orlando area. And so I noticed David Plouffe, who ran Obama's campaign on another network, said the Obama-Florida coalition is gone. And so but that's not indicative of the country, because Florida has not been going the way, say, Georgia's been going. So that's one state, and it's probably good for Ron DeSantis, but it's not indicative of where this night is going.
Faiz Shakir, who worked for Senator Bernie Sanders, one of his campaigns for president, What do you see in these numbers tonight? Is there something telling you where the wind's blowing?
Well, I think in areas where Democrats you would expect them to do well, early returns are that the bottom hasn't fallen out of those places. So that we've got good suburban coalitions, people of strong Democratic performance, at least in the early going, turning out. The question is on the late deciders that we're going to get numbers on here late. First of all, we know that the mail ballots are going to take a while to get counted in a lot of key places like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. But even despite that, I think that you start with a situation where the House was probably leaning Republican because of the recomposition in Texas and some other states. And there was a danger that it could just be a red sweep if the suburbs started to fall through. And thus far, at least in the early going, that doesn't seem to be the case.
Mark Short, you are following all this too from your many sources inside the Republican Party. What are you saying?
Well, I do think it's early, but you have seen Republicans do extremely well in Miami-Dade. Both Governor and Senator Rubio have done extremely well there. And in some precincts, you're seeing in Virginia 2 and Virginia 7, keeping track with Glenn Youngkin's victory in 2021. So I think that bodes well for Republicans as well.
Well, we were just talking about Ron DeSantis, and we are now able to make a call. The AP is just called in the governor's race in Florida. David, you were just talking about this, that Ron DeSantis has been declared the winner, defeating former governor and former congressman who had changed parties a couple of times, Charlie Crist. Again, not a surprise. There it is. There's the card, and that is with, 73% of the expected vote in. That's a lot of the vote in. Florida has clearly sped up its vote counting processes, but he is declared the winner. I want to turn to you, Perry Bacon, because as we look at, Florida has for so long been kind of at the epicenter of trying to understand what's going on in American politics. And now you have a governor who could not only be, looking at another term as governor, but thinking about running for president.
Yeah, two notable things here. First of all, Florida used to be these things. Remember 2000, it's like we decided the election based on Florida. Now, I didn't really think about covering it very much because I sort of knew DeSantis would win by a lot. So the fact that Florida's sort of off the map is a really important thing. There's a lot of electoral votes there, and the Democrats didn't really try to win very hard. Very notable. Second thing is DeSantis has been pretty unabashed about doing everything possible to signal he is going to run for president. And so I think this is a notable too. Donald Trump seems like he's running next week. I think DeSantis is going to probably talk tonight about the future a little bit, and I think it is notable that we're already in 2024 on some level, and DeSantis has the kind of win, I think it looks like based on the numbers, that will vault him and say he maybe is a person who is a strong candidate to beat Donald Trump even.
Gary Abernathy, what kind of reception would Ron DeSantis have in the Republican Party?
I think that a few days ago in a rally, Donald Trump made fun of Ron DeSantis a little bit, called him Ron DeSanctimonious, gave him one of his nicknames. Didn't get a good reaction from the crowd in Florida, I believe it was. I think that Trump has to walk a fine line. People who love Trump love DeSantis. So it's going to be tough for Trump to rip him too much. I do want to brag about my state of Ohio a little bit on the returns I saw flashing on the screen.
Please do.
About 3% in, it looks like Democrats are doing very well, but people need to remember, in Ohio, they count early votes first. Yes. States are all different. It's important to keep this in mind. So the early votes will probably all be counted in Ohio by about 8:30 tonight. And then the same day votes, which will bring the Republicans back into the picture. Pennsylvania, I think, is the opposite. So Republicans will maybe appear to be doing very well in the early votes, and then the early returns. And then when the early votes are actually reported, Democrats will come back. And it's just important to make that distinction. But I wish every state ran its elections like Ohio does, because there's never any drama out of Ohio. They wrap it up early. A lot of voters, big state, important state. Call Ohio to get it right on how to run elections.
I can remember some questions.
It was a little dramatic in 2004.
Yeah, I was going to say, there was some drama.
You're going way back.
The last time there were election deniers in 2004 is when Democrats voted against certification of Bush-Cheney victory.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
there you go.
And it was the...
Let's mention that 2 or 3 times tonight.
Amy Walter, I mean, what Gary's saying does remind us that how the votes are counted, where they come in, and how fast they come in. Of course, what we remember about Florida in 2000, and what Gary and Mark are talking about in Ohio. I mean, it reminds us that every election has its own distinction.
They do, and these we talk about these mirages, right? The wave and then the mirage, and which one is real and which one isn't. And, you know, who would have thought, again, 5 or 6 years ago, that how you vote is a sign of your partisan identity? Most parties up until that point, or, you know, most partisans, the two parties would say, we want to get as many early votes in as possible just so we can bank those. Now it's Republicans saying show up on election day, and Democrats who are the ones voting early. And that used to not be the case all that long ago.
And David, that's really changed in the last several years, because we remember when Republicans used to say, you know, vote early if you can.
Well, everything has to be partisan now. So whether you go to Chick-fil-A, whether what late show you watch, just about everything has become a source of politics. And that is actually a problem for the country.
Yeah. Perry Bacon, thinking about this whole question. Go ahead. You were going to say something.
One thing about we were able to call the races so early. Yeah. We have close elections, but if you live in 40 states or live in most congressional districts, there are really only 10 competitive states and about 50 districts are competitive. So most of politics is not actually very interesting for most people, and that's really unfortunate, I think. And I live in Kentucky. Our race was called extremely early. Right. There was almost no competitiveness there at all. It really is striking how many blowouts we have, and how little campaigning we have in most of the country.
And it is the case, Faz Shakir, that the media, all of us, pay so much attention to these contested races, almost none. I mean, the national media, obviously the local media pay some attention, but the races that get the most attention are the ones that are contested.
Yes, well,
no question.
And I will say, you know, we'll wait for the contested results to come in. As a native Floridian, I'll just talk about DeSantis for a moment, because I mean, obviously there was a huge success on his part in building off of what he had as a result a few years ago. He had a tiny margin, actually, over Andrew Gillum. And now he's expanded that in a significant way. And I think there's a couple of things to learn and observe from it. One is, with the assistance of the Biden administration, the hurricane recovery efforts in Florida were quite impressive. I mean, you saw Sanibel Island, which had just been destroyed bridge, boom, right back up and running. Their competence in governance is important. We shouldn't just forget about it. And I think there was demonstrated competence with the help of the federal government to recover from that hurricane. I think also, if you listen to Governor DeSantis talk a lot, he does a lot of railing against corporate America. I mean, he goes after big tech, he goes after Amazon. It's amazing if you listen to a lot of his speeches. He has a pitch and a discussion that is aimed at working class Floridians, and there's also something to learn from that.
Mark Short, thoughts about Ron DeSantis?
Well, I think he's had incredible success as governor, and I think he has a good victory tonight. I think it is interesting that actually the returns you've seen, Rubio is basically tracking the same numbers. Where everybody thought the Rubio-Demings race would be much closer and DeSantis would be a blowout, they're both basically tracking the same numbers. And one other thing I would say to Governor DeSantis is that, you know, we talk about crime, border, inflation as primary issues. I do think that COVID was also an issue in some states. And even though, to be honest, the first governor to open up was Brian Kemp. If you remember, Donald Trump went after Brian Kemp when he opened up and said it's too soon. But the media has all focused on Ron DeSantis because he's tried to take that mantle, when it was actually Georgia was the first state to open up.
And it may have something to do with the many cycles of COVID that we've had. It's been down, it's been up, and we're still in the middle of it, but we're hopefully looking at the end, closer to the end than we are to the beginning. So now I am told the Associated Press has some more calls to make, and now in more of the governor's races. We just mentioned Ron DeSantis in Florida. This is a pickup for Democrats. It was the state where Larry Hogan, the Republican, was governor. Westmore, the Democrat, declared the winner over Dan Cox, who was not only endorsed by former President Trump, he organized some of the buses that went to the Capitol on January the 6th. That race has been pretty much set for some time, according to the polls. Westmore, the author and former investor. And that is a hole for the Democrats. And now to Illinois, another hole for the Democrats. J.B. Pritzker, Democratic governor, holding on for his second term as governor. He was expected to win in this Democratic state against Darren Bailey, who has been self-described as an election denier, denying that President Biden won the 2020 election. In the state of Massachusetts, Maura Healey makes history. She becomes the first openly lesbian governor in American history. She is flipping that state. There was a Republican governor, Baker. Thank you very much. And this is now a pickup for the Democrats. She's defeated the Republican Jeff Deal and making history in the process. And now to, again, another hole for the Republican Party. This is Tennessee. Bill Lee apparently sailing to re-election, defeating Democrat Jason Martin. So we have a number of governor calls there we are just able to make early this evening. And now a note we want to share with all of you about the races where we are calling a winner. The NewsHour is relying, as we have for many years, on the Associated Press. This year, the AP has a team of 4,000 reporters on the ground in election offices across the country. They are sending back information on votes as they are being counted. Using this information, the AP will call the winners once their data team, in their words, shows no statistical way for a trailing candidate to catch up. You're going to hear us talking about the percent of expected vote. Now, this refers to the amount of votes that have been counted so far, and in relation to the AP's best estimate of the total number of ballots cast in a particular local jurisdiction. It's based on historical vote trends, it's based on early ballots cast, and on today's turnout, and that number will be updated throughout the night as more vote tallies are reported. Now, many of you viewers will remember in 2020, we didn't know final results for several days in a few critical states. That is very likely to happen again this year. So get ready for a long night and potentially a long few days, because about half of the states, including battlegrounds like Pennsylvania, like Wisconsin, election officials could not begin counting mail-in ballots until today. 2 years ago, mail-in, we've been talking about this, mail-in votes made up nearly half of all the ballots cast. Those votes, which may take days to count, have been more favorable to Democratic candidates. Again, as we've been discussing, because many Republicans, including former President Trump, have raised doubts, unfounded doubts about mail-in ballots and have urged their voters to show up in person. Republicans may have a lead among in-person ballots cast. That's been the trend in recent years. Votes, for example, that are counted today, but in many places, Democratic votes may catch up or pass those numbers as more mail-in ballots are counted. And last, you are also going to hear us talking about why people voted the way they did. For that, we are relying on AP voter surveys conducted with over 100,000 people over just the past few days. So that's just some background we want to share with all of you as we make these calls, and you know where they are coming from and how those votes are counted and then transmitted to us. So we have some governor calls. Do we have time to talk about that, or do we want to hear from some of our reporters right now? We are going to talk, let's talk about the governors. Now, we've talked about Ron DeSantis. We have most of these states are holds. There are a couple of pickups. David Brooks in Maryland, Larry Hogan had been a very popular Republican governor. He had wanted his party to choose someone else as its nominee. That didn't happen. And it became Dan Cox, and that pretty much assured that Wes Moore was going to be elected.
Yeah, Larry Hogan was the last moderate Republican on earth, apparently. But he was a very successful governor, but his time was up. You know, as we look at the governor's races, I'm struck, we've been talking about how there's so much stasis that the electorate has basically been tied. And that's true on a national level for 30 years. States have moved all over the place. And so like we just called the Tennessee governor race. Tennessee used to be the state of Lamar Alexander, of Jim Thompson, the actor, whom I think Fred Thompson, the actor. And I was with a guy an expert on Pennsylvania, and he was describing to me the Republicans in Pennsylvania. He said they were 40% really Trumpy, 40% Trumpkin, Trump light, and 20% sort of old-fashioned George Bush Republicans. And Pennsylvania was the state of John Hines, who was a liberal Republican, of Hugh Scott years before that, Arlen Specter more recently. And so these states have moved all over the place. And it's really hard to predict which state will go where. Like Ohio used to be the swingy state, but it's not anymore. Florida used to be swingy, it is not anymore. Georgia is now swingy. So we've had a lot of dynamism on the state level. At the same time, we've had stasis on the national level.
So while you've been talking, David, the Associated Press has called another Senate race, and we're going to share that with all of you. Not a surprise, you've all been talking about it, but in the state of Florida, Marco Rubio is called as the winner, defeating Val Demings. Congresswoman Demings, long police chief in the city of Orlando, who was part of the impeachment committee against President Trump. She garnered a lot of attention at that time. It was thought she would be a strong challenger to Marco Rubio, but as you can see, it is early after the polls closed in the state of Florida just, 20 minutes ago, and the AP is calling that Senate race for Marco Rubio. Let's go now to another state where I guess you could say this may be the most contested state in the country if you count how much money has been spent, and that's Pennsylvania. Our Jeff Bennett is in Pittsburgh. Key Senate race there is taking place. Jeff. And Jeff, as you...
Hey, Judy, and as you can see, the doors to the Fetterman election night headquarters just opened. People are starting to stream in. One of the things that we're paying close attention to here in Pennsylvania is the amount of time it will take to count the vote. There are a few things happening at once here in Pennsylvania. The first factor, the first really main contributing factor to the delay is state law. State law prohibits the counting of mail-in ballots before Election Day. And it's not just the counting, Judy, it's what's called pre-canvassing. It's the mundane but critical work of checking signatures, opening envelopes, straightening ballots, getting them prepared to go through the scanners. None of that can start here until the morning of Election Day. And there have been multiple proposals from the Democratic governor, the current Democratic governor, Democrats across the state, voting rights groups to change that. But the Republican-led legislature and Democrats in the state have not been able to settle on a solution. I have talked to Democratic lawmakers here who say that there are Republicans who are disinclined to allow for more time because they want to use that delay, some of them, to sow doubt in the election result, to sort of undermine the election's integrity. Of course, Republicans push back on that. So that's the main factor contributing to the delay. The second one is a legal case here that has worked its way up to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. And this calls into question whether or not ballots that have been signed with the incorrect date, everything else with that ballot could be perfectly fine. It arrived before Election Day. The only thing that's wrong with it is that the voter put the wrong date on that ballot. There has been a Republican lawsuit challenging those ballots. John Fetterman's campaign has filed a countersuit. But right now, those ballots, it's about somewhere between 4,000 to 5,000 ballots, have effectively been set aside. That's a critical issue in a race that could come down to hundreds or thousands of votes. And then thirdly, the last factor contributing to the delay here is what happened in Philadelphia this morning. The Philadelphia Board of Elections, those commissioners decided by a 2-to-1 vote that they would reinstate this really cumbersome vote counting process in Philadelphia. That process makes sure that someone didn't vote by mail and then show up and vote in person on Election Day. That was the result of a Republican lawsuit that focused only on Philadelphia, none of the other 60-plus counties in Pennsylvania. And so there are Democrats who say that that was intentional to disenfranchise what is a Democratic stronghold. So all of those factors are why the acting Secretary of State has said that she doesn't expect, in fact, she says there will not be a final result here in Pennsylvania tonight. And what the Fetterman campaign has been clear about saying, really for weeks now, is that a voting delay does not suggest voting irregularities, and that people should pack their patience and wait potentially 3 to 4 days, but maybe even longer than that, to make sure that all of the votes are counted, Judy.
I like the term pack their patience. It is so important to talk about all this, Jeff, and thank you for taking us through it, for walking us through it, because, you know, as we've been discussing tonight, we did see those significant delays and challenges growing out of, and that some of which continue today, growing out of the 2020 election. All right, Jeff Bennett, we're going to come back to you through the night, and now we want to go to the White House. Our Laura Barone-Lopez is there. Laura, I know you have been talking to folks there. Tell us how closely are they watching? Where are they watching? How are they paying attention to tonight?
Well, the White House aides and the president himself are certainly watching the election results, but it's been a quiet night at the White House for the president. He had no public events on his schedule today. The White House called a lid before noon today. And also the president, even though he had no public events scheduled, he did make some phone calls. He called all the major campaign arms for Democrats, the chairman of the DNC, the DCCC, which is the House campaign arm, as well as the Senate campaign arm. He also called into a virtual phone bank for the DNC, and he spoke as well to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. But that's the extent of what the president has been doing today as they've been waiting for results to come in. And it's unlikely that we are going to hear directly from the president until tomorrow.
And Laura, I just, while we have you, I want to bring up something else I know you've been following very closely in your reporting over the summer and into this fall, and that is the abortion decision by the Supreme Court, the Dobbs decision, how Democrats thought that was going to be an issue that worked in their favor. I know the White House is also watching this very closely. What are you seeing as this night begins?
This is a big issue that Democrats have certainly tried to elevate heading into election night today. But there are 5 states that have abortion ballot measures, and those 5 states are California, Montana, Michigan, Kentucky, and Vermont. The majority of those states, those ballot measures look to enshrine abortion rights in their state constitutions. Kentucky is an outlier there. Kentucky actually, the language for that ballot measure closely resembles the Kansas ballot measure that we saw earlier this year over the summer, where voters surprised a lot of the nation when they decided to reject that ballot measure that would have allowed for a potential ban on the procedure. And so the Kentucky measure closely resembles that. It would make it so voters are deciding whether or not they want to put in the state constitution that there is no protection for abortion rights. And these ultimately could elevate Democratic candidates in these states, because we're seeing that a number of voters are motivated, particularly on the abortion issue, when it's explicitly on the ballot, to come out and vote.
Yeah, we're seeing a direct connection between the laws in a particular state and, as you say, whether abortion in one form or another is on the ballot. A direct connection between that and how much voters are focused on the issue as they vote. All right, Laura Barone-Lopez at the White House, thank you very much. And now we're going to scoot across the country to Arizona, where our Stephanie Sy is at the Maricopa County Elections Headquarters in Phoenix. You've been talking, Stephanie, pretty much all day long to voters. What are you hearing from them?
Yeah, it's my favorite part about covering elections, Judy, is just talking to normal people, figuring out why they decided to exercise their free vote today. And we did speak to a number of voters. There's obviously a diversity of issues. Like the rest of the country, polls show that Arizonans are most concerned about inflation and the economy, and that's sort of baked in. But here's what I'm really looking at tonight. Those middle voters, those voters that only show up occasionally to vote in elections, especially midterms. And I met one of those voters today in Mesa, Arizona, and she said that the reason she turned out today, her biggest concern is that this state is going to elect top officials who may one day overturn the will of the voters. Listen to our conversation.
Well, I'm pretty concerned about whether the vote really counts, because once, like, if my candidate wins and the other party refuses to accept that, then does my vote really even count? And that's something that has really bothered me, you know.
So you're saying that you voted for KB Hobbs because her opponent has been saying the election is fraudulent?
Yes, mainly. Yeah, mainly why. Okay. You know, and I don't believe that's true. I believe that they did a good check on it, and it's been verified, and it's solidly, and those who are election deniers should not be allowed into office if they're not going to accept the results.
But indeed, Judy, several of the GOP candidates at the top of the ticket and on down have repeated the lies about the 2020 election. And we heard a lot more Democrats speaking about that issue. Throughout the night, I'll be bringing you other issues of concern to voters. We're here at the Maricopa County Elections Office, where they continue to receive ballots. There is less than an hour before polls close. And as you can see, there's a steady stream of cars of people dropping off ballots. ballots. There was a kid that yelled out the window to me earlier and just shouted, "Every vote counts." So just a reminder of the joy that some people are experiencing as they drop off their ballots here.
A great thing to remember as we're discussing all the problems around voting and the suspicions and the questionable tactics that are being raised. It's great to know that. Stephanie Sy there in Phoenix for us. We have a call to make. This is a Senate race in the state of Indiana. The polls closed in Indiana at 7 o'clock, about an hour and a half ago, but the Associated Press is declaring Todd Young the winner. He hangs on for a second term in the Senate, defeating the Democrat Thomas McDermott. Not a particular surprise. Indiana has been reliably Republican for some time. And now we've been just exactly what we've just been hearing Stephanie speak about, the questions raised about the 2020 presidential vote, how all that is hanging over this year's election. Our William Brangham has been tracking that. He's been tracking disinformation. William, I know you're following reports from across the country. Pull it all together for us.
Judy, I'm thrilled to report that this has been a relatively uneventful day as far as the mechanics of elections. And remember, after months and months of warnings of seeing elections officials being harassed and threatened, of seeing people armed with semi-automatic weapons showing up outside ballot drop boxes, fears of foreign interference, all the officials around the country, both federal and state, that are monitoring these elections say that there have not really been major issues. I mean, there have been little tiny things. There was an issue in Maricopa County for a while with their ballots. They ran out of paper in one Pennsylvania county. Some election workers in North Carolina showed up late for work, and that delayed things. But again, nothing terribly major. And federal officials who are looking out for foreign interference, and this is something they've been worried about from Russia or China, perhaps Iran. Again, no real evidence that any substantive attacks have been levied against this country and its infrastructure today and in the days leading up to it. So again, happy to report it has been a blessedly boring day in the election infrastructure world.
For sure, that's something we celebrate, the fact that there haven't been any reports of anything serious. What you cite is sounds like an issue here or there, but nothing that adds up to some of the major interruptions or interferences that were feared, frankly. All right, William Brangham, watching that, and we'll come back to you through the night. Another call to make: the polls have closed in the state of Arkansas. And we can report that in the Senate race there, Republican John Boozman has won re-election to the Senate. He will sail to a third term, I think it's fair to say, since the AP is calling this race right at the poll closing time, defeating the Democrat Natalie James. So John Boozman will be returning to Washington, returning to the Senate. Another call to make in the state of Arkansas, where the polls have also just closed. And there, a little bit of history being made. Republican Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the daughter of a former governor of Arkansas, Mike Huckabee, has been elected, according to the AP, to fill that seat. She was also, many of you will recognize her, she was for some time a press secretary to former President Donald Trump. And then she decided to go home to Arkansas and eventually announced that she was planning to run for governor. And it turned out she's successful, defeating the Democrat Chris Jones. So while we're digesting all of this, let's turn to our own Amna Nawaz and Lisa Desjardins, who are keeping tabs on crucial races across the country for the House of Representatives and other slots. Amna and Lisa, what are you seeing?
That's right, Judy, just after 8:30 here on the East Coast. And polls that we know have closed in a number of states across the country. Those votes are being tallied, they're being counted. As you've been reporting to, we've been making those calls in a few of those House and gubernatorial and Senate races. And when you look at the national map of where we are right now and making those House calls in particular, you're starting to see a picture emerge.
We're getting a few results, finally.
It's early. We should say that. But you can see right now some of these seats starting to be called in these races here. And Lisa, it's fair to say these have largely gone the way we expected them to go.
Most of these are races that were predictable in very solid Republican or solid Democratic seats. That's something Amy Walter talks about all the time. The whole nation has been redistricted in a way that there are not as many toss-up seats as there used to be.
That's right. So waiting for a lot of races to be called, for this map to be filled in. In the meantime, we want to focus in on a few very competitive races, which could give us a picture of where things are to go. Lisa, tell us about Virginia's second critical.
My home state, the Commonwealth of Virginia, the 2nd District of Virginia. Now, here we're talking about Tidewater area, coastal Virginia, Norfolk. This is the home of the Atlantic Fleet. NATO now has a command center there. Also, by the way, where my family was stationed for a little while. This is an interesting race. 2 female Navy veterans are running this race. Gas prices and inflation, a key issue here. Military salaries have not kept up with inflation in this area, and that has been a big issue in this race. Let's look at who's trying to win this seat here. We have 2, again, Navy veterans. If you talk about the candidates in this race, one of them, Jen Kiggins, here she is, the Republican. Look at these results right now. 47% of the vote is in. She is leading 56% to Democrat Elaine Luria. Jen Kiggins, how important is this race, Amna? Kevin McCarthy, the man who wants to be Speaker of the House, his last event this season was in this district last night, a rally for this woman right here. Elaine Luria, many people know her from the January 6th committee. This is a prime target. This is one of the races we're watching to see if this is one of the first flips of the night for Democrats, or for Republicans rather, possibly.
Let's head over to North Carolina now. Another hugely competitive race there, and another newly created district, right?
That's right. North Carolina picked up a seat because of their population gains in the census. This is the 13th district. Here we have Wiley Nickel. He is winning this race. He's a former Obama staffer, 46 years old, and he's beating right now Bo Hines, who's a 25-year-old former football player. But I want to warn viewers, this is one of those races that this could very well change. In North Carolina, we believe the advanced vote, the vote before today, comes in first. So that benefits Democrats. So it's hard to say what this means, but I think Democrats are not sad to see him ahead with 54% of the vote in. Also, Bo Hines is someone, and so is Jen Kiggins in Virginia 2nd, who is some people refer to as an election denier. He is more of an outright denier than she is, but we're watching both of those races.
And yet to make a call in those we should note. Patience is key. Let's go to Florida.
Yes.
Florida's 10th congressional district, where we have been able to make a call there.
Maxwell Frost, this was not expected to be competitive. Why are we talking about this? This is a historic call right now. This is Maxwell Frost, and winning this race becomes the first member of Gen Z to become a member of Congress. He's not the only one on the ballot tonight, as we just said. There could be other winners tonight from that generation, but he is the first one. He is a progressive activist, community activist. That's how he started this. I interviewed him. He said he barely had money to eat. He's an Uber driver at one point during his campaign, and here he is now. The Associated Press has said he will be a member of Congress starting in January.
A little bit of history made in Florida. I want to stay in Florida, though, and take a closer look at that governor's race that we were able to make a call in earlier. Lisa, when you look at this, 81% of the expected vote, but of course, you look at the gap there between Ron DeSantis and Charlie Crist.
Now, again, some big cities may not have come in. So in Florida, sometimes it benefits the Republicans first, but that is still a huge margin. Obviously, the AP has seen enough.
Yes.
But let's look at exactly what's happening in Florida. This is, I think, a big story of tonight. Look at this Florida map. Again, only 80% in. But Amna, I want to point to some counties here. Look, this is Miami-Dade right here. That was a county that was blue in 2020. You know, you go up here around Orlando, you see Osceola County, also a county that was blue. Look at Jacksonville, red. Duval County, that used to be blue. Now, we'll see if perhaps some of the more urban districts come in and these flip black to blue. But this is very bad news for Democrats in a state that, if you had any doubt that Florida is now red, look at this map. And Ron DeSantis red is the color of Florida tonight.
Miami-Dade, worth pointing out, used to be a lock for Democrats. I don't think Republicans have won it in 20 years.
You're so good with those facts.
I mean, every now and again. Every now and again. Judy, back to you.
Thank you both. So interesting what we're seeing in the state of Florida. And again, they are counting their votes speedily in Florida, helping us get some results there, I think probably earlier than we expected. We do have another call to make in the state of New Hampshire. This is a hold for the Republicans. Chris Sununu, yet another son of or daughter of a governor, has been reelected. In this case, Chris Sununu, son of the former governor, Jon Sununu. He has defeated, according to the Associated Press, Tom Sherman, the Democrat. So let's check in now with our panel. I think we have enough more information to sort of chew over, if you will. Gary Abernathy, I mean, I think several of you have weighed in on Florida. I mean, this is an example of a state that is hugely consequential in presidential years.
Yeah, and I have Republicans are telling me that you know, what we saw in Florida, really a wider margin than a lot of people thought for DeSantis and also for Rubio, is going to play out in a lot of places across the country. It represents a kind of a Latino movement toward the GOP, and more specifically, a Latino Catholic movement that they think we're going to see replicated in different parts of the country tonight.
And David, you mentioned earlier in the evening that you're looking at what happens with the Latino vote in this election.
Yeah, we always have to say there's no monolithic Latino vote.
I know, there's no monolithic.
But so it could be different in Miami-Dade, really swung one way. It could be different California Latinos. I think that's too soon to tell. I'm sort of looking at a lot of House races. At this point, we don't have results from complete districts, so it's hard to get a flavor of the night. But I would say that if you compare to counties and districts that have reported fully in, and compare them to how those same counties did 2 years ago or 4 years ago, my general vibe so far, and again, it's early, is that the Republicans are doing well, but not spectacularly well. And that there are a lot of places in this Abigail Spanberger race in Virginia where the Democratic numbers are holding up reasonably well. I think Virginia 10, which is a sort of around here, this area, the Democrats are maybe not going to have a spectacular night, but so far, at whatever time it is, it doesn't appear to be a rout.
Roughly 8:40 in the East, but my watch gets to be slow every couple of days.
I mean, that's,
Amy, what do you say?
I've been writing about this for a while, this idea about whether we are in an era where we just don't see the same sort of landslides, or Fez called it the bottom dropping out. You know, all of us have been through enough midterm elections where it feels, you know, by this time at night, you're seeing the signs all across the country of the party that's out of power. Their voters just didn't show up, or independents are breaking by such a wide margin that it's pretty clear at this point. Right now, again, it's still very early in so many of the states we need to have done in order to understand where we're going to go for control are either west of the Mississippi, or we know they're going to take some time. The other thing that I've been watching very closely is this question about how well Democratic incumbents are going to be able to outrun an unpopular president. In normal, our traditional times, it's very hard to do, you know, more than 4, 5, 6 points ahead of the president. But what I started to notice early in the cycle was that there was a group of voters, maybe 10% of voters, who said they disapproved of Biden, but only somewhat. You can categorize them, pollsters categorize, are you very disapproving or somewhat? And those voters were actually supporting Democrats, and they continue to be. So in 2018, Democrats won over those who only somewhat disapproved of Donald Trump, 60% to 36%. Right now, Democrats are actually winning over, barely, but winning over those somewhat disapprovers of this president by 3 points, 47 to 44%. So
you call them meh voters.
Yeah, they're like I don't really like Biden so much. But this was always the question, right? Which was going to be the bigger force pulling this election? Opinions about the Republican candidate, who maybe they didn't really like very much, or had some views or positions that were really outside of the mainstream, or was it going to be opinions about the president, which is normally what drives these elections?
Mark Short, how much have Republicans in this cycle been counting on the president's relatively low approval rating to be a boost?
Well, I think it has been, but I think you can't disqualify what sort of quality candidate Republicans put forward. So if you're looking, as we said, in Florida, you see Rubio basically having the same numbers as DeSantis. I think it's a surprise for a lot of us who thought the Rubio-Demings race was going to be close. But that would suggest a big Republican surge across Florida. In Georgia, right now, Brian Kemp is out polling Herschel Walker 9 or 10 points. And I think that what you would say, I saw a very well publicized focus group down there of voters who were Trump voters in 16 and Biden voters in 20 in Georgia. And of that group of 10, all 10 were voting for Brian Kemp, but 9 of 10 were voting for Warnock. And I think that that's a reflection that, yeah, the tide is in our favor, but you also need to run a competent campaign.
You want to weigh in, Perry?
Just a couple of results we had earlier that I think are worth noting. Wes Moore will be the third African-American elected governor of a state. With still, all three men so far. Stacey Abrams looks like she's not going to win tonight, but it's still notable that Wes Moore, historic figure in that sense. Second, Governor Pritzker in Illinois. He's went to New Hampshire. He's, I think, went to another state this early. He is definitely, if Joe Biden says he's not running, Pritzker will be announcing president maybe the next day. He's very interested. He's one of the people who's, Buttigieg, I think, is making that wave. So it's worth watching tonight which Democrats are keeping the door open in case Joe Biden says he doesn't want to run for president. And the third point, Maxwell Frost is a 20-something in Florida who won. I think Lisa mentioned him. Watch for him. I think he's going to be somebody who's maybe not, as left as AOC, but activist, interesting, somebody who I think is going to make a name for themselves, who I think is going to be an interesting member from a different generation, who will bring a different sensibility to Congress. I think I'll watch for him, no matter if they're the majority or the minority. I think he'll be a figure to watch either way.
On Maxwell, he's Afro-Cuban who will be, or Afro-Latino who will be, and was endorsed by Senator Sanders. Going to be the Florida Democratic Party needs to be fully retooled. I mean, you got to go back to the drawing board. I was somebody who used to work for Senator Bob Graham. There's an old
You said the Florida Democratic
Party. I mean, we just got to go back, clear the slate. Right. Maxwell's got to be a core part of it, a young, future leader of that state. But also going back to the issues that used to demarcate somebody like a Bob Graham winning that state, thinking about being protectors of Medicare. Oh, one other point that we're going to be watching as the results come through is abortion and the role that it will have in voter behavior. I'm watching Kentucky. Kentucky, you've got a state that just voted. You reported it. Rand Paul wins. Right. There's a ballot initiative in that state. The ballot initiative that wants to overturn, and end abortion rights, I think we'll see at the end of the day, but it's on a path to lose by a large margin in Kentucky. What does that tell you about voter behavior, right? If we put up abortion as an issue, as somebody's abortion rights issue, all across the country, I think voters want to protect Roe v. Wade. They want to protect abortion rights. But we got to speak to voter behavior that also says, okay, if you stand with us on abortion, we also have to speak to you on other economic issues. Because certainly in a place like Kentucky, it wasn't enough that merely they agreed with the Democratic candidate on abortion. That you had to make a case on economic issues about the distinctions with the Republican. In addition, because a lot of those voters say, hey, I'm with you on this issue, but clearly I'm voting against you as a Democrat for other reasons. And I would argue that a lot of those are economic, class-based issues, and I think that, that's one takeaway in the early going here that I will continue to beat the drum on.
Yeah, I was struck when I spoke with Speaker Pelosi earlier this evening when I asked her about the criticism that Democratic candidates have not addressed the criticism about inflation and crime, and her answer was she believes that they are focusing on these.
The hardest part of this, Judy, is you head into a conflict, and you have to embrace conflict. Joe Biden is a wonderful peacemaker. He's somebody who brings people together. But in this fight over inflation, I think part of the element that you have to take on is corporate pricing and the corporate power over the consumer and the way in that they have jacked up prices and reported record profits, not just profits, but incredible record profits during the last year. And you got to have some kind of conflict, or windfall profits tax or something, and it upsets people. Right? You're going to see some reactions, right? And now you're getting at the emotion of the issue. When you start to see reactions from people, you get the emotion of this.
And I see Mark Short smiling.
Well, I mean, the reality is they did propose a windfall profits tax just a couple of weeks ago.
Days ago.
And the reality is that Democrat spending has been over the cliff. I mean, we've had record amounts of economic spending, which has created inflation. So yeah, inflation was on the ballot because of the out-of-control spending habits of the Democrat Party.
Is a narrative that the Democrats are prepared to take on corporate excess and impose this windfall profits tax? I think, have we had that debate, I think that would have been a really good one to have. I do think that many of these undecided voters will still fall on the Democratic side because they know that the Republican choice is to just stand in lockstep with a lot of those actors and blame Democrats for inflation while not offering any solutions of their own. So I think some of those are rational thinkers.
Solution: stop spending.
That's the solution.
That's the solution to helping control inflation.
We will definitely come back to this. Meantime, Amna Nawaz is at another part of our studio right now, talking to one of the public media state reporters stationed across the country. Amna.
That's right, Judy. We are keeping a close eye on Georgia tonight. Democrat Stacey Abrams is in a rematch with incumbent Republican Governor Brian Kemp, and the Senate race pits Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock against Republican and former NFL player Herschel Walker. Now, Walker, you'll remember, came under increased scrutiny in recent weeks after two women said that he pressured them to have abortions and paid for the procedures. Walker has campaigned on an anti-abortion stance. For more on all of this, I want to turn now to two of our friends from Georgia Public Broadcasting. They're both reporters there in Atlanta. Donna Lowry is at Walker's watch party. Stephen Fowler is at Senator Warnock's event. And welcome to you both. Thanks so much for joining us. So, Stephen, let's start with you. Just give us the lay of the land, what you're hearing so far. We've got some results coming in, have not been able to make a call in this Senate race. What are you hearing on the ground there at Senator Warnock's campaign?
Well, Amna, here at the Democratic headquarters of Senator Raphael Warnock, the mood is cautiously optimistic. There have been results coming in. Warnock is doing very well in the state's Democratic bastions, actually running ahead of Democratic governor nominee Stacey Abrams. And in many cases, you're seeing record turnout in these counties. So we've got more than 1 million or so early votes that have come in, and people are still waiting. But a good thing for Democrats is that Fulton County, where Atlanta's located, uploaded all of their early voting totals first. So Warnock started the night with a lead, and the question is if that lead will hold when all the votes are counted.
And we're seeing right there, Donna, some of those early results coming in again. We've not been able to make a call in this race yet, but it will be tight. We do expect it to be. What are you hearing from folks on the ground where you are at Walker's event?
They remain very hopeful. There's been a lot of movement in this campaign in the last few weeks. Of course, it's a virtual dead heat. We were hearing from the polls. So his supporters are very hopeful that they can pull something out, that they can even coming into tonight go over that threshold of 50%, going over 50%. There have been the negatives that you've mentioned about Herschel Walker. He has spent the last few weeks appealing to just his base on those issues and talking about redemption. That has seemed to work for him. And the other thing that's happened is he is endorsed by former President Donald Trump, and Trump has not come by at all to campaign for him in Georgia in these last few weeks. That is a feeling that they were trying to appeal to some of the more moderate Republicans, and there was the belief that that may work for him. We'll still have to see, of course.
Donna, you mentioned that 50% threshold. We should point out to folks, if no candidate reaches that, this will go to a runoff. We wouldn't have that until the first week of December 8th. Is Walker's campaign worried about that runoff?
Yeah, no, they aren't. They feel like it'll be good for them. One of the interesting things is, his background is that he comes from the University of Georgia, Heisman Trophy winner, very popular in this state as a sports star. The championship, the SEC championship, it would be right before that runoff. So there has even been talk about the fact that that would be something in his favor. So that SEC championship is the Saturday before the Tuesday of the runoff. So like I said, a lot of hope. There was, he was far away from Warnock for a while in terms of the polls, and they have recently come to almost neck and neck. And so a lot of hope in this camp tonight.
And Stephen, in just a few seconds that we have left, there was a lot of early voting, enormous early voting in this race. Who does that favor?
Well, typically early voting does favor Republicans in Georgia, but post-pandemic and with Georgia's voting laws changing, Democrats hope that they have the advantage in early voting in an election that could see most of the votes cast before Election Day.
That is Stephen Fowler and Donna Lowry from Georgia Public Broadcasting joining us tonight. My thanks to you both. And Ohio also has a very tight Senate race between Democratic Congressman Tim Ryan and Republican J.D. Vance. Let's go now to reporter Karen Kassler with the State House News Bureau in Ohio. She's joining us from Columbus tonight. Karen, good to see you. Thanks for being with us. Let's talk about that Senate race between Tim Ryan and J.D. Vance. We've seen folks, and especially Republicans in Ohio, saying it's a red state getting redder. Is that what you're seeing in the race so far?
Well, so far, definitely in the governor's race, in the race with Mike DeWine, the incumbent Republican, versus Nan Whaley, the Democratic challenger, that race was called almost immediately after the polls closed at 7:30 with DeWine as the winner. And we're expecting that to follow. In the last couple of midterm election cycles, Republicans have won, and they've done well in these five executive statewide offices. But you're right, that Senate race is really interesting here to watch, because in the early returns right now, which we're seeing early voting, we've had almost a month of early voting in Ohio, and right now Democratic Congressman Tim Ryan is leading Republican challenger J.D. Vance by about 10 points. Well, no, I guess it's about, a little over 10 points right now.
It's a little over 10 points right now. It's still being counted. We should also note the AP has not made a call in that DeWine race just yet. But Karen, when you look at the top issues, we should point out the Republican candidate in the Senate race here, J.D. Vance, is a Trump-backed candidate. He has repeated some of the election denialism of former President Trump. How does that resonate with voters on the ground? Is that going to mobilize them in a midterm?
Well, let me correct myself really quickly that in the early results, Tim Ryan is leading J.D. Vance by 6 points, but still, that's considered significant here. And I think that the way that Ryan has been campaigning has been really interesting to watch. He's been trying to go after a lot of the same voters that J.D. Vance was going after, moderates, Trump Republicans, but also blue-collar Democrats, many of whom did vote for Donald Trump in 2016 and 2020. And it would be significant if Tim Ryan were to win, because Trump did carry Ohio by 8 points in 2016 and 2020. So this would be a big shift from 2020. But also remember that Sherrod Brown, Ohio's other senator, is also a Democrat. He and Tim Ryan have a similar campaigning style. And I think that a lot of people have noticed that during this campaign.
Some key races there tonight we will be watching. Karen Kassler from State House News joining us tonight from Columbus, Ohio. Thank you so much.
Great to be here.
Thank you, Amna, and thank you to our public media reporters across the country. We do have 2 more calls to make, thanks to the Associated Press, both governor calls in the state of South Carolina. The Republican governor is going to be returning. He is Henry McMaster, defeating a former Democratic Congressman, Joe Cunningham. Again, this is their AP making this call with 24% of the expected vote in. And one other governor call to make in the state of Rhode Island, a pretty blue state, although I know we're watching a House race in Rhode Island, but it is a hold for the Democrats. Governor Daniel McKee running for his first full term after taking over for Gina Raimondo, who was named by President Biden to be his Secretary of Commerce, defeating Ashley Kalus. So we have a couple of governor calls. Amy Walter, what are you seeing? You are bent over your computer.
I know, I'm trying to
I want
see
you to
if we
tell me
can
what
get
you know in the next 30 seconds.
I think it's also important looking at some of these governor's races that we called earlier when we had Illinois, Massachusetts, and Maryland. Those were all places, too, where Donald Trump endorsed the Republican candidate, or in some cases where the Democrat tried to get the more conservative candidate through the primary. So supporting those candidates through outside groups to ensure they were running against, a candidate that was considered less likely to win. And in this case, it actually paid off.
And that's something we're going to keep watching. And we're going to take a short break now. Some of our PBS stations will be bringing you more local results, but we'll be back in a minute.
On this election night, we'll be hearing from a few lawmakers who'll be leaving Capitol Hill at the end of this year. Lisa Desjardins has the first in her series, Leaving Congress.
Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Beutler represents Washington's 3rd congressional district. She lost a close primary and she leaves office after 6 terms in Congress. Congresswoman Herrera Beutler, there is a different kind of tension, I think, that was there before, but how is that atmosphere actually working behind the scenes, both within the Republican Party and in general?
I would
say across Congress, there still are a majority of people who do want to work together. It just doesn't make the news. What makes the news, what's clickbait, are the small but very vocal extremes on both sides. But one of the things I'm most proud of, and there's a few things, but I'm a member of the Bipartisan Problem Solvers Caucus. It's an equally split caucus of Republicans and Democrats. And these are where the meat of Congress are. These are the folks who work their tails off to pass legislation, to move the regulations, to get things done for folks at home. But I would bet most of your viewers couldn't name even a small fraction of the folks in that caucus. So some of it is, I think, the more obnoxious and loud you are, the more viewership and more TV time you get, and it rewards bad behavior. But I would still argue that a majority of the folks who are here represent their districts really well and work their tails off. It's one of those, it's such a weird dichotomy. What people see Congress is and what it is for your time spent here, it doesn't always line up.
Are you concerned about the future? What do you say to people who are concerned?
There's no doubt that there is a high level of anxiety. And you look over just the last 10 years and you see financial collapse, you see, COVID, you see disputed elections, right? You see all this stuff that we just wouldn't have been on anybody's radar. And it has caused you see, war. And you see a high level of anxiety in people, and that anxiety, I think, produces fear and can produce anger. And so one of the things as I've sought to lead through this time, what's important when people are fearful and they're angry, what do they need to see from their leaders? I think they need to see the truth. I think they need to see people making hard decisions. It doesn't mean you always have to be right. That's what's been so amazing to me is nobody can make the right decision 100% of the time. But if they know they can trust you because you're going to have integrity and they know you're going to work on their behalf, that instills some confidence in people.
Are you personally concerned? Where are you right now?
We will get through this. This democracy will hold. I think the brighter days for this country continue to be ahead of us. And I have that confidence because when I'm at home and when I talk to people, when I meet with folks, when I see people doing amazing things, extraordinary things in very ordinary circumstances, I know that this democracy is going to continue to shine, but it's going to take a lot of work. There's no doubt about it.
Welcome back to our live election coverage. At this hour, 9 o'clock in the East, the polls have closed in another 15 states, and we now know the winners in some of the races in those states. These calls come from the Associated Press, and let's run down what we know right now. In Kansas, Jerry Moran, the AP says he has won re-election, easily winning a third term against Kansas City Mayor Mark Holland. In North Dakota, John Hoeven also returning to the Senate, this for his third term. We would point out he's had 75% of the vote or more the last two times. In the state of New York, Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, winning easily. The polls have just closed in New York. Chuck Schumer comes back for his fifth term in the upper chamber. And finally, South Dakota. Another member of leadership, John Thune, who has been the minority whip in the Senate, number two to the leader in the Senate, and Mitch McConnell, brain freeze, sorry. He will, John Thune, be returning for his fourth term in the United States Senate. Sorry about that. Let's look at that. None of these are a surprise, David Brooks, and yet the numbers are piling up. We have a little more information about what the next Senate's going to look like.
A little.
A little.
We know it's going to be closely divided.
Yes.
In New Hampshire, only about 20% in, but it's looking pretty good for Maggie Hassan, the Democrat. Again, we have to say that these are all very preliminary, but New Hampshire's trending a little more Democratic than maybe some people had thought. Florida trending a little more Republican. Way many hours ago when we first started talking, I talked about the college education divide.
You did.
And New Hampshire's a pretty educated state. Florida's much more diverse on educational grounds. So we could be seeing that show up, that Democrats are doing well where people have those college degrees.
And Gary Abernathy, how do you see this? I mean, again, these numbers are not a surprise, these winners?
No, not what we've reported so far. On the Ohio race, going back to the report a few minutes ago about Ryan being in the lead right now, again, I think most of those are still early votes, which are going to favor him. However, you know, a 6 to 8 point lead or something is significant. And a lot of Republicans were never happy with J.D. Vance either in his campaign. They weren't happy that he got the Trump endorsement. They weren't happy that he won the crowded primary of 6 or 7 candidates. Never really got enthused about him, and have agreed by and large that if someone won based on running the best campaign, Tim Ryan ran a tremendous campaign. He was more energetic. He had the better ads. He raised more money. But it still may be a year where just because of the landscape, just because of what's happening tonight overall, JD still pulls it out by a couple of points when all the votes end up being counted tonight.
Shakir, you're nodding your head.
Right. I mean, he would need a huge turnout in Cuyahoga. I don't know if he'll get it, but certainly if you look at Tim Ryan's campaign, he ran very aggressively on economic. He distinguished himself, quite frankly, as a Senate candidate among this field, saying, I'm talking about trade deals, I'm talking about labor in America, I'm talking about union jobs, and I'm talking about corporate taxation.
I agree with Trump on trade.
Yeah, in fact, going there, yeah, and that had blue-collar appeal, and the question is how much? Was it enough? Can you turn some of these areas of rural Ohio, because you'd have to overperform places. But what we definitely know is he overperformed the Democrat, basically any Democrat. I don't know if Tim Ryan couldn't win, I'm not sure any Democrat could have won it, and just worth listening to the way in which he campaigned and made the economy.
And one quick point on Mike DeWine winning big tonight. DeWine only got like 48% in the Republican primary. That's just an interesting point of how well he's drawing from independents and Democrats.
Yeah, I don't know that we've called that race yet, but I think he's. But you're based on what you're seeing. I mean, nobody will be surprised if he wins. Amy.
Justin, you know, this is feeling very status quo right now. And again, it's early, but it does feel as if we are kind of in the place we have been for these last 4 or 5 years, where you just see, in some cases, that predictable things are happening. But if we're looking for a wave of some sort, it does have to be New Hampshire. Senator Hassan would be trailing at this point, or people would be writing in to us saying the numbers aren't looking great for Democrats in New Hampshire. We're not hearing that right now. It also suggests that actually the polling was, at least up at this point, pretty accurate. The polling had her ahead, but again, we don't have the final numbers yet, but there was a sense that the ground had shifted and Republicans feeling much more optimistic about it. So again, early, but this is kind of in line with where things had been or where they had been expected to be based on what we knew about those states going into it.
And having said that, Mark Short, Republicans were putting a lot of money into Don Bolduc's campaign in the last few weeks, thinking they saw an opening there.
Sure. I think that their belief is that Hassan is not as strong of an incumbent, perhaps. But as we were just talking about before, I think the issue set was favored Republicans. I think we got a lot of low-hanging fruit in 2020 in the House races, which kept the ceiling kind of low on what you could get. But candidates ultimately matter. And I think our concern going into the night was whether or not we would leave points on the board with some of the candidates we had running statewide. And perhaps, you know, it's still early, but perhaps that may be the lesson you come out of this, is to say the issue set was on your side. You won a lot of seats, which we should be happy with. But perhaps there were some opportunities missed too.
Well, we want to continue this conversation.
One race that has been called is not a Senate race or House or Senate or governor race, is Marjorie Taylor Greene won re-election.
Yes.
Not surprising, but she's one of the most prominent, popular in the Republican Party, and bad, normatively, I would argue, figures in politics. And I think she's going to be more famous and more influential than most of we talked about tonight. And if the Republicans have the majority in the House, I think she's going to be a very important figure, and people like her will be a very important figure in how the Republican leadership leads, and probably leads more in terms of trying to investigate Biden than governing, is my sense of it.
Yeah, even she's the one who's talked about impeaching.
Yes, Biden at the very beginning, right.
President Biden. All right, we do have a few governor's races to call. This is, again, the Associated Press. These are states where the polls have just closed. In the state of Wyoming, the winner is Republican Mark Gordon, one of the most solidly Republican states in the country. He has defeated military veteran Teresa Livingston. And that is not a surprise, but we want to share with you what the AP is calling. And here in the state of Iowa, Kim Reynolds running for governor re-election as governor, and the AP has declared, just as the polls close in Iowa, that she will win a second full term, challenged by Deirdre DeGear. Again, not a surprise. That's a Republican, has been a Republican state, and we'll continue to look at a Senate race there, Chuck Grassley. And here another governor call, Kay Ivey winning re-election in the state of Alabama. She, I believe this is her second term, defeating the Democrat Yolanda Flowers. And then one other governor race to call, and we were just talking about this one. Gary Abernathy mentioned this. Mike DeWine, popular Republican governor, right now with, is it 38% of the expected vote in, DeWine running well ahead of Nan Whaley, a mayor yes, thank you very much. Nan Whaley, and that race has already been called just as the polls have closed, or actually an hour after the polls closed in Ohio. So let's talk about some of that. I want to come back to you because I sort of abruptly cut you off, Perry Bacon. But when we look at a state, we've been talking about Ohio, and we've been talking about whether the shifting dynamics in these states. What do Democrats need to do in order to turn some of these, not just suburbs, blue-collar voters and others that have been, frankly, smiling on the Republicans?
If I knew that, I'd probably be making a lot more money than that, and not sitting in this panel, but advising. But I think the answer is I'm not sure, because I think it's not necessarily a Democratic problem. I think it's that what Trump has done has inspired and engaged a lot of Republican voters. The kind of Republicanism, the Mitt Romney form of Republicanism, I might have preferred, Dave Brooks might have preferred, but I think what you're seeing in these rural areas in much of Ohio, Latino communities in Florida, is that Trumpism is popular. So I'm not exactly sure. I think some running like the way Tim Ryan is running, focusing more on populism, is better than talking about necessarily other issues. But I still think at the end of the day, it's going to be hard for Tim Ryan to win. I'll be curious about tonight, but in general, I think the Republican Party is effective, is what I think is, and I think it's like understated. A lot of us on this panel may not like where Republicanism is going, but I think it is connected with people in a way that the McCain, Romney, sort of boring kind did not.
And this is a global thing. The British Conservative Party, in France, the right, all the parties that used to be the rich people party are now the working class party. And so when you've got a global trend, you have to think it has to be something fundamental that's happening across the world to different degrees. And we've had a good colloquy over here about whether a kind of Bernie Sanders economic populism would work. And I think it's definitely worth giving a shot, because the Democratic Party has to get the working class. But it could just be, if you look at corporate America, the CEOs of corporate America are not Trump supporters. And it could be that we are just seeing a fundamental inversion where a lot of corporations, especially those coastal information age corporations, are primarily Democrats. And that's what the Democratic Party is. And so it becomes harder, I would think, for the Democrats to go after the corporations the way a lot of the working class people would want them to.
Well, jump off that point, David. You know that one of the things we'll learn about the exit polls is 70% of the country thinks that the country's on the wrong track. There's populists. If you look at dissect that, there's people who are angry. They're dissatisfied. They're frustrated. And you have to tap and understand the emotion to begin with any analysis. Why are people frustrated? And then when we get into that emotion, we want to channel that frustration into a populist rage that is good, not destructive, not turning us against one another, not beating up on each other because of our color of our skin or our different religions or what have you. We want to turn that populism into, let's expand Medicare. Let's build more rural hospitals. Let's tax CEOs and close the worker to CEO gap. Let's build more trade unions in America. That is the fight that I think we're in. Do you channel populism that is honestly and truly felt in the right direction, or let it go in the wrong one?
Mark Short.
I agree with a lot of his comments, that I think the reality is the Democrats did put a lot of weight into a pro-abortion message. They spent $400 million on that message. It was not connected to an economic message. And I think that the pro-democracy message, our democracy is always fragile. Every election cycle is fragile. I think Joe Biden's message would resonate better if actually there was a little more reflection to say, you know what, did anybody call out Stacey Abrams for 4 years of denying elections? Anybody call out 35 House Democrats who voted against certification of Republicans the last 3 presidential cycles when Republicans won? Has anybody called them out for saying it's Jim Crow 2.0 in Georgia when there's record African-American turnout? So I think the Democrats weren't focused on the economic issues that were resonating with the Republican message this cycle.
Right, well, Republicans are just benefiting from the fact that they aren't in power. I would say if you connect this to the populist rage, there's understandable anger around, does government even work for me? And that's what we're fighting for. So if you're a Democrat running for office, you're actually trying to make the argument that government functions. So this fight over democracy is much deeper than, do the institutions work or not? It's, does competent governance work or not? Can they even trust that you're going to be able to do the things we do? And Biden has been making an effective case for competent governance. But now you got to translate that into emotion in a campaign cycle. You've got to give people a sense of what the fight is truly about.
And you're saying,
that's what we miss.
And you're saying that wasn't done.
Yeah, it was very a peaceable campaign, if you will.
I think there's national exit polling out there today showing that about 70% of voters agree that democracy is under threat. Equal number of Republicans blame the Democrats as Democrats blame the Republicans. So we're speaking 2 different languages. But you also can't just ignore basic problems everybody can see. One reason for Latino movement toward the GOP is they don't like what's happening at the border. Mm-hmm. They want law and order. And when the Biden administration claims the border is not open, the border is closed and secure, and people can see with their own eyes it's not, that's not going to be a winning message.
Amy, would you like to
weigh in on where the country goes with this?
Well,
it feels like we've been having
Democrats,
but it's been the challenge, actually, election after election after election, this deep-seated frustration with the fact that not only is government failing to work, but most institutions that at one point at least stood up for something are failing, and failing people who needed them. What I also find fascinating is we have this time, again, so much tumult we've been through when those governors who are up for re-election this year, so much tumult they've been through. The pandemic, all of the after January 6th, et cetera, and the economy and public safety. You're not seeing any governors lose right now, which is also kind of interesting. All of them were criticized in different ways about how they did or didn't react. We haven't had a lot of the competitive races quite yet.
No.
But I think the fact that we are having both an incredibly deep and important debate here, while we're not seeing big shifts in movement in terms of how voters are turning out overwhelming, saying, that's right, I'm sick of it completely. And I'm going to throw, even though maybe I identify with the Democrat, even though Democratic Party is with me, I'm going to go vote for that Republican, or vice versa.
Go ahead, David.
Well, one 30-second point. One of the big mysteries to me over the last 5 years, I had the formula in my head: if politicians provide benefits, then they get votes. And over the last 3 years, federal officials of both parties have provided trillions and trillions of dollars in benefits. Yeah. And as far as I can tell, they haven't received any benefits, and that's true for Republicans as well as Democrats. Yeah. So we almost might be in a place where people are so cynical, they'll punish if you're bad, but they won't reward you if you're good. Mm. It's just a weird phenomenon.
And you've talked about it on the news.
If you ask voters, if you want to ask a question to people to figure out who they're going to vote for, ask them, do you support or oppose the Black Lives Matter movement? So I disagree with a lot of what I heard down there about the economics. Minimum wage voters are on both sides of it, whether you support that or not. But I think politics is about these sort of core culture questions of culture, race, identity, gender, and I think that's why we have sort of almost 2 Americas now, where we have Texas and California have very different laws, and I don't think it's easy for anybody to bridge that gap because I don't think it's about economics. Joe Biden has tried to be unifying. He's tried to focus. We may not like his economic policies, but he's tried to do a lot of economic policies, and they haven't really shifted much of the electorate because I think the electorate is divided on these other kinds of issues: abortion, transgender rights, those kinds of issues.
So how do Democrats talk about those things then?
I don't think they're going to be able to out oppose abortion or out oppose. So I think, how do Republicans win California? I mean, we have 2 parties at parity, so I'm leery of saying that one of them has a problem because neither one of them is winning. Like if Democrats lose tonight, I still think I'd rather be Joe Biden than Donald Trump in 2024. So I don't think either party is really dominating the other in any real way.
I see a lot of Republicans trying to play on the social and cultural issues that Perry is raising to political effect. You look at Ron DeSantis' politicizing of immigration and a whole host of other terrible acts that have occurred because they think they could be political winners. And my argument back to Perry on this issue is that when you look at the economic issues we're talking about, minimum wage and trade unionization, expanding Medicare, windfall profits tax, they are vast majority of support. So I'd rather play, my argument is, I'd rather play on that terrain and let everybody know that our brand, the Democratic brand, is fighting for these issues that have 60, 65, 70, 75% approval. And that's what you're definitely going to hear from us, while not sacrificing a moment on being for social, cultural cohesiveness and solidarity.
Even if you're saying this is a bad night for Democrats, and we don't know yet.
Oh, the argument I'm making, I think it will be a good, a fine enough turnout, and we'll see at the end of the day. But the argument we're making is, what's the persuasion argument? Judy, how do you move this electorate? In the next cycle, when we go forward, how do you get that next 5%?
I don't disagree with you. I just think if the Democratic candidate talks about economic issues, the Republican candidate talks about other things, policing, crime. Policing and crime have worked very effectively tonight, and the Democratic candidates are not. I don't think you can say the minimum wage is going to go up. Is going to go up. That's not
my response
working.
to you, I agree with you, Perry. My response to you is that because you're not animating the fight against CEOs, the Davis point. Okay. Because we're not picking that fight. We're not here going up against Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos. That's not what's animated for people. So because it's not animated, what is animated? Ron DeSantis sent a plane of immigrants into Martha's Vineyard. That's what's animated.
This is a great microcosm of the debate, especially in the Democratic Party.
Exactly what I was
enjoying this.
What's going on inside the Democratic Party? In a minute, we'll talk about what's going on inside the Republican Party. But in the meantime, let's go to one of our correspondents, Stephanie Sy, who is in Maricopa County, Arizona, a state we are watching very closely tonight. She has spent a big chunk of today talking with voters. Stephanie, what are you seeing there now?
Well, first of all, polls closed here about 20 minutes ago, Judy. Anyone still in line will be able to cast their vote per Arizona law. I also just want to describe what's happening around me and why it's so noisy. There is a sheriff's helicopter that is circling around us. We're at the Maricopa County Elections Office. Just in the last 20 minutes, we've seen an increased presence of uniformed sheriff's deputies around the voting center. I'm going to talk to the sheriff in just a little bit and ask him if that's in response to anything specific or just part of the protocol he had planned as polls close here. We are also where all of the votes end up. This is the main tabulation center for Maricopa County, the largest county in Arizona, where more than 50% of voters cast their ballots and reside. All of the data from the different voting centers, and there are more than 200 of those in this county, will end up here, and will also be at the tabulation center later. I also want to share some breaking news with you. You may have heard that just in the last 2 hours, Republican attorneys, including for Blake Masters, who was running against Democrat Mark Kelly for the Senate seat, and a lawyer for Carrie Lake's campaign, as she is the GOP nominee for governor, filed an emergency motion with a municipal judge to try and get Maricopa County to extend its voting hours by 3 hours. We have learned just at the top of the hour that the judge has rejected that motion. And I will actually quote where he said, "The court does not have any evidence that a voter was precluded the right to vote." This whole lawsuit came as a result, Judy, of these problems with the tabulation machines that we were talking about earlier. And I'll just remind viewers that there were about 60 voting centers out of those more than 200 in Maricopa County where there was a faulty tabulation machine. And what it really turned out to be was a problem with the printers. And so the printers were not able to feed the tabulation machines dark enough ink. And so they had to send out technicians and reset the printers. And about half of those were corrected by the end of the night. But it has led to a great deal of misinformation, including by elected officials and former President Trump, who suggested that these problems mostly occurred in more conservative-leaning voter areas. And I can at least debunk that right now and say that at least a couple of these problems with tabulation tabulation machines occurred right in downtown Phoenix, which tends to be a Democratic stronghold. We will start to get results within the hour, and that will be the initial results from the early ballots that were cast before November 5th. There are a lot of those ballots. There are more than 1.5 million of early ballots. We will see that first tranche of results within the hour. Judy?
Stephanie, thank you so much for bringing us up to date on all this. So it does sound as if there has been a delay because of this glitch, as you described, with the printers printing out the results. But it sounds as if the judge has not, from what you reported, the judge did not agree to extend voting hours. Just clarifying all that.
Yeah, that's correct. And I should also add that the Maricopa County recorder, who is a Republican and runs elections here in this county, says that he promises every single vote will be tabulated. But I think now would be also a good time to remind voters that per Arizona law, just like in Pennsylvania, like Jeff has been reporting, it's going to take some time for them to count all of these votes. For example, they don't even start processing the drop-off ballots from today until tomorrow. And as you know, these top key races are so tight, as we understand from the polling, that it's highly unlikely we'll see clear winners in some of these key races, and certainly not final results until the end of the week. The Maricopa County Supervisor's chairperson says that we won't see most of the vote counted until Friday. So by Friday, they expect 98 to 99% of the vote to be counted in Maricopa County. They also said this is very normal, just given the number of people that do early voting, given the number of drop-off ballots, all of that has to be signature verified. And they said the longer it takes, the more it shows the system is actually working.
Right. Patience is the word. Tonight, it sounds like, Stephanie, not only in Pennsylvania, but also in Arizona and no doubt in other states as well. Thank you, Stephanie Tsai. We'll be coming back to you in the hours to come. Let's go now to our William Brangham, who is keeping an eye on any evidence today of any malfeasance, any interference in the election process. What are you seeing tonight, William?
Good evening, Judy. I mean, that has been the concern for months, both by federal and state officials, after we've seen all of these reports of harassment and intimidation towards election workers, threats potentially from the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security that foreign actors might try to interfere in the election. So far today, there have been no major events that have caused significant disruptions, either at the state level or at the federal level. There have been some instances, though, of sporadic instances of voter intimidation or problem with poll workers. Where Stephanie is in Arizona, there was about a dozen reported cases of voter intimidation. Several of those have been referred to law enforcement. There was a man in Wisconsin that apparently wielded a knife inside a polling station and demanded that the vote be stopped there. No one was hurt, and the man was arrested. A poll worker was found wearing a MAGA hat in Indiana, which you're not allowed to display any partisan affiliation inside the polling station, especially when you work there. So he was asked to leave. And then early this morning in Fulton County, where Atlanta is in Georgia, 2 poll workers were removed from duty because they were discovered to have been at the January 6th insurrection. It turns out that they had been there at the event, and one of the 2 had posted on social media that Mike Pence was a traitor and that the 2020 election was a sham. Certainly, again, not the kind of people you want or would trust to be running an election or helping voters cast their ballots on a day like today. But again, overall, when you think about the tens of millions of votes that have already been cast, plus all the millions of Americans who voted today, for the most part, there have not been any significant issues. Similarly, federal officials that track foreign interference and concerns about whether Russia or China or Iran, perhaps, would try to meddle in the election, again, no evidence, no reports that there have been substantive threats or attacks made on our elections infrastructure. So far, good news and uneventful night on that front.
Good news, uneventful, and as I think you're suggesting, William, it's almost to be expected that that something will happen in in a way in many polling places around the country, just by virtue of mistakes happen, and is what Stephanie's been describing is happening with the printers connected to the voting machines in Maricopa County. So we expect a few instances, but if there becomes a pattern, if it becomes widespread or seems to be part of some organized effort, that's something altogether different. All right, William Brangham, thank you, and we're going to come back to you again in the hours to come. Let's go quickly now to Pittsburgh, where we find our Jeff Bennett. Jeff, we know the polls closed at 8 o'clock Eastern. It's been about an hour and a half, so tell us about what you're hearing, what you're seeing, and what the voters have been telling you.
Well, Judy, I can tell you that Fetterman campaign officials are saying privately what they're saying publicly, that they feel good about the campaign that they've run. They feel like they got the boost that they needed as this race was tightening, starting with that key endorsement from Oprah Winfrey late last week. Of course, Oprah is responsible for Mehmet Oz's rise to fame some 20-plus years ago. Add to that the joint appearances by President Biden, former President Obama here in Pennsylvania over the weekend. And then Senator Bernie Sanders speaking at the University of Pittsburgh on John Fetterman's behalf. We happened to be at the University of Pittsburgh earlier today and spoke with some younger voters about the issues that they care most about. Take a look. So what issues do you and your friends care the most about?
That's a tough question. I'd say probably abortion rights. I think it's the right for the woman to choose. And I don't know what else.
Abortion, of course, we're talking about minimum wage as well. Yeah, definitely want to raise that, lower the taxes for sure. That would be nice. Yeah. But definitely, especially with this election, very important on the right for your body. And of course, we're all pro-choice here, and this is definitely an election that matters for sure. So yeah, so this was our main goal, like for this one, for issues covered for sure.
So I imagine that you're supporting Democrats.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. What's the level of engagement, do you think, among you and your friends here?
I'd say it's pretty high. I think that, like, especially on college campuses, everyone's going to be voting.
So that's the sort of thing that Democrats want to hear, that the level of engagement among that critical voting bloc is fairly high. But look, for all of the attention on the Fetterman race, and it gets a lot of attention for good reason, Democrats see that as really an urgent insurance policy in their hope of retaining control of the Senate. The governor's race here is particularly interesting. In texting with some Democratic strategists, they say that if you look at the 4 counties, there are 4 counties right now where there's a good chunk of the vote the same day, the in-person vote that's in Allegheny County, Philadelphia County, Cumberland County, and Washington County. Shapiro, the Democrat running for governor, is performing well ahead of Fetterman. And what that suggests to the strategists I was speaking with was that there are Republican swing voters who are breaking for Shapiro and not voting for Doug Mastriano, who is viewed by both Democrats and Republicans as being to the far right, outside of the mainstream. He is someone who has been promoting election lies. He had a role in busing people to the January 6th, to the rally on the Capitol on January 6th before the insurrection. He has advocated for a total abortion ban with no exceptions. So as that's unfolding, I'm also hearing from Democrats that as Florida looks like it's less in play for Democrats, that Pennsylvania, particularly in 2024, becomes all that more important. It becomes the hard-fought, fought-over swing state in a way that Florida used to be. That could certainly now be the case for Pennsylvania, Judy.
No question. Jeff Bennett, it's something we've been talking about here at the table with our analysts. Everybody right now is very focused on Pennsylvania. We know it's a state where more money was spent in this election cycle. I think something like $315 million going into the Fetterman, the race between Fetterman and Oz. That's one indication of just how much attention these parties are paying and how much stock they place in what happens in that race. Of course, if the Democrat wins, if Fetterman wins, that is a pickup for the Democrats, something they very much want to have just in case one of their more vulnerable Democrats running for re-election doesn't make it. But Jeff Bennett, thank you. I know you are, as we said, at Fetterman headquarters, and you'll be keeping a close eye on what they're keeping a close eye on, and that is results and trying to understand what's coming in from around the state. Jeff Bennett, thanks very much. And now let's go quickly to our own Amna Nawaz, who is speaking with one of our public media reporters. Amna.
That's right, Judy. Well, in Colorado, Democratic Senator Michael Bennet is trying to hold on to his seat by fending off Republican challenger Joe O'Dea. Caitlin Kim is with Colorado Public Radio. She's been keeping tabs on that race and others across the state. She joins us now from Denver. Caitlin, welcome, and thank you so much for being with us. So we should mention President Biden won Colorado decisively back in 2020. People seem to think it's getting bluer. So how did that impact some of those closing messages from the candidates in those key races in the Senate and for the gubernatorial race in the final days?
Well, I think one of the key messages you heard from Republican challenger Joe O'Dea was that this is actually a referendum on President Biden, as well as Democratic Senator Michael Bennet. And, his closing message was, how have you fared the last 2 years? Have you gotten better? Have you gotten worse? And this was a message that, resonated with a lot of, I think, voters here in Colorado. Whereas Bennet, his, final message was, we have been able to govern, we have been able to pass both bipartisan bills like the infrastructure bill and the gun law, as well as, partisan bills like the COVID relief package early on and the, climate and healthcare tax bill that they passed this August, that he's been able to deliver for Colorado on the needs of Colorado. He's tried to keep the message more locally focused.
We should note we're seeing some of those early results coming in now. We do not have a call in that Colorado Senate race there, but you see Bennet, the Democrat, the incumbent, with a significant lead so far, about 20 points, but only a third of votes counted so far. So it is still a little bit early. But Kate, let's talk about how people in Colorado vote. We need to note it's one of the few states where most people vote by mail. Right? Everyone is automatically, all registered voters are sent a ballot. How does that impact how votes are counted and when we will see final results?
I mean, I think, as you said, this is a, all mail ballot state. Everyone gets mailed a ballot. People can return it. People can return it, at a ballot box, mail it, or go drop it off in person. We have the second highest voter turnout participations of all the states in the country. So people do go out and vote, and they start counting, fairly early. We should be getting, more results, later on this hour. I don't know that we'll get a race called as quickly. This is a challenging, as you mentioned, a challenging environment for Joe O'Dea because the state has trended bluer. There are more registered Democrats than there are Republicans in the state. But the biggest question mark is unaffiliated voters. That they make up about 46% of all active voters in the state, and it's going to be a question of how they break.
And what are some of the key issues? Do we know among those voters? We mentioned nationwide, of course, the issue of the economy and inflation, but also abortion and women's rights have been on the ballot. Have those resonated with those voters there?
Yeah, this is something that you hear a lot. A lot of people talk about sort of the cost of living here in Colorado, the cost of gas, just cost of everything, housing, inflation. That is a major issue for voters. But a lot of voters are also bringing up things like, as you mentioned, abortion rights, access to abortion, election denialism. That is something that a lot of sort of moderate voters are not happy with the Republican Party about, as well as sort of democracy has come up surprisingly a lot in Colorado. I mean, Colorado has a very educated population, and that is something that is also going to be somewhat challenging for Joe O'Dea and the Republican message here in the state.
As we mentioned, there no call in some of those key races in Colorado, but we will be tracking them, as we know you will as well. Caitlin Kim joining us tonight from Colorado Public Radio. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Amna. Thank you, Caitlin. So good to hear from our Colorado public media reporters. We're back at the table. We're waiting for results. The polls have been closed in so many states, well over half the country. And you are all busy on your devices, laptops and the rest of it, iPhone, some of you, trying to figure out what's going on. Amy, I have to turn to you because
I have to
you often have this sort of wizard-like.
Well, here's what I've been looking at. So in the races that we have at the Cook Political Report listed as toss-ups, so those are the most competitive seats. For Republicans to have a good night, they have to win in districts that Biden carried, in many cases by double digits, or that Biden carried by 5 to 10 points. What we know historically is when you have good elections for the out party, usually even on big nights, it's hard to make that much progress into the 10 plus seats. That's where Republicans are going to need to show that they're able to, to defy history. They've got to win in these places. Now, unfortunately for all of us here on the East Coast, many of these are on the West Coast, Oregon and California, Nevada. But we're going to get a pretty good idea if they call Rhode Island in the next few, whatever, hour or
And we haven't seen
minutes.
Virginia yet.
We haven't seen Virginia yet, but those ones are much more competitive districts that we're waiting on. The Rhode Island district is one that, if you just looked at it by the numbers, you would say this is a pretty safe Democratic seat, but the Republican has run a very good campaign. The polling there showed a very, very tight race. Republicans spent heavily in that district. It's another one of those blue-collar districts that has been trending a little more Republican. You think of Rhode Island as New England and very blue, but this is the kind of place where, on a good night for Republicans, you could see that one going into
another one, Amy.
And-
Yeah, please.
Sorry.
Vaz, go ahead.
Pennsylvania 12th, which is where Summer Lee was running. In Pennsylvania, we're seeing the results come in. We haven't called it yet, but she's looking good. This is a candidate who...
Which district is this?
This is right outside of Pittsburgh.
Okay.
And so this is a candidate who was attacked mercilessly by AIPAC and a bunch of others for her, quote unquote, defunding the police and a crime message. And you would have expected that if there was a bottom dropping out, she'd be among the tops because they went very hard on crime. And she's performing well in a D plus, A district. So I think if it holds there, to the point that Amy's making, it suggests that the red wave of hoping of taking over all these suburbs isn't materializing.
Mark Short, weigh in on Amy's point about how hard it is to make to flip some of these districts where Biden ran well, and also coming back to your point earlier, candidates matter.
Candidates matter a lot. I do think Kevin McCarthy did a better job recruiting strong candidates. I think you're seeing some of those House pickups. But to Amy's point, you're probably seeing Republicans winning in seats that perhaps Biden won by 5, but not stretching it to 10, which would be kind of the red wave of 94, 2010 you would need. Still, it's a very strong night. I think it's, again, the issues were on Republican side, but candidate recruitment matters a lot.
And who didn't recruit good candidates, I think, as Mark is hinting at, is Donald Trump. It looks like J.D. Vance and Herschel Walker are underperforming the rest of the party in those states. And J.D. Vance probably looks like he will win. Herschel Walker, maybe he wins too. But it looks like if Donald Trump was not getting his thumb in the races and allowing Mitch McConnell, a much savvier person about politics, to pick the candidates, I think the Republicans are. I think you may look at tonight. Mastriano won, but also I think backed by Trump as well. So the primary. I should say. It's like he's doing poorly in the general election.
My heart stopped.
So I just think that having Donald Trump recruiting your candidates is not a good thing, and having an experience, because he's judging based on who likes him or who winked at him or who he thinks is charming, as opposed to who has the chance of getting 51% the most.
But can I raise this question? Does anybody here think that it's going to matter whether his candidates win or lose, as whether he decides to run or take a victory lap?
Of course not.
Oh, okay. Just
He's
want to be really clear about that.
Next week.
He's a humble guy. He'll have a lot of self-doubt tomorrow morning.
I mean, he couldn't even let election day. He had to try to jump into the middle of election day to announce he's going to, make a big announcement next Tuesday. He couldn't wait till tomorrow to make that, to make that announcement. But again, I think this is right. Even if some of these MAGA candidates, Trump-supported candidates, do squeak through, they shouldn't be just squeaking through. They should be winning big in this environment. And I think the whole party has to take a look at this and say, you know what? Again, I'm someone who gives Trump credit for some things. I give him credit for reviving a party that had really performed terribly in 2008 and 2012 elections. And some people said they were writing the obit. The party has to completely, do a better job of reaching out to minorities and these group and that group. Well, Trump came along and said, not really, and, won, and on a populist message, and redefined the party from the party of Reagan. I love Ronald Reagan, but it's not the party of Reagan anymore. It's the party of Trump, but it needs to be the party of Trump without Trump.
I do think, underline that I will see. If current trends continue, I think some second guessing among Republicans. You've got a president with 41, 43% approval rating. In a lot of these swing states, it's 39, 40% swing. You really should be doing very well. And in a lot of elections past, the down ballot candidates have really had trouble going too far beyond the presidential approval, and we may be seeing a lot of places where they are going on. I'm just looking at the rates, getting a feel for the night, and it's a continuation, like this Rhode Island second House which Republicans had some hope for. It doesn't look so great for them. The Virginia 7, which is Abigail Spanberger, a moderate Democrat, I think a former helicopter pilot, if I got that correctly.
CIA officer.
Oh, I'm confusing my moderate Democrat. And she seems to be, well, she's in a very close race right now. And so you're just not, it's not only candidate quality, though it is that, but it's also somehow the night and the zeitgeist.
And the other factor is that whether they squeak through, whether Herschel Walker does that, I think a couple of you have said that, or another Trump-endorsed Republican, it seems to me they are going to owe him some kind of loyalty after.
You know, it was interesting that Trump didn't really, Trump had sitting on a lot of money. He didn't give a lot of it to these candidates. There was also an interesting, I think, New York Times story a few days ago about how many billionaires in this country are giving their money to candidates. Not one, not the guy from Mar-a-Lago. He didn't give his personal money to these candidates. I think if the party and these candidates owe any debt to Trump, it's long been paid.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's...
You're telling Herschel Walker that, and Blake Masters.
I will bet on this. Maybe disagree here. If Donald Trump runs for president, I will bet on him to win the nomination over anybody else. And I think he's still the dominant figure, even if maybe he's not the best. I think the voters are still connected with him, even if maybe the strategists don't.
I didn't say what they will do. I said what they should do.
Okay, so fair enough.
I think every 4 years we have these panels, we all predict who's going to be, and we're always wrong.
We're always wrong.
Whether it was Jeb Bush who's certainly going to win in 2016, or certainly Bill Clinton was never going to win in '92. So I think it's good that we let the voters decide.
Hey, I think this is going to be the first panel that was absolutely right on every one of your predictions.
But I think Mark is saying he doesn't think Trump's going to win, necessarily.
I think that the party is shifting. I really do. I do think it's shifting a lot. And I think the other point in his announcement is, the thing we're not talking about is that he wants to get in front of any indictments that are coming, because then he can portray it as, look, they're only indicting me because I'm an announced candidate against Joe Biden.
So either Atlanta or New York or one of those, right? You want to pick one? Or?
Well, as far as the timing, we were having that conversation. I think it'll be soon. But I'm not necessarily sure it'll be a state indictment, Judy.
Yeah. All right, we are going to go now to the other part of our studio where we find Amna and Lisa looking at how the congressional map is shaping up, something we've been talking about. Amna, over to you.
That's right, Judy. Thank you. Coming up on 9:45 here on the East Coast, as I check my watch to make sure it's a good moment to take a step back, see where we stand on the balance of power in the House. Lisa, we know Republicans need to pick up 5 additional seats to win control. Where do we stand?
Look, we're starting to get some of these races. All these dots represent races that have been called. Blue for Democrat, red for Republican. You see more Republican races have been called. It doesn't really tell us exactly what's going to happen, but we are also tracking whether Republicans have picked up any seats, lost any seats. And so far tonight, we already have one pickup for Republicans by our tracking. That is in Florida. Florida is a state that gained 2 seats because of the census and the reapportionment of the congressional seats. And they have, in fact, picked up 1 net seat so far in Florida because of that process through the census.
You're paying very close attention to a few vulnerable Democrats in particular. Very, very tight races. We're going to take you first to Texas, to the 28th Congressional District. This is down along the Rio Grande Valley. It borders Mexico. Republicans have made a lot of gains in this area in recent years.
That's correct. This is majority Hispanic, Latino. This is a place that President Biden won just 2 years ago by 8 points, but that was a smaller margin than Democrats had hoped for. This is one of the top races for outside spending. You could practically, I don't know, build a dam on the Rio Grande with the amount of dollars that have been spent in this race. So let's look at the candidates and where we are right now. The incumbent in this race, here we go. Henry Cuellar, right now up ahead with 47% of the expected vote in this race, according to the Associated Press, 57% to Cassie Garcia's 43%. We still need half of the vote in on this race, but he is an incumbent that made it through a blistering primary battle, just won his primary by 1,000 votes. Interesting, both of these candidates are Mexican-American. Big difference between them. This is a member of Congress who's been in Congress almost this entire century. Cassie Garcia, a former Ted Cruz staffer. This is her first run for political office. Abortion has been an issue in Texas. He is one of the few anti-abortion Democrats, and he is fighting for his political life tonight.
We'll be tracking that race, of course. Only 47% of the expected vote in so far. They're over to Ohio now, where I think it's fair to say Democrats find themselves maybe surprised to be a bit on the defensive in this district.
That's right. This is a Democratic incumbent district. This is Toledo up here. This is a district that is primarily white, high school educated, the kind of place that we've seen former President Trump do very well. but the Republican challenger here is an election denier. And he's also had a couple of other problems throughout his campaign. But this is a place we're looking for. If there was a red tsunami, this is where we would see it. So let's look at the results here for Ohio 9. The incumbent here is Marcy Kaptur, the Democrat. She's ahead right now with more than half of the vote, according to the Associated Press, 57% to 43%. Very similar to what we saw in Texas, actually, at this moment. J.R. Majewski is someone who has, as I said, had a number of problems in the campaign, one of them being that he, on one of his sites, said he had combat experience. He is an Air Force veteran. However, it turned out he had not been in combat. So there have been a number of issues coming up in his campaign, not just the fact that he was at the January 6th rally. But this is a case of an election denier becoming a major issue in that campaign, that facet of his life. First-time candidate, right now behind.
Folks may remember him as the man who had the giant Trump lawn sign
Turned his
on
lawn into President Trump. That's
correct,
right.
correct. Let's go to Virginia now. There's another key race you're tracking there in the 7th
Here we go. Look at this race. We've been talking about it. The other panel's been talking about it. This is what's going on in Virginia 7. Right now, Republican Yesli Vega is up just by 2 points. 84% of the expected vote in. But listen, I want to tell people, I've been looking at this very closely. Here's what's happening. Prince William County is the dominant population county in this seat. And most of the vote, according to the Associated Press, about only 54% of the vote in that county, which is generally going for Spanberger right now, has yet to come in. So I think this race could flip back and forth. I want to say one thing about Virginia 7. This is the old and new Virginia. This is a district that has 3 major Civil War battlefields in it. Very historic area. But it is also one of the fastest changing places in Virginia. And you see this race a test of all of these kinds of dynamics in Virginia right now.
Fascinating dynamics at play in this and some of those other races. We'll continue to track them. Judy, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. All that information helps us understand what may be happening tonight. Thank you. Are we going to go to Laura at the White House? Let's go there. I didn't hear you. Please tell me again. We're going to Laura at the White House. Laura Barone-Lopez, you are monitoring everything at the White House, talking to folks who are talking to the president. What are they telling you?
So right now it's very quiet over here at the White House, Judy. The president is, of course, monitoring results along with a lot of his staff and those across the administration. But again, they are staying relatively quiet, especially since we haven't heard some of those big races come in yet. Now, the president today had no public events on his schedule, but he did have he did speak to radio host D.L. Hewley, who's a known comedian, and he talked specifically trying to reach black voters, which we know are a key constituency for Democrats, and whether or not they turn out in big numbers is going to be key to races in Pennsylvania, to races in Georgia, as well as Michigan and others across the country. And so that's how the president spent his the last few hours on Election Day.
And it sounds as if, well, we know they are watching this closely. Are they giving you any sense of how they see the results that are coming in, whether they are seeing any, reading the tea leaves a particular way or direction or another?
Well, ultimately, a lot of the White House aides that I've talked to are really holding out hope that the Senate stays in Democratic hands, because, again, that will determine the future of the president's agenda, whether or not he's able to pass much more than he has already in the first 2 years. We saw that President Biden tried to work across the aisle and did pass a number of bipartisan bills, including infrastructure, including a gun control bill, which was one of the first in decades that was actually bipartisan. And so if they are able to hold on to a Senate, he'd be able to get a number of his judicial nominees through. If they do lose the House, though, again, the White House is preparing extensively for the fact that investigations will be coming down. They hired over the summer, they brought on a top Veterans Affairs lawyer. They moved that Veterans Affairs lawyer, Dick Sauer, over to the White House. He's now top legal counsel here at the White House, and he's specifically preparing for the potential for investigations if the GOP takes the House.
Getting ready, just in case. All right, Laura Barone-Lopez, monitoring all going on at the White House. Thank you very much. We do have a call to make, and that is in the state of Vermont, where the polls closed a few hours ago, almost 3 hours ago. This was expected to be an easy win for the incumbent Republican, Phil Scott. He has been declared the winner by the Associated Press with 46% of the expected vote. defeating the Democrat Brenda Siegel. And I want to talk to all of you, but as I do, I'm also asking our colleagues who have control over the pictures that we're showing to look at a couple of these races where the polls have been closed for a few hours and we're watching them very closely. Ohio Senate, North Carolina Senate, Georgia Senate. Can we look at some of these latest numbers? Let's look at. All right, we're gonna bring them up in a minute, but let's talk about Ohio, Gary. Abernathy, you mentioned it a minute ago. This is Rob Portman's seat. He is stepping down, and it's J.D. Vance, the Republican, with a hearty endorsement from former President Trump, running against Congressman Tim Ryan. We're going to show those numbers in just a second.
Okay. Yeah, and from what I understand, now that the early votes been counted, the same day votes being counted, which is going to skew more Republican, and JD is taking a lead, I believe, now. Now, we'll still see, yeah, there we go.
There we go.
We'll still see how it turns out, and that's, again, he's probably going to squeak by just because of the landscape in Ohio and because of the kind of night that it's going to be. But, you know, your last report there talked about the White House preparing for investigations to come if Republicans take over the House even. To me, that would be the biggest mistake Republicans could do is there are some things worth investigating. I mean, frankly, the Hunter Biden case is really a legitimate thing to look into. But revenge investigations, constant, even talk of trying to draw up articles of impeachment, these are not the reasons Republicans are winning tonight if they do win. Voters are not asking you, please take over Congress and open a bunch of investigations. No, they want Republicans to come in and do what they've campaigned on, tackle inflation, tackle the border situation, tackle crime, tackle the economy in general, and to come and say, okay, now here's our chance to investigate the Democrats. They're going to find it's a very short span of support they have from the American people.
All right, as we let that thought settle in, let's look quickly now. We do, I believe, have the latest numbers coming in from, this is North Carolina. This is a Republican seat. The Republican candidate, Congressman Ted Budd, ahead by, 4 percentage points. This is with 69% of the expected vote in. He's running against Sherry Beasley, the former state chief Supreme Court Justice. That's where that race stands. We also can take a look at Georgia. That race has not been called yet. In the state of Georgia, and we've all been talking about that one, again, with about 2/3 of the vote in. Very close, Herschel Walker with just 50% to Raphael Warnock, the incumbent senator running for his first full term with 48%. Again, none of these races was called that we just looked at, but I wanted to give you all a sense of where they stand and see if you see something there that gives you a tea leaf, and the fact that Herschel Walker's under now I'm told Herschel Walker's under 50%. Perry Bacon, you want to?
These races were in the polls close, and they appear to be very close. I'm reluctant to say much more until I'd be very surprised. I think North Carolina has been a state that's always close, but their Democrats always lose. Obama won there in 08, and since then they've never won a statewide federal race at least, so I would be very surprised about that. Georgia, we should just keep watching, but the polls have been close, and that's where we are right now.
And these are all states, I should say, where the Republicans have put in a lot of money behind their candidates. We know that's the case in North Carolina, certainly the case in Ohio.
Have we seen anything out of Pennsylvania with numbers on?
We can look quickly. I think we've got about a minute before we go to a break. Can we look at the Pennsylvania numbers? This is John Fetterman and Mehmet Oz. This is a Senate race.
And I was told, with the early vote, before it was actually counted, but the projections were that Oz was starting from maybe 600,000 votes behind.
That's with a third, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Gary, a third of the expected vote in. Here we go. John Fetterman, the Democrat. This would be, if the Democrats win, this is a flip to the Democrats, 52% to 45%. I don't have a sense of what votes are still out.
That's right.
2/3 of them.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
What's in and where it's from.
And where it is and which county and which district and so forth. So as we think about all this and we let it settle in and we get closer to the next poll closing, we are going to say to our audience, it's time for a short break, but please don't go anywhere. You can get a popcorn or a glass of water, but don't go anywhere. More election coverage is coming right up.
Continuing her series, Leaving Congress, Lisa Desjardins speaks with another lawmaker leaving Capitol Hill at the end of this year.
Congresswoman Brenda Lawrence represents Metropolitan Detroit, and she's retiring after 4 terms in Congress. Congresswoman, you've had several careers as a manager with the Postal Service, as a mayor. Now, as you retire from this job, I wonder, how do you see the way that Congress works or doesn't work?
I think we have many challenges. Every now and then we have a breakthrough. We have a breakthrough in infrastructure. We're still fighting for voting rights. We're still fighting for the right for a woman to make decisions about her own body. You know, they say we make sausage. I can tell you we absolutely do, and it takes forever.
You know, on that note, your district was dramatically and significantly remapped. Now looking at Michigan, which will have a map with no majority Black congressional districts in it. How do you look at redistricting now and race?
The census count had a direct impact on how these seats were drawn. We in Michigan elected a commission to redraw seats and not leave that with the legislative body. We have been confronted with the consequences of the Trump administration cutting off the count. We were undercounted, which is the formula we use to draw our seats. We are confronted with the fact that our African American community voted at 15%. Am I satisfied that we don't have Black representation? Absolutely not. But in 2 years, we will have an election. And again, the people will speak.
Looking back, do you have any regrets in Congress?
Oh my goodness, no one's ever asked me that. I will tell you that learning the process of legislating, I have some very strong and good relationships across the aisle. I wish I spent more time investing in getting to know my Republican colleagues and to really have the ability to hear their position, to try to understand it, and to just form those relationships. That's the beauty of being in Congress. This is a family. We're with each other's more than we are with our own loved ones. And the diversity of us in the Democratic Party and in the Republican Party is so stimulating. And the members that I have formed a relationship with on the other side, I wish I had a larger group of them, because at the end of the day, we're human beings.
Good evening and welcome to our continuing coverage of election night midterm 2022. I'm Judy Woodruff, part of the PBS NewsHours, reporting all night long on the results coming in across the country in these crucial, critical midterm elections. The polls have now closed 10 o'clock in the East in 3 more states: Montana, Nevada, and Utah, all out west. Nevada and Utah both have Senate seats up for election this cycle, and Montana's 2 congressional seats are on the ballot. And while we wait for results for those races to come in, we do have a call to make. The Associated Press looking at the state of Colorado, where the polls closed just an hour ago. The AP says that Jared Polis has won re-election. He's the Democrat. He was being challenged by the chair of or a member, that is, of the State Board of Regents, Heidi Ganal. But Jared Polis, with 45% of the expected vote in, appears to be coasting to re-election, 61% of the vote. And while we let that number settle in and wait for some other calls to be made and other results to look at, let's go over to our Amna Nawaz talking with a public media reporter. Amna.
That's right, Judy. We're checking in with our friends over in public media stations across the country. And right now we're going to look at Wisconsin. Wisconsin Republican Senator Ron Johnson is hoping to retain his position in Congress. He faces Democrat Mandela Barnes. He's the state's current lieutenant governor. Governor Tony Evers is also in a tight race against Republican challenger Tim Michels. Now, Zach Schultz is a reporter for PBS Wisconsin. He's in Madison tonight, and he joins us now. Zach, welcome. It's good to see you. Thanks for being with us. Let's talk about that Evers race first, the governor's race. He's running for his second term. He's presented himself as a check on the Republican-led state legislature. How is that message going over with voters?
Well, I think they understand it. We've had a Republican legislature here in Wisconsin for the last decade, and with the latest redistricting cycle going through, pretty much everyone understands the Republicans will control the state house for at least the next few sessions. And so Governor Evers is the only thing standing between them and complete control, which we saw a decade under Scott Walker when he actually rattled the nation a little bit with some of the changes that he brought here, some of the protests, if you remember, way back to 2011. So there are people that understand that Evers is an important barrier to preventing all that Republican power, but Republicans say they need more change. They need to have Tim Michels come in because there's a lot of things that they still want to get accomplished with that Republican legislature.
You know, Michels made a comment in recent days that got a lot of national attention. He said something to the effect of, after I win, Republicans in Wisconsin will never lose another election. Did that have any kind of impact?
Well, it's hard to say. A lot of the messaging from the Democrats has really been focused on abortion, not elections anymore. We don't hear as much about January 6th or Donald Trump or even some of the election integrity or the conspiracy theories. But obviously there was a lot of talk, a lot of that got circulated around. It's hard to say on the ground whether that changed minds. And speaking with voters today at a number of different polling sites, that never came up. What they talked about were other issues closer to them. We saw a really high turnout on the campuses. We're just next to the University of Wisconsin-Madison campus. There were long lines of freshmen, first-time voters registering. We have same-day registration here in Wisconsin, so turnout was up considerably on campuses around the state. Overall, we heard from a lot of people saying they're just happy to come back to the polls. The number of absentee ballots has come down considerably over the last couple of elections as well.
And Zach, what about that Senate race? We know a lot of people around the country are keeping a close eye on that. It's become one of the most expensive races in this cycle. What should we know about the core messages there?
Well, right now, Ron Johnson's been running just a streamline of negative ads against Mandela Barnes, attacking him on crime, on defund the police messages. And interestingly enough, Mandela Barnes' messaging has been positive. Even up to the last weekend, watching ads, it's largely him at the ball game talking about his message for voters. He has not run that negative a campaign. And now he's running a couple points behind Governor Evers tonight so far. We're very early in the returns, but right now Evers is a couple points ahead of Mandela Barnes. So Johnson's campaign is very confident that they've got this one. He's a known closer. He did it in 2010 and 2016, both times when he thought he was left for dead, and now the polls show him with the solid lead. So they're very confident. Mandela Barnes' campaign is hoping that some of that boosted turnout, especially around liberal areas in the state, Milwaukee and Madison, may be enough to get him over the edge.
We've been seeing some of those early returns coming in right there. We need to note we have not yet, the AP has not yet made a call in either of those races. We will continue to track them. Zach Schultz from Wisconsin PBS joining us tonight. Zach, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Zach, and thank you, Amna, for that update from Wisconsin. One thing we have not been able to speak a lot about tonight are the many ballot issues that voters were looking at across the country and on an enormous variety of issues. And one of those, our own William Brangham has been looking at, has to do with climate. And I believe in the state of New York. William, over to you.
Hi, Judy. Yes, there are two actually major ballot initiatives that are on voters' minds, these coming from New York State and from California. And these, of course, come on the backdrop of the major UN talks on climate change, where all the world nations are focused on this issue right now while we go through this election here. But these two initiatives in California and New York, if they both pass, and we don't have final results on them yet, could be two of the biggest efforts that have come out of states in many, many years. They could funnel billions of dollars into climate and environment initiatives. The first one in New York is called the Clean Water, Clean Air, Green Jobs Act, and it would funnel billions of dollars into different types of land restoration efforts, coastal restoration, trying to protect from flooding, protecting farmlands, and restoring wetlands and areas around New York State. New York has been hit by several major storms and had a lot of damage. Some of the money would also be used to buy up vulnerable properties to get homeowners to move away from those areas. In California, the issue is called Proposition 30, and it would raise income taxes on the wealthiest Californians on their incomes that are above $2 million, would raise those taxes by about 1.75%, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it could raise, the estimates vary, but $3 to $5 billion every year. And this money would be used principally for rolling out electric vehicle infrastructure. We know that California is a very big state pushing for this and has got requirements that the states themselves, that California buyers themselves would be buying only EVs or hybrids starting in 2035. The politics on the California one are kind of interesting because Gavin Newsom, the governor, who has been a strong champion of climate initiatives and electric vehicle initiatives, is not in favor of this Prop 30. He argues that because of the way it's structured, it's actually going to end up being a big giveaway to Lyft, the driver app that people use as a sort of taxi hailing app. It's a little bit arcane, the details of that. I won't go into the details of it. But again, we don't know whether this is going to pass. But we've seen from President Biden passing the Inflation Reduction Act, which was a major, probably the most significant climate legislation that this country has seen in decades. And now 2 of the biggest states in the country are possibly going to pass 2 similarly major initiatives. So again, it's a very, very big issue as we go through this process of what are the global community, what are these 200 nations meeting in Egypt right as we speak going to do about the global threat of climate change. So we'll stand by looking for results on that tonight, but still no word on what's going to happen with those particular initiatives.
Yeah, really interesting, William, and in particular, whether voters are prepared to accept what you describe as a relatively small tax increase, but still a tax increase, and yet for something that people who care about the environment would argue would bring benefits for decades and more than that, years and years to come.
Yes, that's right, Judy. I mean, as I said, that in California, Newsom has pushed this to be, again, continuing California's long history of being one of the most aggressive actors on climate change. And when California changes rules on textbooks or automobiles or food safety, the rest of the nation has to follow suit largely because it's such an enormous market. If you have to sell cars in California that are electric or hybrid, automakers say we're not going to make one for the California market and for others elsewhere. So what California does is enormous. New York State also similarly very, very big state. So those 2 could have major implications if those 2 initiatives pass today.
Really interesting update from William Brangham, our NewsHour correspondent who's been following climate issues for a number of years, following it all very closely. William, thank you so much. And I now want to go back to the White House, to our Laura Barone Lopez. Laura, as we've been saying all night, you are talking to the folks who are talking to the president, who they're all watching this. They're sitting on the edge of their seats, as we are here in the NewsHour studio, trying to see which way the wind is blowing, whether the Republicans definitely are going to take control of the House, what's going to happen in the Senate. But what are you seeing and what are you reporting right now?
So right now, the president just made some congratulatory calls. He made a congratulatory call to Massachusetts Governor-elect Maura Healey, to the Rhode Island governor, as well as Senator-elect Peter Welch, who was a member of Congress, ran for the Senate there. And something also interesting, though, Judy, is that the president appeared to call Representative Abigail Spanberger, she's in Virginia's 7th, a closely watched race, and congratulate her, even though the Associated Press has not called that race yet. So the president appearing to think that that might be a done deal, even though we have not officially called it and the Associated Press has not. He also made a congratulatory call to Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. And that's what the president is doing right now as he is watching races, trying to keep some hope that potentially Democrats' losses in the House are not as significant as we have been forecasting. And definitely the White House really sees is keeping an eye on the Senate, which is what they think they have the best chance of holding.
Laura Barone Lopez, that's so interesting that the president calling Congresswoman Spanberger, even though that race has not been called, we assume it's more than wishful thinking, or the White House wouldn't be putting this out, but I guess we will see. I'm told by my producer, Matt Loffman, that she is up by, what is it, a point or two right now? A point and a half in her race for re-election in the state of Virginia. We have another Senate race to call. This is in the state of Colorado. Michael Bennet, who was facing what some said was a surprisingly challenging opposition, is now declared the winner by the Associated Press with 55% of the vote in. He was challenged by Joe O'Dea, a construction businessman in the construction arena, who is self-described, I guess, moderate. He was not a fan of former President Donald Trump. He was carving out his own path in the Republican Party, but he has fallen short, according to the AP. As you see, again, with 55% of the expected vote in, the AP has called Michael Bennet the winner. He will return to Washington and to the United States Senate. So we have a little more information. And now our own Jeff Bennett. That's another, following another race we're watching very closely, Pennsylvania Senate, between John Fetterman, you're at his headquarters, and Mehmet Oz. Tell us what you're learning.
We kept saying we need to wait. We now know that the Republican candidate.
And Judy, the Fetterman headquarters here has filled up really with his supporters. There's another network that shall not be named on the big screen behind me. And every time they show the early vote totals, the crowd here erupts in cheers. We have to say, though, even though the ballot has closed 2 hours ago, polls have closed 2 hours ago, this is still very early in this process. The acting Secretary of State has said that there will not be a final result here tonight. She said, quote, "That is a fact." And the expectation is that it will take somewhere between 3, 4, potentially 5 days to count all of the vote. There are a few reasons for that. I think it's important to keep people apprised of this. One is because Philadelphia decided to change the way that they are counting votes here tonight. They're using a process to make sure that people who voted in person did not also vote by mail, so that will delay the vote tally. There's also been legal action that has reached the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, and that was the result of a Republican challenge to ballots that had the incorrect date on them. So nothing else was wrong with these ballots. They were submitted within the appropriate time frame, but these are situations where voters had put an invalid date. The challenge from Republicans has been to set those aside, and so there are roughly somewhere between 3,000 to 5,000 ballots now that have essentially been put aside, and that as that case sort of works its way through the courts. And then finally, Pennsylvania state law does not allow for the vote counts to. Does not allow for the counting. Excuse me. I'm just going to take this out here. Pennsylvania state law does not allow for mail-in ballots to be counted until the morning of the election. And so all of the prep work that is required to make sure that mail-in ballots are scanned and appropriately tallied, all of that started very early this morning. So that is a long, laborious process, and it will take time, a matter of days, for that entire vote to come in. And so even as some have suggested that there might be something untoward happening here with the delay, it's important to remember that this is the process at work.
Well, we hope everybody brought several changes of clothes there at the Fetterman headquarters in Pittsburgh, so they'll be ready for the long haul. But again, Jeff, we thank you so much for that update, and sorry about all the noise in the background. And we do have 2 more race calls to make from the Associated Press in the state of Missouri. The winner, Eric Schmidt, This is the seat that was remaining Republican. Roy Blunt had held that seat for several terms. Schmidt, this is Missouri has been red, has been Republican, trending for a number of years, defeating a woman who, Trudy Bush Valentine, heiress to the Anheuser-Busch fortune, the Democrat, but it looks with just, 31% of the expected vote in, the AP has declared that Eric Schmidt is the winner. Call that race for Eric Schmidt. And in the state of Oklahoma, now this is the governor's race in the state of Oklahoma. Kevin Stitt, Republican seeking his second term. There was a question about whether Joy Hoffmeister, who just in recent weeks picked up the endorsement of 5 Native American tribes in the state of Oklahoma, and of course that's a place where the tribes have enormous influence. They had a dispute with the governor and were very, very vocal in their opposition and endorsing her. But the AP says that Kevin Stitt has won. He is a Republican who's just been, as we said, called to win a second term. So here we are back at the table trying to understand what's going on in Pennsylvania, what's going on in Wisconsin, Georgia, you name it, North Carolina. Perry Bacon, you've been looking at these results and you've been looking at your own device. I see there you're hiding it with your hands, but it's there somewhere.
In my pocket, I think.
Yeah.
But if we were going to see, I thought tonight might be a huge Republican wave, and Colorado was a state I was looking at. It's a Democratic state, and Michael Bennet won, and it tells me it's not going to be, every person who's Democrat is not going to lose in a state that's even close. It looks like Abigail Spanberger in that swing district in Virginia.
The president thinks
looks
so.
likely to win. I think one of the other networks called it, so I think that's partly why the president, it wasn't totally at random. So I think we're not, at the same time, every indication is still possible we get up on Thursday or Friday and the Republicans have won the Senate and the House. So I think it doesn't seem like it's a 2014 situation where the Democrats lost every close race essentially, but it's still very possible the Republicans win a lot of races and win control of both chambers.
It could easily come down in the Senate to Nevada, say, that we could wind up with a 51-49 Senate or maybe a 50-50, but it doesn't look like we're going to have some big majority either way. And so, we'll spend the next 2 years. Why are we so evenly divided? Why does it never change?
We keep asking the same questions over and over again, but they're good questions, so we should be asking them.
And the hardest question to ask, though, is doing traditional election night coverage, because what we're learning is this is now taking a lot longer than it used to, in part because, and I think it's the right thing to do, which is both the people calling the races and also the people tabulating the ballots are being incredibly careful. Nobody is saying, we want to race out and be first to, call control of the House or the Senate. Everybody's taking their time with every single one of these precincts, which matters, but it also means that our expectation, I was reading a tweet somewhere that by this time in 2010, the House had already been called. And remember, Republicans needed to pick up a lot more than 5 seats in 2010 to win control of Congress. There, it felt like the dominoes fell really, really quickly. So what I'm trying to figure out is how much of what we're seeing right now in this sense of, oh gosh, is this a good night? Is this a bad night? Is 2 things. One, are we just watching just the process change from what we're used to watching? And the second is, if we are back to where we were, a lot of this was in 2018. We were having these same conversations. We didn't really know until later on in the night where Democrats were, in part because I remember we were waiting on Virginia. Virginia 7 was that same district that was going to tell us something in 2018, and it took us a while to get there. So this is, one of those things where I think we all want to be able to do what we did in the old days and by midnight have a pretty good sense of where we're headed. But I don't know that we're going to be able to do that.
Yeah, we don't want to maybe spend Mark Short the next 3 or 4 days sitting here at the
the
table.
same
Not
desk.
that we would do that, but
I'd be happy to spend it with y'all, Judy. But I mean, look, I still think it's where we started the night. It appears it's going to be a good night for Republicans. I mean, to Amy's point, it's not 2010, but it never was going to be, because where Republicans starting the House was a much higher number than they were in 2010. But I still think we're going to wake up at the end of this process and see Republicans in control of the House and the Senate, but not sort of a landslide number of victories.
Faz Shakir, you've watched a number of races over the years. You've followed American politics closely. What does tonight feel like to you?
Well, so far, as I mentioned earlier, the bottom hasn't dropped out. Suburbs performing, roughly where you would assume in a midterm election year where turnout is going to be lower. Not at a presidential level. So thus far, no major surprises, actually. That's one of the major stories. You were covering ballot initiatives earlier, and I think that's something I watch very carefully, too. There's a lot to learn oftentimes when you see voter behavior in some of these ballot initiatives. You're mentioning some of the climate ones, Judy, but in addition to those, you have Nebraska voting on a ballot measure to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour up to through 2026. Winning by a large amount right now. D.C. was going to end the tip minimum wage here, winning by a large amount. South Dakota is going to try to pass Medicaid expansion. It's right now ahead. You look at some other, Arizona's got an effort to try to end predatory medical debt practices, so you cap medical debt at certain levels and don't confiscate certain assets. That's also performing very well. And, again, I go to voter behavior. What does it mean, right? What do you take away from this? There's a lot of these kinds of core economic issues, class-based issues that people tell you from both parties and in red states, hey, I like that. I like that approach, progressive policy measures.
Gary Abernathy.
One message, though, that I think we know is that, Perry mentioned earlier that Biden has tried to be a unifying president. And I'm sure that in some ways he has. It's not a unifying message to basically accuse millions of Republicans of being threats to democracy. And by extension, the candidates he's referring to a lot of times, but the people who vote for them are like, well, I'm voting for that guy, and I don't think, or that person or that woman, and I don't think I'm voting for a threat to democracy. That's not the way to call people out. That's not a unifying message. We need to get back to the point in this country where however this election turns out tonight, we say, congratulations. We fought hard, you won, it's over, and give the American people a break to say, the election's over. The election's over. We're not litigating it forever. Certainly Republicans and the Trumpists have been guilty of that. But, Republicans need to stop accusing Democrats of rigging the last election, and Democrats need to stop accusing Republicans of planning to rig future elections. That's maybe a message to at least ponder tonight as we go on.
Well, we did have an historic event, series of events after the 2020.
Absolutely, but most Americans didn't participate in that. 800 people went into the Capitol. They're being prosecuted. Yeah. Millions of Americans who are voting for quote unquote MAGA candidates tonight, they're not wanting an insurrection. They're not storming the White House demanding Biden leave it.
What should happen about January 6th after this election, David? I mean, if Democrats lose the control in the House, what happens to the January 6th committee? All that.
Well, the committee goes bye-bye.
Yeah.
But, it's, I've tried to think a lot about this. So roughly 40% of Republicans are election deniers. And that's got to be worrisome when 40% of a party. And so I've wondered, are they really election deniers, or has election denial become your emblem to show you're part of the team? And we'll know the truth about that, well, within a couple days, if a lot of the election deniers get elected Secretary of State and governor. But then we'll know the truth really about it in 2 years, and we'll see if people are really willing to act on a close election. And if there's anything we've seen from tonight, the 2024 election will probably be pretty close. And so if you're worried about the state of our democracy, that if people are going to monkey with the election results or monkey mostly with the electoral count, 2024 looks like it could be a test.
I wish law and politics were separate, but they're obviously not. So it seems to me that the January 6th investigation is about really, should Donald Trump face some kind of legal indictment, punishment? I don't know what the future is, but it's hard for me to. But my guess is the Department of Justice will be more reluctant to move forward if the Republicans win both chambers tonight, and so on. Merrick Garland seems very cautious, very interested in sort of abiding by norms and not seeming partisan or political. If there was a huge Democratic sweep tonight, I think that would change the legal situation as well. So we might end up looking at those hearings as being pretty interesting and pretty compelling and telling us how horrible that day was, but maybe not changing that much about electoral politics in the future.
Amy, just a quick reminder, what are voters telling us in the last few months, last 2 years, about what they think about the whole January 6th focus?
When you hear voters talk about this, I think they're in a couple of ways. One, across the board, want to see the people who did do the storming get prosecuted. So those people do the crime, do the time situation. There are a lot of folks who also are sort of frustrated, especially on the Democratic side. You talk to Democratic voters, and what they feel is, well, you know what? Donald Trump's going to get away with it. No matter what, there's never going to be any price for him to pay for what he did. And so there's a sort of resignation about that. But fundamentally, I agree with Gary, which is most people are ready to move on, and they want to believe that the system is still going to work, but there's a lot of concern about what comes next, right? Is this going to be it's sort of the norm in our elections that we have to think about these things, worry about these things? I'll be very curious to see what the final turnout numbers look like once we get all of the data in. But the fact that we've had all these conversations about, right, are people going to be intimidated to go and vote? Are they going to be intimidated dropping off their ballots? I think they showed up and said, we're going to continue to be part of this process. We don't feel as if our system is so stressed or is so under stress that it's preventing me or dissuading me from showing up.
Mark Short, as someone who's very close to former Vice President Mike Pence, who was right in the middle of January 6th, remind us what his views are on all of this that we're talking about.
Well, I think he has his own story coming out in a book next week, and he'll be able to tell the American people all about that.
But you can keep it general.
Well, as someone who was there the entire day with him, I can tell you, my perspective is I agree with the commentary here. I think the American people are ready to move on. I don't think that people who have been part of that committee have been politically rewarded. I do see another network is just called Jen Kagan's over Elaine Luria, who was part of the committee. And I think that the reality is that the vast majority of Americans had other issues that they were prioritizing this election cycle as opposed to that. I don't know firsthand, but I do think that the reason DOJ has not moved forward with anything yet is because they feel that would be political in the midst of an election cycle and a midterm. I'm not so convinced that the results of tonight is going to impact what DOJ does as far as future indictments.
You're not.
Correct.
Yeah. Having said that, it's hard to believe that the former vice president would wish to ever have to go through anything like what?
No, I think he's been very clear in saying this was a tragic day. It was a terrible day for America. But I think, I've always been proud that he stood there, even when there were efforts to try to remove him from the Capitol, because he said, this is the hallmark of our democracy, and it's important for the world to see it. We're going to complete our business tonight. We're going to complete our work. And I think that'll always be a hallmark of his career. And I think that, again, you'll be hearing a lot more about it in the coming days.
You just did a promotion for his book. Faz Shakir, I think you mentioned this a minute ago, but I mean, to what extent should Democrats keep talking up, as President Biden has in the last few weeks, democracy, January 6th?
It is a marker of the Democratic Party's values that we believe in the democratic process. So you can't ever forsake it and walk away from what was a horrific moment. But I also think if you're talking about persuasion and you're trying to reach people who are not currently true blue and core Democratic voters, you got to think about messages that are on their minds. And this happens to not be one of the core ones. It does revolve around economy. It revolves around their, where they are in their lives. And then I ask everyone to emote about the feelings of somebody who's living at $14, $15 an hour, and you're getting paid $1,000 a week. You're at paycheck to paycheck. You get zero in your checking, zero in your savings. Your economic anxiety is through the roof. You're worried your credit card debt is going to, ransack you and your family, and that's the pressure you face. That's what you're, for those of us who are comfortable, it is sometimes easy to disassociate from the bubble of, our own bubbles of what a working class anxiety is. And so if you're talking to that person, and that's a persuadable person, you got to access the emotion, the anxiety of that and understand, okay, now if you're talking about democracy, Judy, right, an institution of government, what happened on January 6th, is that to them the most relevant thing that is impacting their life? No, it's not. But let's talk to them about what is.
We hear you. We are waiting for more calls to be made by the Associated Press tonight, and as we do, we want to remind our audience, those of you who are watching, a little bit about how these race calls are being decided. We've been talking to the Associated Press in depth here at the NewsHour because we do depend on them. They are calling winners once they see there is no statistical way for a trailing candidate to catch up. They are being as careful as they say they can possibly be. So, and as you all are seeing, we have some tight races in key states. Those might not be called this evening, in part because of the time that it takes to count those mail-in ballots and, frankly, to just work through the system. We are also using, as we've mentioned tonight, AP voter surveys with over 100,000 voters around the country to talk about why people voted the way they did. Those voter interviews conducted over the last few days. That's just another quick reminder as we go through the evening of just how seriously we take not just the count, but the calls that are made. We don't want mistakes made. The AP certainly doesn't want mistakes made. They say they pride themselves on going back to the mid-1800s when they first started reporting on races across the nation. So at this moment, while we wait, let's go back over to the other part of the studio. My colleague Amna Nawaz speaking with a public media reporter in a really important state, Nevada. Amna.
That's right, Judy. Nevada's Senate race is one of the most hotly contested this year. Democratic Senator Catherine Cortez Masto is up against Republican Adam Laxalt. He is Nevada's former Attorney General. Colton Lockhead covers politics for the Las Vegas Review-Journal, and he joins us now. Colton, I think you're going to join us in a second. There you are. It's good to see you, and thank you for being with us. This is a tight race. Tell us how Laxalt closed the gap. What's been the strongest part of his message that's resonating with voters there in Nevada?
I think, like we've seen across the country, I think his messaging on inflation has really hit home with a lot of Nevadans. We've seen prices go up pretty astronomically here in the housing market, and especially in gas. You know, gas in a lot of parts of the state are north of $5 a gallon. And I think when people see those types of prices and hit their pocketbooks, he's been hammering that message home the entire time. And it's something that the Democrats have not necessarily been trying to talk about as much. Bernie Sanders was here just a few weeks back, and that was kind of his main messaging as he was trying to boost some of the Democrats here, was trying to get them to talk about the economy, to talk about inflation. But at this point, it seems like that is a message that Adam Laxalt and Republicans have been dominating.
We should mention, too, Laxalt is an election denier. He led the charge in Nevada to challenge the results of the 2020 election there. Also on the ballot, another Republican candidate running for Secretary of State is another election denier. Tell me about how much that issue is resonating, specifically with Republican voters there. Is it a strong message? Does it get them out to vote in these midterms?
It's definitely been something that has resonated in some parts of the Republican Party. We've seen some Republicans coming out to kind of denounce some of the Republican voters and Republican lobbyists, Republican activists come out and support other members of, supporting some Democrats at the top of the ticket. And I think part of that split is the election denialism at the top of the ticket with those like Jim Marchant, who is running for Secretary of State. And so I do think that is one of the issues. And we asked our readers here in Las Vegas kind of what was one of their top issues that they wanted to hear about. They wanted to hear about election deniers being held accountable. They wanted to hear about whether or not they would be willing to accept the results of the 2022 election. So it is still something that is, at the top of mind for voters. Maybe not as prominent as the inflation economy or as abortion, but it's still something that is it's something that voters here in Nevada do want to hear about. Want to hear about people being held accountable.
I want to ask you, too, about who is voting there. We can't talk about Nevada without talking about the political bloc of Latino voters who are a major force there. Also, Asian American Pacific Islander voters who make up about 10% of the state's eligible voting population. Where do they tend to break? What kind of an impact can they have in these races?
think historically they have broken more for the Democrats, but this is something that Republicans have seen. They've seen it as a way to get in, as a way to make inroads. Those are voting blocks that they've been really actively pursuing this election cycle. And if you talk to Republican campaigns, Republican campaign groups, they really feel like they've made those inroads this year, and they do feel like they've been able to make a meaningful impact on the especially in the Hispanic community. They do feel like they have made enough impact there to kind of help maybe mitigate some of what they've lost in other elections in the Hispanic votes.
Colton, we were showing some of those results as they're coming in. Folks are going to see 0% so far because, as we noted, those votes are still being tallied and counted. No calls have been made. But tell us about how folks in Nevada vote and when we should start to expect to see some of those races called.
So we see quite a bit of election day turnout this year, even with rain in Las Vegas, pretty rare rain, and snow in Reno, one of our other bigger cities up north. We've still seen a significant amount of turnout. One thing that is going to be a while for us is going to be the mail-in ballots that were dropped off today. So it's going to be a while for those. The register of voters in Fulton, Clark, and Washoe counties, Las Vegas and Reno, have said that they may not. There's a good chance and almost guaranteed that they will not get a chance to tabulate and count the ballots that were dropped off tonight, dropped off in drop boxes today. And that's in Washoe County. We know that about 16,000 votes or so, 16,000 ballots. And down here in Clark County, it's going to be significantly more, tens of thousands, potentially slightly more than that. And here, polls closed about a half hour ago, but anybody in line at the time of close of polls can still vote. And across Las Vegas, there are hundreds of people still in line waiting to vote.
We should point out those counts do take time. That's not a sign of something going wrong. That is just the process as it unfolds. We're watching Nevada tonight, as are you. That's Colton Lockhead of the Las Vegas Review-Journal joining us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Amna, and thanks to Colton. And we now want to essentially stay out west. We want to go to Arizona to our own Stephanie Sy, who is, I believe, inside one of the vote tabulating centers. Stephanie, you can tell me if that's right or wrong.
That is right, Judy. I am inside the tabulation center. I've moved a couple of times, I know, this evening. And I do have the first results from Maricopa County to report to you. We should say that this early batch consists entirely of early ballot returns. These were all ballots that were cast early before Friday, actually. So we're talking about 842,000 ballots that we're reporting on. We really do see a Democratic lead in all of these early ballots in the key Senate race between Democratic incumbent Mark Kelly and Blake Masters. Kelly currently has a 20-point lead over Mr. Masters. In the governor's race between Democrat Katie Hobbs, who is the current Secretary of State, and former television news anchor Carrie Lake, Katie Hobbs has a 16-point lead in these early results. And finally, we're also watching the Secretary of State race here in Arizona between Democrat Adrian Fontes, who is a former Maricopa County recorder, used to work here, and Mark Fincham, a Trump-endorsed Republican who was at the January 6th insurrection. There is currently a 22-point lead for the Democrat in that race. So, Judy, I think the key question here is what can we learn from these initial results? And I'll say and warn viewers, not much. Democrats historically return early ballots in Arizona at a much higher rate than Republicans. And in this particular campaign, Judy, we have also had several Republican candidates encourage Republican voters to show up on Election Day and vote in person or turn in their ballots on Election Day. So that is key to note. Having said that, I have spoken to both a Democratic and a Republican consultant since these early results came in less than an hour ago. The Democrat calls the results very encouraging, the early results, and the Republican agreed that this is a big spread with an advantage for Democrats. That consultant will be watching very closely for the ballots that were turned in today. So the next question is, who voted today in Maricopa County? Again, this is the largest county in Arizona, pretty much decides elections. More than 50% of the state's voters are here. Over 247,000 voters cast a ballot in person today. Plus, the county is expecting anywhere from 150,000 to 250,000 early ballots that were dropped off today. So why are we standing in the tabulation center? Because what will happen from here on in is all of the hard drives that tabulated the votes from the 223 voting centers in Maricopa County, all those hard drives are going to end up here. They will be uploaded not to these machines, but to other tabulation machines in another part of the building, and they will start to release more results as they get them. That could take many hours into the early morning hours. How long they stay here, I'm told, will depend on staffing. But some of those counties are, an hour and a half away, and they need to be driven here. We should also say, as part of the election typical security measures, there are bipartisan watchers that are with these.
A lot of, I thought, good political skills on the campaign trail, but she did have this, and maybe we'll hopefully learn from the exit polls. This stance on the elections will be an albatross around.
And Amy, I don't go ahead.
I'm sorry, just jump in. One thing I would probably take a little bit of issue with David's analysis, that I don't think Kerry's a conservative. Just a couple of years ago, she was organizing for Barack Obama. She was hosting drag queen parties in her house. I mean, she is a performance artist, and she's taking advantage of this moment. But I don't think she's truly a conservative.
Yeah, this is a good point, how the word conservative have moved. I didn't mean I thought she was sitting around reading Edmund Burke. but conservative, the way I was using it was Trumpian performance.
Yeah, who was a Democrat just a few years ago and campaigning and organizing for Barack Obama.
But Republicans are presumably voting for her. Conservatives are voting for her.
She clearly won the primary. But I do think, if you look at the results so far, I think Republicans were very encouraged because they were looking at the early vote of people who had voted so far, and more were registered Republicans. If her numbers are trailing, we have this conversation about January 6th. Maybe voters make up their own minds because it could be the Republicans are actually not voting.
My question to David was, when you may talk about wanting to put January 6th behind you, but if you're electing candidates who say that should be front and center, that they deny the election, we have a race to call, and this is one President Biden let us know about, and that's Abigail Spanberger. We heard Laura Barone Lopez reporting the president had already called her to congratulate her. Very, shall we say, tough race. She was challenged, is challenged by Yesli Vega, who has been embraced by former President Trump, embraced by Governor Glenn Youngkin. He's been campaigning with her actively out on the trail. With 99, AP was very conservative tonight, with 99% of the expected vote in, they are now calling Abigail Spanberger the winner. Amy Walter?
Yeah, this was a really important race for a couple of reasons. One, it is a really swingy seat. It's a new seat. It was almost entirely new, even though Spanberger is the incumbent, mostly new to her. It's an issue, it's a district that went for Biden by about 7 points in 2020, but also went for the Republican candidate, Glenn Youngkin, for governor by 5 points. So this is definitely the kind of seat, if you're going to see big swings, this is the place you'd see it. It's also a place where abortion was centerpiece. Certainly the Democrat Abigail Spanberger made it the centerpiece of her election, really focusing on Vega's not just anti-choice position, but on a position that she said was extreme, including Vega's comments that rape does not result in pregnancy. And this is where, you have a lot of Democrats looking back saying, boy, if the Roe v. Wade decision had come down in 2021 before the Virginia governor's race, what difference would that have made in that state? These are the kinds of districts where you would think that would matter. It's also important, I think, because one of the worries that Democrats have had is that their turnout is going to be much lower in states where there wasn't anything on top of the ballot. There's no governor's race there. There's no Senate race in Virginia. This is the classic situation where the out party really excited, they show up to the polls, the in party not paying as much attention. But this is where the fact that Democrats targeted this race, that Spanberger is a very strong candidate, spent a ton of money really trying to get those voters out.
And this takes then the possibility of Republicans picking up more than 20 seats. That's really, I won't say anything's off the table, but it would mean that districts that we have not even talked about as being possible would suddenly have to come into play for Republicans to get that kind of
It's certainly going to be a better night, it seems like, in the House for many Democrats because of the bottom not dropping out, and actually performance of, I don't think the Republican enthusiasm was off the charts as we saw during the Virginia and New Jersey gubernatorials last year in 2021. Right. We're seeing more of a general enthusiasm on their side and general enthusiasm on the Democratic side, which has meant that you've got a lot of House seats that are going to not only maybe stay Democratic, but there's some that might be leaning that way. And one of the ones that we're watching pretty closely is in Ohio, first congressional district, Steve Chabot losing in that race, where a Democrat could pick that up. In Pennsylvania, there's an open seat that used to be vacated, or used to be Connor Lamb's seat is now open. The Democrat running ahead there. And so those are the types of things that, had this been a red wave night, those would have moved pretty fast, and you'd see a Democrat down by 5-10 points. Instead, you see them up, and which is a harbinger of things being okay.
Agreed. I mean, Spanberger is like the ideal candidate for Democrats in a swing district of that nature. But to Amy's point, I don't think the Democrats didn't try on the abortion issue. I mean, they did spend $400 million advancing pro-abortion candidates. I think if you also look to that primary or that race, I'm sorry, I thought one of the most effective ads Spanberger did was with the Republican sheriff from Culpeper talking about favorable comments Jessie Vega made about the January 6th people who marched on the Capitol. I found that was a very effective ad as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, Spanberger should get some credit as being an effective politician.
Yes,
she did that.
She stood up to the president.
I was going to say, remember last year she famously told the New York Times, nobody elected Joe Biden to be FDR. I would like Joe Biden to be FDR personally, but I think in the district she's running in, she strategically punched at the president, punched at the party's left, and did things. Ultimately, you got to win your district. And I think Pelosi mentioned that with the interview today. Some of the candidates that are winning are people who know their states and know their districts, and that cannot be understated how important that is.
Totally agree with that. And even if Glansman does win this against Chabot, like, that's a performance of Tim Ryan doing very well in this state. But I agree with everything that Perry said. You see a lot of people overperforming Biden and overperforming the Democratic brand because they've localized this and made the campaign about them and the choice between them and a Republican. And if you're going to win an election in a tough year, that's exactly how you got to do it.
Yeah, no, it's not. It doesn't appear to be. It's not a red wave night so far. We don't have evidence of that yet. It's early, and certainly not a tsunami, and certainly not what a lot of Republicans were very, very hopeful for and optimistic about coming into tonight.
Well, and I'm seeing a lot of folks on Twitter, especially those involved in the polling industry, saying, looks like the polls were actually correct. And this was the pushback throughout the election was, well, how could it be? Everything we're hearing and feeling is all the fundamentals suggest everything's going to go terribly wrong. What I was writing about today, looking at the generic ballot, right, do you want to vote for a Democrat or a Republican? It's somewhere between 1 and 3 points in the last polls. We don't know where it is quite yet when we get the final House vote. But if it ends up in that range, which is what it's looking like, that would be the smallest shift we've seen between a presidential year and a midterm year. This is not one of those, like, coming strong. So the polls are actually showing us what we're getting.
Go ahead.
You're the boss.
No, you are. No, you are. You're in this conversation.
But that's still a mystery to me. You ask people how their personal finances are doing, pretty bad. You ask people how the nation's finances are doing, pretty bad. You ask people, are we on the right track or the wrong track? I forget what the wrong track numbers are, but they're astronomical. High inflation, like, people should be wanting change. This should be a change election. And yet the polls were not showing it was a change election. And apparently the results are not showing it's a change election. Why is that? I don't know.
Well, it's the same reason that Donald Trump in 2018, you look at the polls, do you think Donald Trump's doing a good job handling the economy? Yes. Are you voting for Republicans? No. Yeah. Do you like Donald Trump? No. Personally. So this ability to keep the issues, this is what Perry was talking about, that the issues fundamentally are not what are driving voters. It's the fight that is driving and the partisanship that is driving. And, we can make the argument, what if Donald Trump were not part of the equation anymore? If he had exited the scene,
he's not endorsing candidates. He's not part of the conversation. Whether, I don't think he had much choice on January 6th committee, but Mar-a-Lago, I'm going to run for president, et cetera. Would this still
And he
look like
hasn't.
this?
And he hasn't exited.
No,
I keep thinking, as I hear you all saying, it's not a red wave. I think that's a tougher job for Kevin McCarthy. Let's go to the White House to Laura Barone Lopez. They are watching all this, Laura.
Yes, Judy, and right now the president is again making more congratulatory calls, this time to a number of Democrats who are winning re-election. That's Maryland Senator Van Hollen, as well as Senator Mike Lee of Colorado, and Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. He also made a congratulatory call, again seeming to get out ahead of us, Judy, getting out ahead of AP calling the race. He made a congratulatory call to Virginia Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton, but again, AP has not called that. And that's what the president is doing right now as of this hour, congratulating Democrats he's able to on some victories in the House as well as in the Senate and gubernatorial races.
Well, you need to keep us posted on the calls that he's making, because that may be how we learn where things are headed. Let us know if any of these close races he makes a call, because we know he has his own sources of information that include, I'm sure, the Associated Press, but perhaps other sources as well. Laura Barone Lopez, Perry and David, I want to come back to the point that I made a minute ago, which is that if it's not a red wave, then Kevin McCarthy has his work cut out for him, doesn't he? I mean,
no matter how many seats they won, he had his work cut out.
He had his work. Okay.
House Speaker, as Paul Ryan and John Boehner to tell you, is a hard job. And so, and particularly in this Republican Party, so figuring out what bills will these guys vote for, and what do they want to do, and corralling the Marjorie Taylor Greens. But yes, if the majority is smaller, then obviously it's much harder. As Pelosi would say, the BBB bill spent so much time fighting because they had such a narrow majority. Yes, more seats would have helped, and I don't think they're going to get there. And I think if they have a smaller majority, it'll also be the question about, when you don't win by as much as you think you do, the question is like, what's going wrong? Do the voters want less Trumpism, some kind of Trumpism that's different? Do they want more Mike Penceism? Like, I think the question of like what the electorate gave tonight beyond, what message from the electorate beyond inflation is high, I think is one message you have. But he's got a lot of members who want to investigate everything Joe Biden has done and do lots of impeachments and so on. Impeachments of officials in the administration, not just Biden, but I think, or not Biden necessarily, but I think the question will be like, if a result's not that strong, maybe there's going to be divide about what to do next.
We do have a call to make just quickly. Governor's race, no surprise. Kristi Noem in the state of South Dakota, AP is declaring her the winner. She has won re-election. This is someone we may look to who's made some noise about running for president. So she can, I guess, has another notch in her belt. Is that what we say? Gary Abernathy, go ahead.
And when we talk about Republicans not having the kind of night that a lot of people predicted, who did have a night that exceeded expectations? Certain Florida governor. When you talk about the future of the party, and a guy can come up, the next few days and say, hey, maybe you should follow my example. It's going to be Ron DeSantis.
And what was it exactly that he did? We've only got a few seconds left, but what was it that he did, do you think, that's catapulted him to
I think that
success?
Ron DeSantis is the perfect example of Trumpism without Trump. A less abrasive, some people will still find Ron DeSantis abrasive, but a less abrasive and bombastic character on the scene than a Donald Trump. I think I hear Republicans say this all the time. All right. Yeah, go ahead. I know we have to take a break. We don't have to worry about DeSantis' tweets every day. Yeah.
Okay, we will continue that conversation. We are going to take a short break. We will be right back.
Continuing her series, Leaving Congress, Lisa Desjardins speaks with another lawmaker leaving Capitol Hill at the end of this year.
Congressman Peter Meijer represents Michigan's 3rd district, which includes parts of Grand Rapids and the coast of Lake Michigan. He lost a hard-fought primary and leaves after one term. Congressman, what do you see now, having been inside the rooms? What's happening with leadership in Congress and particularly in the Republican Party? What is the future here?
We don't know what to do. We don't really know what to trust. And so you get into this sort of feedback loop of uncertainty that just reverts back to a status quo. And that's how I describe my party sort of after January 6th, is a lot of people uncertain in which way to go, or a lot of leaders hesitant to offer a pathway, because with that power comes responsibility, comes uncertainty.
How do you describe the atmosphere in Congress right now? Do members say what they think?
They certainly say what they think to each other. I mean, I've had many a very frank conversation, and mostly, frankly, other colleagues saying, "I'm with you, I'm behind you." It's like, yeah, but you're right behind me. Can you be beside me? Can you go with me?
But do they say something different in public, in general?
It's never that clear. I'm sure there are some extreme examples, and they're probably not folks that I talk to, because I talk to people that I feel are interesting, are genuine. Obviously, Trump adds in a new dimension, and sort of January 6th and stolen elections adds in a new absurdity because of its constitutional and sort of how we conceive of our government, the way it erodes and undermines some of that foundation.
Do you think the times we're in now are dangerous for democracy, or do you think this is something we will get through soon?
You're in this bizarro moment where both parties are feeding, the excesses are feeding off the excesses of the other, and it's granting a permission structure. So yes, I think we're in a very dangerous moment, but I'm as worried about the sort of the agitators who are undermining democracy as I am about some of the responders who maybe destroy it in order to save it.
What are you most proud of from your time in Congress?
I'm really proud of our team. And we have tremendous staff, and from the beginning, I'm a freshman member of Congress in the minority. That's not exactly the most powerful person in DC, but I'm a big believer that you can take advantage of a political moment to try to get some things done in a substantive way. It's easy to just measure yourself on whether or not you get reelected, but what you do with the time the constituents or your electorate gives you, I think, is just as important.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the 2022 midterm elections. The polls have now closed in 4 more states, including California and Idaho this hour. This is also the deadline for voters to return their ballots in Washington state and in Oregon, which conduct their elections largely by mail. And we are prepared now to announce some more races that have been called at this time. We have 3 Senate races that the AP is calling a winner in. This is the state of Louisiana, Republican John Kennedy. He is called to return to the Senate. He faced a Democrat, Gary Chambers, but John Kennedy will return to the Senate. Another Senate call we are going to make in this one, the Republican Mike Crapo, who was running for re-election in Idaho. He is going to be returning to the United States Senate. And finally, in another Senate race to call, and that's in California. In this case, it's the new Senator Alex Padilla, who was named to that position after Kamala Harris was chosen to be President Biden's vice presidential running mate. So he has run for his first full term in the Senate, and AP has called him the winner. We have a few governor's races to call. We can do those right now as well. In the state of Texas, Greg Abbott prevailing over former Congressman Beto O'Rourke, who, of course, you all remember ran for president a few years ago. He has failed in his bid to unseat the Republican Governor Greg Abbott, who himself is talking about running for president. Texas is a big state. California, the incumbent Governor Gavin Newsom, another somebody who's talked about running for president, winning re-election just as the polls close in the state of California. The AP announcing that he has won, and that means by a significant margin. And finally, the last governor's race we want to call is in the state of Idaho, Brad Little, defeating Democrat Stephen Haidt. So we have a little more information on the boards, a little bit more that we can look at and talk about. And I want to go right away to my colleagues Amna Nawaz and Lisa Desjardins, who are following not only these races, but a number of House races and others. Over to you, Amna.
That's right, Judy. We're following those races, also following the issue of election denialism. Hundreds of Republican candidates up and down the ballot who've perpetuated the lie of the stolen election in 2020. And there's a number of races, Lisa, in which this is a key issue, and that includes gubernatorial races. You're tracking one in Wisconsin.
Very close race, we thought, coming into this. Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers right now with 65% of the expected vote in. Look at this race, just 3 points separating him from Tim Michels, the Republican. Tim Michels is someone who earlier this summer, when asked if the election was stolen, he said maybe, but he has also said on a campaign stop that if there had been election integrity, then President Trump would be president. This is why we've categorized him as an election denier. He's someone who has run and lost office, statewide office in Wisconsin 2 other times, but this is his closest race, and you can see it is still very close. So we're getting enough of these races from the gubernatorial races to take a look at where kind of all of the Republicans stand. Let's take a look at these columns. The check marks mean someone who has won their race. There you see Kay Ivey in Alabama. But notice this, Amna, these X marks, these are candidates who did not win their race. Jeff Deal in Massachusetts, Dan Cox in Maryland, Darren Bailey there in Illinois. These are election deniers who voters rejected. But you can see mixed results more with those who have fueled or allowed doubt to fester. Some of these candidates winning in their races, most of them winning, but also some of those who have defended the election integrity, like Kristen Nuyu in New Hampshire, Kevin Stitt in Oklahoma, and Phil Scott in Vermont are winning. So mixed results, but we are seeing voters reject some election deniers. Of course, these are mostly Democratic states at this point, but this is something we're watching closely.
Some places that message is resonating, others it is not. Meanwhile, we should check in with a few key races, some very competitive House races you've been tracking, none more so than Michigan's 7th.
This is going to be the new Spanberger race, I think, for the night, now that race is called. Let's look at Michigan 7, another CIA analyst. President Biden won this district by 9 points. This is a major Republican target. Inflation, healthcare, cost of living, huge in the 7th District of Michigan. Let's look at the candidates in this race. Alyssa Slotkin, someone that our viewers may be familiar with. She is a CIA analyst. If you want to look at her and then her opponent, we may have them side by side. There we go. Tom Barrett. He is right now leading this race, 55%, just 40% of the expected vote. David Brooks will be happy to know he is actually a former helicopter pilot alongside a CIA analyst. But here's the thing about this race. I looked into it, and the largest county in this district, Ingham County, which is where Lansing is, the capital, and where, Michigan State University is, no results yet. So that is something that could propel Alyssa Slotkin back ahead in this race, but here's where it stands now.
40% of the expected vote in. We will update as we know more. No call to make at this time. In New Jersey, the 7th Congressional District features a rematch of a 2020 face-off.
That's right, another major target here. But look at Tom Malinowski, who thought to be one of the most vulnerable Democrats in the country, is so far ahead of Tom Kaine with a well-known name in New Jersey, state senator, and the son of the former governor. And also the counties that have yet to report their major vote totals yet, they're going for Malinowski so far. So let's watch as he may yet survive.
Another key race in New York. That's the 17th Congressional District. A lot of folks know this name for sure. That's why it's gotten a lot of attention.
Look at this. Sean Patrick Maloney, the Democratic incumbent here, he is in charge of all of the House races, trying to keep control of the House. Democrats had to spend a lot of money on his race when he decided to run in this district in particular. Michael Lawler right now. He is someone, he's a first-time state assemblyman. I raise this because he's kind of a generic Republican. It's almost sort of like Sean Patrick Maloney versus any Republican. This Republican is winning right now. We're going to keep an eye on this race all night.
Meanwhile, some history made in Vermont tonight.
Look at this. Democrat Becca Balint, we've had her on the show. Our producers know her well. She is going to be the first woman in Congress from Vermont, which was the last state to never send a woman to Congress. So now every state will have a woman in Congress, Becca Balint. Also a lesbian and making history there as well.
There you go. Always nice to end with a little bit of history. We'll keep tracking the other races and update when we know more. Judy, back to you.
Thank you both. Really interesting results to look at. It fills in the picture just a little bit more, which is what we're all trying to, we want those results. We want to understand what the map is going to look like by the end of this evening or this week or this month or this year, whenever it all comes together. We do have a few more race calls from the Associated Press. Chuck Grassley going back to the Senate. 89-year-old Chuck Grassley will be serving, I believe, his 8th term. Somebody can correct me, in the United States Senate. I am told that's correct. I got something right tonight. That's with 66, 2/3 of the expected vote in. Chuck Grassley will be returning to the U.S. Senate. He was challenged by former admiral, military veteran, Michael Franken, had been challenging him, the Democrat. And another race to call. This is a House race. This is one we've been looking at very closely. Elaine Luria, who served on the very visible and vocal member of the January 6th committee, has lost her bid for re-election, defeated by Republican Jen Kiggins. This is House District 2 in the state of Virginia. It is one example of the Republicans taking that issue of January the 6th and asking voters, is this what matters to you? And we have another race to call. This is a House race in the state of Rhode Island. And that's close. Look at that. This is reliably blue Rhode Island with 83% of the expected vote in. The AP says that the winner is the Democrat Seth Magaziner, and that the challenger, Alan Fung, who came much closer than Republicans often do in Rhode Island. You see there 50 to 47%. We don't know what the final vote will be, but that is one that was being watched very closely. And that gives us something to talk about, people at the table who are looking,
desperately for
more
other things to talk
information.
about.
Well, consider that control of the Senate, if this sounds like deja vu, may well come down to a runoff in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well,
which we thought might happen.
Yeah,
right?
but on that point on the Senate, look at, I think the story of the night so far for me personally is Pennsylvania. I'm watching it, and I know we're still tracking some final results here, but you're watching counties come in for Fetterman across the eastern part of the state, and across to the western part of the state, not only for him doing well, but also the congressionals that many Republicans were hoping that would do well for them. We're looking at, a place like Susan Wild versus Lisa Shell Wild ahead, Matt Cartwright ahead, Summer Lee winning big, Chris DeLuzio, all Democrats doing very well in Pennsylvania, and the top of the ticket doing well there, Shapiro and Fetterman, which would be a big move in many ways for Democrats.
I think it's our challenge that for some
Mark
of those
Short.
House candidates was the top of the ticket in the state. So if you're underperforming the governor and the Senate, it's going to make it a lot harder to win some of those House seats.
I would say for the Democratic side, I agree with that. The arguments being made by Fetterman and Shapiro were very good, strong economic-based arguments. I'm proud of the way that, and I think had he not had to go through, a difficult human tragedy, Fetterman, I think he'd be perform even stronger. So it's a really testament to the kind of campaign they ran.
Back to Gary's point about the Georgia potential runoff, though, I think what's interesting is I think that Herschel would stand a better chance if we have not yet taken the majority. That if it's 50-50 and it's a proxy on McConnell versus Schumer, that's going to fare better in Georgia. If Republicans have already taken the majority, I think there's a lot of Republican voters who are more pro-Kemp and not necessarily supportive of Herschel's candidacy, and that would actually benefit Warnock.
I also want to go back. I think, Mark, maybe you made this point about the January 6th commission, and you look at the makeup of that commission and how many of the members who served on it are not committee members, right? The members of Congress are not coming back to Congress, either because they are retiring, which we saw with Adam Kinzinger, a Republican. We have that with Stephanie Murphy, the Democrat from Florida, but we've had now 2 losses. Liz Cheney, of course, losing her primary, and now Elaine Luria losing in the Virginia district. So I don't know that this is necessarily a proxy for how that issue plays, but it does go to show that this issue in and of itself did not transcend the other issues going on underneath in this election.
And it wasn't just that she served on the committee, she talked about it. She made it a
her closing
element of her campaign.
Her closing message was basically, I'm here saving democracy. If you don't like that,
Sorry.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so that may
But she
have
ran
made
against a very
difference.
good, and we talked about Spanberger being a
It
very
is.
good candidate. Republicans found the perfect candidate to run against her. Gloria herself is a Navy veteran. A Navy veteran challenging her, flies helicopters. This is a very good matchup.
And it was interesting that Liz Cheney endorsed Abigail Spanberger, which
That's right.
Struck me as interesting.
That's right.
Perry, David,
Go ahead, David.
what do you hear?
Well,
What do you see?
I'm still. I came in tonight watching. There are 5 states that flipped in 2020 from 2016: Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia. We don't have any full results yet, but I still will feel much more confident about where things are going when one of those states is called. It looks like the governor's race in Pennsylvania will probably be the first one called. It looks like the Democrats won that race, and that's a big indication if they do. But I think those 5 states are kind of where our politics is being changed the most. And I still think the fact that those close are still sort of close tell us how we're still stuck in 2 teams that are sort of at 45% or so.
Yeah, and I would say I'm now thinking more about Arizona. If the Republicans lose at the top of the ticket there, I think that says something about January 6th. And that says something about Trump embrace. So I think that would be a place that would show up. Otherwise, I'm just looking at the Fetterman thing. I think it's interesting how well he seems to be doing and how Oz seems to be underperforming Trump in place after place. I contrast that with J.D. Vance, who seems to have doing quite well, maybe up by 8. And so these are neighboring states. Did the message, was it this, maybe the states are diverging? Was the message different from J.D. Vance or to Oz?
I always felt Oz just handled the Fetterman situation terribly throughout the whole thing, especially for a doctor. From a campaign point of view, Dr. Oz should have expressed nothing but empathy for Fetterman and even admiration. And I think voters, there was a backlash to Oz's, the approach he did take.
Humanity comes through.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Often.
Yes.
Often comes through. We are watching one of the states Perry mentioned. I think this is right.
Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia.
Okay, Georgia. We have a little bit of sound from Herschel Walker, who's the Republican candidate there. He has apparently addressed his supporters, and we're going to take a listen.
In Arizona, it was a free and fair election.
We're almost there, and that's not quite it. Do we think we have it, or should we have a conversation? Just let me know. We do have something that Herschel Walker said, which is worth looking at, but it does, I want to come back to you, Gary. Ohio versus Pennsylvania, the way these messages land or they don't land.
Yeah, well, first of all, Oz was, accused of being a carpetbagger in the Pennsylvania race, and Vance is, from Middletown, Ohio. I think that Ryan, tried to be the Sherrod Brown type of candidate, the blue-collar candidate we talked about. But, at the end of the day, Ohio, I've been arguing that Ohio is still a swing state, despite recent, and Perry's shaking his head, despite recent evidence. I mean, Obama won the state twice, right? And then Trump wins it twice. It's hard for me to believe it shifted that much. But if Vance holds on as poor of a campaign as I think he ran and wins by a comfortable 6 to 8 point margin, I'm going to have to rethink whether Ohio really has just gone reliably red.
Super popular governor on top in the way that Pennsylvania and the way Oz did.
Super popular, but not, as I mentioned, not necessarily with Republicans. DeWine only got 48% of the vote in his primary. So.
All right, we do have that Herschel Walker chunk of comment. Let's listen.
I'm telling you right now, I'm like Ricky Bobby. I don't come to lose. And I told you, he's going to be tough to beat. He's going to be tough to beat, but let me tell you what, he got the wrong Georgia here, don't he? So I want to tell y'all, if you can hang in there a little bit longer, just hang in there a little bit longer, because something good, it takes a while for it to get better. And it's going to get better. So I wanted to thank you guys for hanging in. And if some of you have to go home, you can wake up tomorrow morning and see the new senator for the great state of Georgia.
So, Mark Short, it was said that, that the fact that the University of Georgia Bulldogs were doing well would help Herschel Walker. But back to what we're talking about tonight, what do you think of that race?
Well, I think that probably did help him. I think without that, he'd be faring much worse. And I certainly am a big supporter of Ricky Bobby too. So I fully support that movie. But I'm not sure what the rest of that he said. So I think if it gets, as I said before, I think if it gets to a runoff, that I think that's going to be a challenge if Republicans are taking the majority. If not, I think that favors Herschel because I think that Georgians will prefer a Republican Senate.
Yeah. And in the state of Georgia, you do have to reach 50% to avoid a runoff.
And Purdue last time was he 49.6? I mean, he was right there, and then he lost in the runoff. So.
Lost in the runoff. Yeah. Amy, do you want to give us the mathematical calculation at this point?
For where we go when all of this, the mathematical calculation that says that, once again, we don't get a Thanksgiving because we have a runoff in Georgia to follow. At least this year it's December 6th, not January. So we get our December holidays that hopefully protected in that sense. But we may be waiting for results in these other states till December, so
and producer Matt Loffman is reminding me in my ear that there could be a recount even before there is any kind of a runoff.
That's a very good point too.
So I want to come back to something that we've spoken about President Biden, and actually we touched on it, but we haven't really developed it as we have some other things. And that is, David, I want to come to you on President Biden as he thinks about running again. He is sending all the signals that he's going to do that. How do you think tonight does or doesn't affect his thinking? You talk to him every once in a while.
Chuck Grassley's win is big because it shows an even older guy. I think the most recent data we have is from our friend Jonathan Capehart, who talked to him a week or two ago and got the strong impression he's going to run, and that his wife wants him to run. That's significant.
Yeah.
I've only heard that he likes the job, wants to run, thinks he could beat Trump, thinks it's good for the country. I also have talked to senior Democrats who surprised me by not saying this in public, but really not wanting him to run. Yeah. And so both those facts are true. And sometimes a president gets to do what he wants, sometimes a president doesn't get to do what he wants. So the short answer is I really don't know. I do think we've undercounted him. That he was a strong candidate in a sneaky way. Underappreciated him, yes. Yeah. And that tonight's the Democrats will not be as much in a mood to, we got to change everything, possibly because of tonight.
Well, here's a call that will be a disappointment for Democrats in the state of Ohio, and you all have been talking about it. J.D. Vance, the AP says, is the winner in the state of Ohio for that Senate seat, so Republicans will hold on. Rob Portman's stepping down, retiring. J.D. Vance defeating Congressman Tim Ryan. We've been talking about that race. Now we see the result. Gary Abernathy, you get first dibs since you live in Ohio.
And that was, as I said earlier in the night, I like to be right about something once in a while too. Tim Ryan ran a better campaign, had more money, had more energy. Even Republicans were complaining about J.D. Vance, came out of a very divisive primary. But just in Ohio, I'm going to have to start, as I said earlier, conceding the fact that maybe it's a much redder state and no longer the swing state. It was fun living in Ohio most of my life, where Ohio was always the center of the universe come election time. As Ohio goes, so goes the nation type of thing. And that just doesn't seem to be the case anymore.
No, now it's Phoenix. Is where so goes the nation. And it is true. This is what's fun about covering politics, though, right? As we watch these states that were once bellwethers, right? Missouri was the one that was the show me state. If you won that state as a candidate for president, you were going to win
the election. That state has not been a bellwether for quite some time.
So it's red, but Mark Short, is it red? Is it Trump red, or is it red in some other direction with the election of JB?
Well, I think, David said when we started tonight, he said that the nation's static, but some of these states are dynamic. Ohio is clearly not a swing state anymore. It is definitively a Republican state. And there's no doubt that Donald Trump's candidacy in 2016 brought along a lot of disaffected voters in Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Some of the same voters that you've tapped into. And I think that helped our party. But Ohio's in a very different place than Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Ohio is a decidedly Republican state today, whether or not you're Governor DeWine, Senator Portman, or Donald Trump on that ticket.
Biden won. Biden lost Ohio by 8. Tim Ryan lost Ohio by 8. So I think it goes to the fact that people aren't changing in a lot of these states. The candidates often don't matter. Just the name on the back of your jersey is all we need to know in a lot of races. I want to jump back just on Herschel Walker. He did a lot of bad things in his campaign. He actually does have some level of charisma, and I wonder if that's sort of, helping and hurting his luck. I've seen him other appearances too. So I think it goes to the fact that Georgia also is a state that is very partisan. There are some swing voters there, but again, if you're a Republican or you're breathing, you're probably guaranteed 47%, and Herschel's getting, kind of close to that. So I'll be interested to see if we have a runoff, if he can still win because he's a Republican in a state that has a lot of Republican voters in it.
Can I pick out one thing Amy just said, which got me thinking? We think of the swing states as the industrial Midwest, but you mentioned Arizona, and we might want to throw Nevada onto that list. Mm-hmm. And so suddenly a different kind of state with a very different demographic mix is suddenly looking swingy. And we talked about the Latino population early in the night. And so those are two states with significant voter block. That voter block is super important.
We're talking about senators, and we have a balance of power. I think this is a Senate balance of power picture. Is that right? That we're going to look at right here. This is the races so far. So you have 44 call for the Republican candidates, so far 43 for the Democrats, but my very elementary math, that's 87, so we still have a number to go. We assume a number of them are going to go where they're going to go, but the ones we're watching are Georgia, certainly. You want to put the map back up there for a second? Certainly Georgia, certainly Pennsylvania, and where else? Nevada. Arizona. A lot of spaces to be colored blue or red yet. Faz, we haven't heard from you in the last few minutes.
I was intrigued by your question about how you'd be thinking about Biden's presidency, and obviously,
yes, I wanted to come back to that.
I ran a campaign against him, and we have obviously differences of opinion and approach, but if I were sitting in the White House, and I have a lot of respect for the people who work around him, including Ron Klain, who I think is a top-notch public servant, and you think about the validation, I think that they'd have to feel around that people, if you listen to the right, beat up on this guy, here's a buffling, can't get words out of his mouth, doesn't know what he's doing, people are going to hate this guy, it's going to be a red wave, they're going to condemn everything Biden has fought for. Not true. And it's a reevaluation, I think, for the right, but also a validation of, I hope, where Biden feels like he's trying to lead this Democratic Party. And he started off on a very strong foot, I thought, with the American Rescue Plan. They got some things done in a bipartisan way, passing, some measures through Congress that I think that now he's going to have an opportunity to complete and executing through the government agencies and distributing those monies out and helping turn this economy around as he's been doing. I think his management of COVID, those have really accrued to their benefit. I think he's still in the process of remaking a Democratic Party on the politics side of it. So while he's doing, I think, starting to move the gears on policy, the politics is going to start to catch up too. But I would hope that one of the takeaways is the progressive economics, the antitrust agenda, the issues around competent governments, around giving money to, showing the power of federal government to do good in people's lives is one of the key takeaways, and that Democrats are moving along with him and animating it around good politics.
All right, I want to have one of our panelists respond,
about
but I need to make a call.
Joe Biden's presidency when he's going to lose the House, likely lose the Senate. He's still sitting in the low 40s. I don't think it's really a triumph of his policies that's happening tonight. I do think there's a question some of the candidates the Republicans put forward. If they want to continue to advocate socialist economic policies, that's going to accrue to Republican benefit.
I appreciate that where you're coming from in a partisan perspective. I'm not triumphizing or trying to proclaim that everything he's doing is wonderful. However, he's also shepherding an economy in which 2/3 of the country think is on the wrong track. He's dealing with inflation. You got a war in Ukraine, driving up energy prices. And in the midst of all that, you would assume in a situation where that kind of environment is going on that maybe the alternative is better. And the alternative isn't better, actually. And this course could be stronger and better around, I think, certain approaches. But this is the direction we got to go. I think that's what.
Even though I think his policies are harmful, I do think it's true that we've said already that in '94, when Republicans took over Congress, it benefited Bill Clinton's reelection. In 2010, Republicans took over, it benefited Barack Obama's reelection. And so, politically, I'm sure this isn't what Democrats want to do, is lose control of Congress, but politically, Americans like divided government.
If you look back at the agenda, right, that was before, over last year, he fought for Build Back Better. Some of those pieces didn't get through, right, Judy? If I'm sitting in the White House, I'm saying, hey, those are still popularities. Let's go for paid sick leave. Let's go for child care. Let's free tuition at community colleges and public universities. Let's increase taxes on the rich. That's what I would be taking away. I'd say, hey, people were appreciative. We left certain things on the table. If we still have a Senate, let's keep rolling.
I think if he does that, it's going to, again, benefit Republicans. If instead what Joe Biden does is say, hey, look, let's work on crime together. Let's work on a border solution together. Let's work on the issues that Republicans are focused on, like inflation, then I think that's a pivot like you saw Bill Clinton make after the '94 midterms.
I'd like to arbitrate the Pence-Sanders campaign that we're about to see. I do think, I saw an exit poll, and we got to be cautious about them, but do you want government to be more active or less active?
Yes.
And it was more active, which is not how I think
That's
the
a
American
current exit poll?
Yeah, that was it today.
And Fox News had an exit poll and said, do you want the government to guarantee health care? 65% yes. Right? I mean, I think people—
You look at Fox News?
Yeah, I read Fox News. I think that people miss, in this great progressive versus non-progressive debate, the ideological judgments around people are way more nuanced and different, particularly when you talk about class-based issues, than are often discussed in the media. I mean, there is a lot of consensus around a class-based approach that Bernie Sanders has been talking about for a long 40 years of his life. That, I think Mark wants to have that debate, and I would love to have that debate publicly. Like, okay, what's the role of government spending? What's the role of taxation? What's the role for working families? That is the core of the difference between the parties.
Here's the question I have, though. Is there a leader available to us, whether it's Joe Biden, Chuck Schumer, Kevin McCarthy, who has the leadership ability to say, we're going to overcome and break this partisanship and get something done? And I'm afraid the answer is no.
Are you saying in neither party?
Right, in neither party.
Isn't that because the division is pretty deep
but a great leader overcomes that division. A great leader gets the American people behind him and says, or her, and says, we're going to do something special here. And I don't see that special leader.
Abraham Lincoln
among us.
And
in my view, Ronald Reagan. That's from my perspective. But someone like that who rallies the American people and says, and their support. And I'm not sure in this media landscape that we're in that's even possible to do that either.
Tough.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say it's tough.
President
I'm glad
Manchin.
to have somebody disagree with me. So.
I think it's tough. I mean, maybe Joe Manchin, if he could win it, but
yeah.
We have a race call in Minnesota. The governor, Tim Walz, the Democrat, has won re-election. These polls closed at, I think, at 9 o'clock. I'm looking here for Minnesota. Yes, polls closed at 9 o'clock, so it's taken 2.5 hours. He was challenged by Republican Dr. Scott Jensen, and we're reminded the campaign centered largely on public safety and on Walz's record handling COVID. It's interesting to me. We haven't spent more time tonight. We spent a little bit of time. We haven't spent much time talking and reflecting on how the handling of COVID has either helped or hurt some of these candidates. We know it's had some effect, but is there a consensus here?
But at the end of the day, we have yet to see an incumbent governor lose. Now, still early, et cetera, but the fact that, you did have some candidates running on their COVID response, Ron DeSantis most notably, and Brian Kemp in Georgia.
and where Republicans were trying to use the issue against a number of these blue state Democrats. We're going to see what happens in Michigan, where that was an issue in that race. Republicans saying that Governor Whitmer was much too restrictive and also was something of a hypocrite who had asked people to do one thing while her family did another. But at the end of the day, it is kind of remarkable. If you think about where we started the year 2021, we started the year 2021 with January 6th. We are still in the midst of a COVID crisis. We're ending the year, we're talking about inflation, but it's pretty clear that the issues like abortion, Trump, our deep partisanship, like we're not going back to this era where things just move with the issues as much as they did, right? And that there was a point at which, again, we can play this all out. What would happen if we hadn't had a Roe decision? What would happen if Donald Trump had gone quietly? What would happen if the Democrats hadn't passed that COVID relief bill? But this is where we are. What, to me, the most fascinating thing that I've seen in the exit poll thus far is independents for the last 4 elections. Part of the reason we've seen these swings, especially in the House of 20 or more seats, is that they break by double digits for the out party, the party that's not in the White House. Right now, they're divided evenly. And what that suggests is that while many of those voters were saying inflation is my top issue, I absolutely, think that the cost of living is really a problem in my life, it wasn't enough to get them to make that leap over into Republicans. And that is, again, we started the night talking about all the problems, and as Trump started too, about all the things Democrats did wrong. But for Republicans to be a national party, to one, try to win the national popular vote, which they haven't done since 2004, but also to win a national presidential election, getting 270 electoral votes, you can't lose independent voters. And you have to be able to do more than just motivate your base.
Well, we'll be curious to see what, we'll all be curious to see what independent voters are doing in the state of Pennsylvania. That's where we want to go right now. Our Jeff Bennett is at Fetterman headquarters in Pittsburgh. Jeff, coming back to you, tell us what you're learning.
Hey, Judy, still a matter of cautious optimism here at the Fetterman headquarters. The vote is coming in slowly, but Fetterman is still in the lead, and I've been texting with Democratic officials here in the state who point me to what's happening in Allegheny County with more than 95% of the vote in. Fetterman is up by 28 points, and that is a county that President Biden won back in 2020 by some 20 points. So they're feeling pretty good about that. I can tell you just outside of Philadelphia, where Josh Shapiro has his election night headquarters, there's been a big development over there. We should say that the Associated Press, which is our guide in calling elections, has not called the governor's race here in Pennsylvania, but other news outlets have, and I'm told that President Biden has placed a congratulatory call to Josh Shapiro. Shapiro is widely viewed as being popular in this state. He made a name for himself fighting Donald Trump's false claims of election fraud in 2020. And I've talked to even Republican strategists who had some misgivings about the Republican running for governor here in Pennsylvania, Doug Mastriano, who objectively did very little to appeal to voters outside of his base. He is someone who has espoused Christian nationalist views. He is someone who participated in the so-called Stop the Steal rally outside the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. He has called for a full abortion ban, and even beyond that, prosecuting women who have the procedure and the doctors who perform them. And so back in the primary, when Mastriano was running against a number of moderate Republicans, Shapiro spent $800,000 elevating Mastriano and highlighting his record. Why? Because Shapiro identified him as the candidate he wanted to run against because he figured he'd be the easiest to beat. Shapiro isn't the only Democrat who's done that. There have been a number of Democrats at the national level who have meddled, for lack of a better word, in Republican primaries in that way. But I can also tell you, talking to White House officials, top-ranking White House officials, that Josh Shapiro was a candidate they were bullish on, months and months and months ago. And so far, that seems to have been borne out as we wait the official call from the Associated Press, Judy.
Yeah, so interesting what you're saying, Jeff, because we're looking at these numbers with a large percentage of the vote and Shapiro's holding, it looked like a 10 percentage point lead, yeah, for 11 percentage point. And everybody around this table who knows Pennsylvania politics is saying it's looking good, not only for Shapiro, but also potentially for Fetterman. But again, Pennsylvania being very careful given the history of what happened a couple of years ago and the fact that they've just warned us, repeatedly that it's going to take time and they're going to be careful counting these votes. And you've been telling us that all night as well. Well, please keep us posted, Jeff, if you learn anything from where you are. We will be interested. I want to come back to the conversation that we were having about both about COVID and about Democrats and about President Biden and figuring out what he's going to do. We heard what Faz said. We heard what David said. Perry, did you want to add something?
I think the unspoken part of the Biden question is Kamala and Harris, which is that I think the Democrats would probably be comfortable with a Buttigieg, a Booker, a Klobuchar as the candidate if Biden decided not to run. But I think the Harris is not viewed as particularly great at politics. She ran for president. We watched it. It wasn't particularly a good campaign. And I think that's part of the issue is I don't think Biden would want to cede. I'm sure he wants to run. I'm sure he likes the job. I'm sure he thinks he could be Trump and he's the best candidate. I also think if there was an obvious heir apparent who they could anoint quickly, then I'm not sure he would necessarily go for this. If his vice president was like Barack Obama or something, I think it'd be a little bit different. So I think part of the issue is we're having this sort of unspoken mini primary where Gavin Newsom is doing things and Pritzker's doing things and Kamala Harris is going to South Carolina. I think part of it is like if Biden doesn't run, the process might turn into 97 debates like 2019.
But what's the scenario wherein Vice President Harris pulls away?
There isn't one. That's the problem. This is admitting it. But I think Pete was campaigning all over the place. It's usually a sign your party likes you if they bring you to swing states. Booker was in New Hampshire. Klobuchar was in New Hampshire. Pete was in several states. That tells you they've polled, and those guys are pretty good with undecided swing voters. That tells me who they want in swing states. That tells me who the party thinks could be a good nominee.
And you pointed out Vice President Harris was in South Carolina. Is that
well, that was in, she went there early in the year, but I think she was mostly campaigning in safe areas.
We have not
blue
seen
areas.
Where the president's campaigning, for that matter.
The one thing that is a reality for us all is time moving on, the clock ticking. Joe Biden's not going to be more spry 6 months from now, a year from now, than he is now. And that's just a factor that I think a lot of people, a lot of Democrats are going to look at and say, is that really going to be the face of our party and our candidate pulling us through in 2024? And frankly, I would ask the same question about Trump if Republicans are really serious about looking at Trump again.
I suspect if it were Trump running again, Biden would feel the same way, that I'm the person who can take him on and defeat him, and he has done it once before. And obviously, if he wanted to do it again, largely, I think people would give him the opportunity to do so. I want to back you up a bit on your Ohio stuff for a moment. I don't think it's a swing state, but I want to go back to it. The House Democrats are going to end up picking up a couple of seats there. If you're looking at some of the trajectories there's some areas that Tim Ryan's old seat.
Did you say Democrats are picking up?
Yeah, so you have what was a Tim Ryan seat and redone to try to become a Republican seat. Democrats are looking good and they're going to hold it. Yeah. And then places where we had tried to get Marcy Kaptur out by turning it into a Republican district, she's going to hang on. And so again, you have some glimmers of light here for a House composition that could have been.
You talk about Mike DeWine's popularity, but he's popular, probably more popular with Democrats in Ohio. They like how he handled COVID. You were talking about COVID. The reason he only got 48% in the Republican primary was a blowback on the shutdowns and the mask mandates and all this that Republicans didn't like. So you had two anti-DeWine candidates splitting the anti-DeWine vote.
He took it seriously, DeWine did.
He did what he did. Yes, he did.
Just because you didn't support shutdowns doesn't mean you don't take it seriously.
Thank you. All right, we have an important race to call, and that is in New Hampshire, Maggie Hassan. The AP is saying that the Democrat has won re-election. Again, this was a race in New Hampshire challenged by Donald Balduke, who had not been seen as a serious contender, challenger up until I think earlier, a few weeks ago, a couple of months ago. But the flares went up, and a lot of money poured in to New Hampshire, and this is the result. The AP, this is with 54% of the expected vote. Maggie Hassan will return to
that's a very
Washington.
big win.
That's a win.
That's
That is
very
a big win for the Democrats.
Democrats, and again,
Sweating.
as we've seen in every one of these Senate races, at least thus far, we don't have enough vote in, I think, to know what the final margin is. But they seem to be lining up very close to the 2020 margin. This is what we saw in 2018 midterms. There was not one state that went for Biden. Or sorry, so in 2018 it was Clinton. Now one state that went for Clinton, that went for a Republican, there wasn't a state that went for Trump, that went for a Democrat, right? And so this has been the benefit. We've been talking about some of the structural benefits Democrats have had, even while the environment wasn't very good. Which fundamental was going to be more important? The structural environment, the makeup of your state or district, or the fact that we have 40-year high inflation, people don't feel good about the president. Right now what it suggests is that the structural is much more important. And if these races come down to literally being within the exact same margin that they were in 2020, even as voters there feel much less supportive of Joe Biden, let's say, they are not as happy with Joe Biden as they were back when they voted for him in 2020, and yet they still keep voting for the Democrat. That's either a sign that, one, as we've been talking about a lot, they didn't like the alternative, so Republicans gave them the wrong candidates. But in some of these other races that Democrats are winning, Republicans put up decent House candidates. This isn't all about it just collapsing under the weight of a Herschel Walker or a Dr. Oz.
I would say Donald Trump talked about building a wall. He built a wall between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
And it's just hard for a lot of people to get over
scale
that
it.
wall.
Yeah.
And I think Judy, that most Americans are just tired of the partisanship on both sides. And tonight's vote was like, it's not an endorsement of either one.
It's not, although it does.
It's a meh, as you would say.
It is meh.
Blah.
Actually,
it's actually
the voters are very partisan.
That's what it actually says more than that is.
What did you say? The voters are.
The voters
I think
are very
we're
partisan.
saying the same thing.
I would argue the voters
Yes.
are not looking past partisanship
That's
and
right.
only vote their team, which is not what I'm hoping for. But I don't think that they're tired of partisanship. They say in polls they're tired of partisanship, while always. AOC is pretty partisan.
I don't know.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is pretty partisan.
Harry, I think Americans want
races.
something to get done. They want people to work together for. Maybe I'm being too pie in the sky
Just
about it.
when someone vote for J.D. Vance or Herschel Walker because they want to get things done, that doesn't seem like that's true.
I think there's still a number of Americans who want their
team to get their
stick
things done
to their side and not.
Oh, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. A number of are like that. But I think that nothing gets rewarded as much as achievement. And people just aren't seeing much achievement.
To me, the key race, and we probably won't get to it because it's Oregon, but this test of are they willing to cross the divide, right, and say, I'm really frustrated with what's happening in my state. Even though this is a really, really blue state, I am willing to make that leap for change. We've been voting for Democrats for 40 years. Let's just try it. It's a risk. And if they don't make that risk, then that tells you that everything has now become nationalized. And so this idea of all politics is local becomes harder and harder. Although Marcy Kaptur did give us a good indication that all politics can be local. It also helps running against a guy who has inflated his resume and was at January 6th.
And in Oregon, it's local, in and around Portland, what happened
Absolutely,
in Portland.
absolutely. And 40 years of Democratic governorship, right? So this is clearly a place, if you want to break
years? Is that right?
Yeah, they haven't had a Republican governor in 40 years. So that would be
And we don't, those polls close at midnight? No, at 11. They closed at 11. We're still waiting.
But Oregon takes a long time.
But to be clear, the only reason that's even close is because there's three candidates running.
Three
and
women
there's
running
independent
for governor of
who's
Oregon.
kind of
She's kind of
Right,
falling short.
exactly. But in normal circumstances, and I think Tina Kotek will, can prognosticate a little bit, but I think she'll end up carrying it. And yeah, but you're right that the crime, what ended up becoming for Republicans a crime issue was a subtle, not so subtle attack on Democrats holding power to say that it's a competence issue, right? Oh, if there's carjackings going on, if there's tents being put up in cities, that somehow you don't know how to run a city. And, it became obviously a partisan, if you're going to do that as a partisan attack, then you've got to offer a solution, a compelling, what are you going to do? You got some mental health plans? You got some affordable housing plans? Lay it on me. What are you going to do? What are you going to do about policing? They didn't come with that. They just say, hey, look at these cities, Democrats, laugh, and point. And we'll see how that carries, but I don't think that that's a pretty compelling message. You got to come with some solutions. What are you going to do about it?
We have a race to call, and speaking of Oregon, Amy, you will this to happen.
Oh, the Senate.
It's not exactly the one you were talking about.
I was like, did we already?
This is Senator Ron Wyden, a well-known Democrat in Washington, I think running for his third term. I believe this is right. The AP is calling this race about 45 minutes after the polls closed in the state of Oregon. And let's see, this is with 53% of the expected vote in, defeating the Republican challenger, Joe Ray Perkins. So there you have it, Amy. You have a little bit of the Oregon picture filled in.
I mean, Fez is right that there is a third-party candidate who's making that more competitive. But the focus has been, well, maybe this is the year that you could see the, right, is it going to be a squeeze in these states, especially states where abortion theoretically was not as prominent because these are blue states. It's not quite as existential as, say, Pennsylvania or Wisconsin or Michigan.
Just a question, the New York governor's race, are we seeing evidence that the Republicans doing somewhat well, or what are you saying?
I mean,
it's not. Become a blowout.
It's become
so
kind
that
of
tells us, that's interesting. That was a place where I
blowout
thought
for Hochul?
For Hochul. I thought that race might be close because I didn't find her campaign to be particularly good, and I thought Zeldin was actually running the crime issue pretty smartly.
Could we look at those results? Is it possible? I want to go to Laura at the White House, but could we look at the Hochul Zeldin race? It'll take us just a second to pull those numbers up. But I would like to look at that, and then we're going to hear from Laura because we need to know who else President Biden is calling to congratulate. So we know what's really going on out there. All right, there you go. This is with 79% of the expected vote. The AP has not called New York governor's race, but here's Kathy Hochul, who was a lieutenant governor, stepped into the governorship after Andrew Cuomo resigned after a scandal involving women, harassment of women. And she stepped in, got I think a lot of attention through the pandemic, had a pretty fierce challenge from Republican Lee Zeldin, a lot of press attention in this race, but it looks like she's held on. Has held on, but again, the AP has not called it right. I just wanted to see what the numbers were.
And Biden won New York by a lot more than 8, so I think that might suggest that actually his campaign was effective in a certain way.
Right, but and also I think because it became close at the end, it became noted to everybody as being close at the end in a core blue state. If you say hey, my values are not represented by Lee Zeldin, you come out and vote, and I think you had an increase in people who say, hey, no, New York isn't going in that direction.
Well, I think he made it close because he did focus on crime.
For a while.
And your last question was, what are Republicans do? And I think part of it's actually keeping criminals in jail, and I think candidly, where we mixed our message during the Trump administration was when the Democrats in the White House pushed criminal justice reform in our White House and pushed that through. We've come back to a message that's more strict on crime, and I think that's good for Republicans.
Are you not in favor of people, having some reconciliation if people committed an act when they were 20 years old and smoked marijuana or, got involved in some bad business? Shouldn't they be given an opportunity to have a second chance in life?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Good. Okay.
But I think there's a lot of
consensus.
That's not. You're not talking about people smoking marijuana when you see Huawei's in Philadelphia getting run over by criminals and people being let right back out of jail. That's very different than somebody who smoked marijuana.
Right. If we're talking about real violence,
it's a nice hypothetical, but that's not what's happening in Philadelphia or New York City.
I was just trying to defend what you in the White House were trying to do. Actually, you were trying to get nonviolent people through a system in which they could have a second chance in life. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Is the mark
said
you did this.
no.
You did this. Why am I explaining legislation to you?
Nick,
That's what you were doing.
I wasn't in charge of legislative affairs at that time.
Okay,
There were
fair.
Democrats in the White House. The Democrats in the White House were
The
pushing
First
that
Step Act
legislation.
that you pushed gave
No,
people.
I did not.
Okay.
It was the Democrats, it was the Democrats in our White House who were pushing that.
Well, yeah. Okay. Fine.
We're going to call on
I
our
don't know what's going
mediator. The mediator earlier. All right. All right, we have a race to call in the Tar Heel state, North Carolina. The AP with 95% of the vote in, Republican Ted Budd. That's a hold for Republicans, defeating the former state Chief Supreme Court Justice Sherry Beasley, who ran a stronger race than some had predicted. A lot of money went into that race. I think something like $99 million.
Millions of dollars. We didn't talk about how much money went into Florida as well. I mean, Rubio won handily, but Val Demings raised more money than almost any other Senate candidate. And it's expensive to do TV down in Florida. But I think, once again, what we're going to see with North Carolina, I bet when all votes are counted, it will look like a very similar margin that we saw in 2020. So it'll be a 51, 47, 48, which is what we had in the presidential, right? Trump winning it with 51, Trump winning Ohio by 8. Here, J.D. Vance wins by 8. The Wisconsin race, the Pennsylvania race will probably be a vote, or I mean, not a vote, a percent or two, just like we saw in the presidential race. So, gosh, I feel like I'm just repeating myself over and over
But
again.
we'll let you
Sorry.
do that.
So were the voters.
So are the voters. They just keep saying the same thing. We want change.
Here it is.
It's
I found the
interesting
number
only-
I was looking
yeah.
for in North Carolina. $138 million spent overall. $71 million spent by Republicans to defeat a lot outside money spent.
Can I ask you a question about our two
Yes.
campaigns?
Yes, yes.
So since I hang around political scientists a lot, they are fervently of the belief that spending money on this scale doesn't matter, that it barely moved votes.
Oh.
Is that
But it clearly,
like Val Demings?
Yeah, I'm a big believer. I mean, I think you have to have enough money to run a substantial and real campaign, right? There's a threshold. I do think at some point there's diminishing returns over the next 30-second ad. And I don't see a lot of campaigns getting creative about this. One of the things that's been a lost art, actually, in campaigns, and that actually Donald Trump, Bernie Sanders probably share this in common, is that the art of the rally. That thousands of people show up. Because what happens when thousands of people show up, Dave, and you appreciate this, is that there's a community effect to that. I remember when I was at so-and-so. I remember when it started to rain. People talk about the event, especially in an era in which the societal fabric is starting to fray. Like, where do we mix? Where do we intermix? Where do we go for fun and entertainment? We went to a rally together. We shared a common experience. And if you look at a lot of these candidates who spend money, hundreds of millions of dollars on ads, that's where it's all going. They're not doing like creative and interesting, compelling public rallies. To the extent that they do them, they might be saved for the very end. Well, here comes Barack Obama. Here comes, Joe Biden. Here comes like a couple of, but this is not a staple of the modern campaigning environment. We've lost the populism of it, that you do town hall meetings, the old school John McCain stuff.
that doesn't happen anymore.
Doesn't happen very much.
Anymore.
You could go through the Senate and find who has held a town hall meeting in the last year. It's hard to find.
Negative TV ads. We do have a race to call. This is the governor's race in the state of Nebraska. This was the seat held by Pete Ricketts, Republican, and Jim Pillen. So it's a hold for Republicans. Jim Pillen, the Republican, with 66% of the expected vote in, has defeated the Democrat Carol Blood. This is a call by the Associated Press in the state of Nebraska. So there we have another governor call. And I believe that's all we have right now. Laura Barone Lopez, again, we look to you to know who the president's calling to congratulate.
So the president, actually, Judy, you beat me to the punch there, because AP did call the race for Senator Maggie Hassan, but the president did call her about 20 minutes prior to the AP calling that race. And the president called her in New Hampshire to congratulate her. He also called D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, and he called California Senator Alex Padilla. So he's making the rounds, congratulating Democrats, in many cases getting ahead of AP race calls here. But one other thing I wanted to note, Judy, that's important as I've been talking to folks in the White House is that if somehow Republicans do flip the Senate, flip both chambers, one thing the White House is definitely, and the president is going to be looking at, is what they can pass in the time after the election and before the new Congress comes in January. Not just government funding and the debt ceiling, but also that same-sex marriage bill that got punted. They're keeping a close eye on trying to get that passed, find another bipartisan bill, as well as potentially, again, reforming the Electoral Count Act. So those are things that the White House is looking to get done, especially if Congress fully flips.
And if they don't have, if they expect not to have a majority in the House, and we don't know whether they're going to have the 50-50 Senate with the tie broken by the Vice President, it's going to matter a lot how much of that they can get done.
Exactly.
And Laura, you said the president is calling to congratulate the winners. Is he calling any losers to commiserate, or we don't know?
So far, the White House has not told us if the president has called any losers to send his condolences. Right now, it is just those winners and often getting ahead of us on some of them.
All right, Laura Barone Lopez holding down that place at the White House. Thank you very much. And I think we are now going to hear from our Amna Nawaz and Lisa Desjardins. They always have new information to share. Amna.
We do indeed, Judy. As we're coming up now on the day after Election Day, about to hit midnight here on the East Coast, we want to give you kind of a landscape check-in on some key races we've been tracking. Let's start with the balance of power in the House of Representatives. Lisa, remind us of the map and where we are now.
Okay, look at we have all these races called. 218 seats for the control of this fine chamber of the House, but no one's really close yet. These are the races that are called, the ones that the Associated Press is 100% sure of, that they cannot be reversed. 115 Democrats, 163 Republicans. But, you know, we're kind of counting a different way. We're looking at what seats have flipped, and that is still slow. Republicans need to pick up 5 seats net. So far, 2. They have 2 flips so far. The latest is that Virginia's 2nd District seat, Jen Kagan's the Republican, picking that up on behalf of her party.
But as you can see, all of these white dots still to be called.
Still to be called. Who will sit there? Let's find out.
A long way to go. Let's check in on some of the key races you have been tracking. One of these was meant to be, you thought possibly, an early red wave indicator.
Yeah.
Doesn't look that way.
No, it's this is a blue wall here in Toledo, Ohio. And I think we're seeing, this is the story at least of these past few hours. Will that change again? We don't know. But the past few hours that Democrats are doing better than expected, which, by the way, the exact words of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to Judy Woodruff a few hours ago.
That's right.
Democrats would outperform. And so far, that's what we're seeing in districts like this with Marcy Kaptur. And let's stick with Ohio and go to another one, Ohio's 1st district, where Democrats are hoping to pick up a seat. Look at that. Right now, the Democrat, Greg Landsman, is ahead, 88% of the vote in. Steve Chabot, longtime Republican there, he is now losing by 4 points. Now, that would be, again, a pickup for Democrats, and that could change the math as well. So we'll keep watching that.
Not yet called. 88% of the expected vote in so far. Let's stay in Ohio.
Ohio.
How about another one?
We spent time on Michigan before. We give Ohio
congressional district. This is an open seat, right?
This is an open seat, exactly. And this actually is some of the impeachment result. One of the Republicans who voted for impeachment, Tony Gonzalez, retired rather than run in this race this year. And what we have now is the Republican on the ballot, Madison Jessiato Gilbert, a first-time candidate. She's a conservative commentator. She is behind Emilia Sykes, who actually is a longer time politician. She was at one point the head of the Democratic House contingent in the State House. So right now she's winning this open seat by 4 points with 96% of the race left. Both parties thought this kind of seat, an open seat, was one of the most treacherous for Democrats. But right now, right here, we see a Democrat in Ohio winning.
Not yet called, though.
Not yet called yet, but there's not a lot of vote left.
Every single time. Let's go to New York. There's another district there you're tracking, New York's 3rd congressional district. This includes parts of Long Island's North Shore, extends into Queens. Tell me about this race.
We've been pointing out historic races all night. This is another one. Whoever wins, this is already a historic race because both of these men are openly gay candidates. This is the first time we've seen 2 openly gay men run for Congress. And right now, the Republican George Santos, he is a Wall Street investment financier. He is winning. Look at this, by 6 points. 75% of the expected vote in. Now, this is just outside of Queens, actually borders Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's newly redistricted district. If he wins, George Santos will be the first Republican elected to Congress for the first time as an openly gay man. So the history in this district, we'll keep watching it.
So important to note as we track some of these races. You have been tracking election denial candidates, folks who've either called into question or disputed, outright denied the 2020 election results. And specifically when it comes to Secretary of State races, these are often the offices that oversee their state's election
In the
processes.
majority of states in this country, secretaries of states are the one who run the race.
Talk to me about
in
Indiana.
Indiana, we have Diego Morales. He is a former Pence aide from Indiana. He is winning his race right now, 54%, 73% of the expected vote in. He is someone we categorize in that broad category of a doubter. That means in the past, he has had statements which indicate that he thought the election was not, should have been overturned, was not something reliable. But recently, he also has a statement, he's confusing. He's a complicated case. He has said also that he thinks Biden was legitimately elected. He has said both things. So we put him in sort of the middle category. He, however, isn't also interesting because he himself, just in the last week, the Indianapolis Star came out with a story that he could have committed voter fraud himself from years past when he voted in one district and they say lived in a different district. A number of scandals around him, which he has denied. He has campaigned on a very strong personal story and what he says is a love of America. Right now, it looks like he is a win. And in fact, in this race, he's already declared victory. The Associated Press has not, though, for him.
Important to note. So we are not either. 73% of the expected vote in right there to Arizona, where there is an outright election denier on the ballot on the Republican side.
This is a different situation. Now, again, Arizona is quirky on its results, which is, thank goodness we have Stephanie Sy there to help us through that. I hope she gets some sleep ever again. But right now, the Democrat Adrian Fontes is winning over Mark Fincham. Now, Mark Fincham is sort of a renowned kind of leader of the election denial movement. He is not just an election denier. He is someone who is very well known. He is actually a self-described oath keeper, and he is someone that we will probably be watching regardless. Right now, he is behind in this race, but I want to take you through where he and everyone else on the columns of kind of tracking these Secretary of State candidates, where we are with our nation's election system and who people are electing. Right now, so far, we really don't have results in many of the races that involve outright deniers of the 2020 results. In this result, Chuck Gray of Wyoming, he is running unopposed. We expected him to win. He is someone to watch, though, because even the state legislature in Wyoming is concerned about him taking over their elections process, and Republicans there may change their state law because of some of the things he's proposing to do. Now, if you see this category, these are where we're seeing the candidates, the Republicans, do well. These are the folks who fuel doubt. We're talking about Morales. He has not been checked off yet. But we also see some defenders. In Nebraska, another unopposed candidate there, Bob Evnen, winning. Mark Hammond in South Carolina also winning. So it's mixed results here, but it's something we're going to be having to pay a lot of attention to for the next 2 years, and probably 2 years from now when we're standing here.
And probably for years beyond that as well. Important to note, many of these have not yet been called. This is just the process.
That's it.
As it unfolds. Judy, back to you.
All right, we've been paying very close attention to everything you and Lisa have been saying. All of it important tonight, and it is 3 minutes after midnight in the East. We've let the hour, the clock has struck, and we have this to tell you, that the polls have closed in Hawaii, which leaves Alaska as the only state where the polls are still open. And we do have Senate winners to share with you. A winner in the state of Hawaii, Brian Schatz, has been reelected. Literally, the polls just closed a moment ago. Schatz, I'm sorry. And the Associated Press has called Brian Schatz the winner. He will return to Washington, defeating the Republican Bob McDermott. And we have another race to call, also in the state of Hawaii, and that is in the open race for governor. That had been held by a Democrat. It is being the winner, called by the AP, is Josh Green, defeating the former Lieutenant Governor Duke Aiona. So there you have two calls right at the top of the hour, very much a part of our United States. So here we are. It's 4 minutes after midnight. We're sitting around the table. It's not looking, Amy, I'm coming to you right now because it's not looking like we're going to have
gonna know that
a
much.
Senate call because we have Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin still out, all very close on the bubble, if you will. Maybe one candidate or another is ahead, as in Pennsylvania, but AP not ready to call those. And then the House of
In the House,
Representatives.
we
you're
still
saying.
have a lot of unknowns, and a lot of the most competitive races we're waiting for. Some are in New York. They tend to take a little longer to do their counting in New York, and they have a
Something
later poll
interesting in New
closing
York, you were
time.
just telling
Yeah,
me.
I mean, right now, what we're seeing is that there are, while the governor's race was called, it does seem as if Republicans are doing better in a lot of these House races that Lee Zeldin, the Republican, probably also carried. This is a state that Republicans were worried about early on because Democrats were in charge of the redistricting, and they had gotten a map. Democrats put a map in place that was very beneficial to Democrats. The courts threw it out. Many of these candidates running this time around, they're either new because an incumbent retired, or in the case of the DCCC chairman, Sean Patrick Maloney, running in a district that's about 70% new to him. While the number on the district says it's a Biden safe seat, not a lot of people in the district know him as well. So we'll still have to watch those very closely. Those are the sort of last glimmering hopes for Republicans to pick up more than just a handful of House races, is to be able to do well in New York. And then we have to go out to Oregon and see where those races come in.
Can we say at this point, any of you who are looking at this, Mark, I mean, are we looking at what range of Republican pickup in the House are we looking at? I mean, we talking 15 to 20? Are we talking less than that, more than
I think we're in the 15 category
15.
probably right now, so we're looking at.
So that's 15. They needed 5
Right.
to take the majority, and if they have 15, that's not a huge majority. It's a win.
Again, I think that the
speaker.
House victories were going to be somewhat capped because everybody was focused last cycle on the presidential for good reason. But I think an underreported story was the 15 Republican House pickups. And so we were never going to have a year of like 2010 this cycle. Still, I think that probably expectations were in the 25 range coming into tonight, and probably to do better in the Senate. So I think you're still going to see us take control of Congress, but not to the upward edge of what the hopes were.
I mean, it's too early. Yeah. I don't know about that. No, I mean, Mark may be right, but you look through a lot of our contested races, a lot of the ones where we were wondering if Ds were going to hold on in very tight races. Ds are holding on in tight races. Then you look at some of the vulnerable Republicans. You see some Democrats are up, and Nikki Budzinski in Illinois 13. You look at Wiley Nickel, I think in North Carolina, is just called beating Bo Hines. Steve Chabot, as we talked about, losing in Ohio. We talked about some of the Ohio seats, and then Pennsylvania is going a good way. We'll let the dust clear because they're going to have to move all the way to the West. And if you remember from 2020, the West came in stronger. In 2018, particularly, came in stronger later. So, I get there's a lot of hope on the Republican side that it is going to be a deeper margin, but it is also quite possible that we'll be at a very narrow Republican majority.
Harry?
I don't want to ignore what happened in Florida, which looks like a state that is competitive is maybe no longer competitive, and I think that's a big story that we do already see. But otherwise, my political scientist friend, Vanderbilt professor John Sy, says our politics is calcified, and that feels right to me. It's like we are stuck in our parties, and it's like, I know polarization is one word, but I really think we are stuck, and you're seeing Tim Ryan runs a much better campaign and is very aggressively focused in Ohio. He loses by the exact same number Joe Biden, who barely appeared in the state, did. J.D. Vance was not a good candidate. It doesn't matter. And so I really think that's what I feel tonight, is like even more convinced that January 6th, inflation, a lot of events happen. I'm repeating it, Amy said, a lot of events happen, but it doesn't look like they're changing that partisanship yet.
And David, that makes me ask, among other things, why would you want to run for office in this environment?
Ben Sass is leaving. I think that's an indication of what
this
it's
gives
like.
me a chance to celebrate. We've called a lot of early races, and a lot of these are no-hopers, like a Republican running in Hawaii. Well, we have to tip our hats to those people. Like,
You're right.
They work hard,
need to-
and they really give it their all, and they have no chance.
As someone who, I don't get to meet as many of them as I once did, partly because of COVID, but partly because people weren't traveling as much this last year. But
Meeting a lot of these
And you're the
candidates.
boss at the Cook
Yeah, and
Political
I have to do boss things. But meeting House candidates was always the favorite part of my job because these are as close to normal people as you can get, right? They're your dentist and they're the lawyer from across the street. And I would ask them that exact question, Judy. Why do you want to do this? I mean, you realize as soon as you come in, your profession is more hated than serial killers or something, right? Like it's way down on the list of admired jobs. And they, to a person, it doesn't matter where they are on the ideological spectrum, say, well, if not me, then who, right? I really do think that I can make a difference. And so it gives me that little bit of optimism here. You may not like these people. They may not be on your team, but they do a lot. They put a lot on the line in order to believe they're going to make a difference. And what I wish we would do is spend a little less time talking, a lot less time, talking about the people on the extremes and Marjorie Taylor Greene and what she's doing, and a lot more time talking about, and we've highlighted some of them, Abigail Spanberger and Marcy Kaptur and a couple of these races where they're just people putting their nose down, not making a big fuss, doing their job.
And that is, and I celebrate all that. But I was asking because I heard Perry talk about our politics not just being polarized, but when I heard him say calcified, and you are swimming upstream, if you're running in a place that's just not going to listen to you.
Right.
Yeah, well, and even though Ohio, and I've talked about what a great campaign Tim Ryan ran, I'm one of those people. On the other hand, voters are smart enough to say, okay, he's running a great campaign, he's outworking him, he's outspending him, but I still don't like what Tim Ryan's going to do when he gets to the Senate, because he's a 100% Joe Biden voter. Right. I mean, that's just a fact. And that was often highlighted, and ads ran against him. So, Ohio has always been a center-right state, even when it was a swing state. And it may still be, I'm still going to hold out hope that it's still a somewhat of a swing state.
Some parts.
Yeah, but there was.
Swing district.
I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second to make a call. This is the Senate race in the state of Washington. Patty Murray has been reelected, according to the Associated Press. This is the polls closed there a little over an hour ago. Patty Murray was actually had a pretty serious challenge by Tiffany Smiley, whose husband was wounded, blinded, serving in the military in Iraq. But she has fought her way back to office. I believe this is her fourth term in Washington. So we are still waiting to see who comes out on top in the governor's race. I take that back. We're still waiting on Oregon on their governor's race. But Patty Murray is someone who faced a more serious challenge than expected and has emerged victorious.
No, and just to finish, no, that's okay. We talked a little bit about the Shabbat race, the congressional race in Ohio. That's a race where the push on abortion, the reminder of Roe v. Wade, may have actually worked. I live in that media market where they just hammered Shabbat on being, quote unquote, obsessed with controlling a woman's right to choose or denying a woman's right to choose, obsessed with abortion. That was the main issue. They ran against Shabbat all day long, and he goes down.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to Stephanie Sy in Maricopa County, Arizona, watching those votes be counted. Stephanie.
Hey, Judy, we're seeing results sort of trickle in here in Maricopa County. So we just got another 4,000 votes counted, and we are still seeing that all the Democrats at the top of the ticket have a double-digit lead. Of course, there are 15 counties in Arizona, and we're still waiting to hear from some Republican strongholds, and there are hundreds of thousands of votes to be counted yet here in Maricopa County. I just want to flag something we're going to be looking at in coming days as we head toward final results. And that is the concerted effort that is occurring on social media around these tabulation machine issues that they had earlier in Maricopa County. There are so many tweets from far-right influencers that are exploiting this problem and suggesting that there was something more nefarious at play. So I just want to take this chance to show you the tabulation machine that we're talking about. So this is the tabulation machine that voters will have encountered when they went to voting centers today. They would have filled out their ballot at a voting machine, and then they would have inserted their ballot into the top part of this machine. And what was happening because of these printer issues is that the machine would spit the ballot back out. Now, the ballot was still in hand, and at that point what they could have done is, you see that number 3 there? They could have just popped the ballot in there. That's a secure ballot box. That ballot box then would have been transported to this place. This is the main tabulation center by a bipartisan team of observers, and they then would have been tabulated here. So it's not like people lost their ability to vote. And in fact, a municipal judge ruled earlier when the Republican attorneys tried to extend voting hours in Maricopa County. He said there's simply no evidence that this problem precluded anyone from voting. The problem is the optics and the perceptions around this issue. Again, we have multiple top Republicans here who have denied the 2020 election. They have used this as a pretext to begin to talk about potential problems. So if things don't go their way in coming days, we might start to see the types of reactions we saw back in 2020. So that is what we will be watching in coming days. Again, results are trickling in. We will not know final results before the end of the week. Judy?
But it does sound like, Stephanie, that yes, there have been these glitches, but it sounds like in general things are moving as they should be moving. Is that right with the count?
Yeah, absolutely. And I spent hours today at 2 voting centers, one in Mesa, Arizona, a very mixed district, and one in downtown Phoenix, speaking to voters. And the overall vibe was a very family-friendly, efficient experience. Now, were there long lines at certain polling places? There always are. Were people that went up against these tabulation machines, perhaps frustrated and delayed in their ability to vote? Yes, but we did not hear about any major discrepancies. The problem with this misinformation that's percolating through social media is this is what we saw in the days after the 2020 election. And as Lisa mentioned, Mark Finchem was one of the leaders. He's a candidate for Secretary of State here. He was one of the leaders of the Stop the Steal movement, which was birthed here in Maricopa County, Arizona. So any inkling of that beginning is on our radar, and that is what we're starting to see. And depending on the mileage that those tweets get in coming days and the ability of election officials in places like Maricopa County to dispel any of those rumors, that is all going to be at play, I think, as we head toward final results.
Well, we are so appreciative of how carefully you are following this. Stephanie Sy joining us from Maricopa County, the area around Phoenix in Arizona. Thank you, Stephanie. We do have a call to make now in the state of Pennsylvania. It is the governor's race. And that is Josh Shapiro, who was the state attorney general, the Democrat, defeating the state senator, Doug Mastriano, who, of course, was known to be part of the attack on the Capitol on January the 6th. Yeah, this is a race. These polls closed at 8 o'clock tonight, so it's been over 4 hours. It was expected that there would be a pretty decent margin in the race. But this is here, looking at Pennsylvania, 80% of the expected vote in, and the AP is calling the winner Josh Shapiro, the Democrat. I'm going to go now to our correspondent on the scene at Fetterman, John Fetterman headquarters. They have not called that race yet, Jeff. It sounds like we're still some distance away.
That's right, Judy, and I can tell you that there are probably more reporters here at the Fetterman headquarters at this hour than there are supporters. People have been waiting to hear from the candidate himself, but he has not come out yet. In fact, they took the podium away, so we are here waiting for the candidate to see what he has to say. about the race so far. So far, I can tell you that John Fetterman appears to be overperforming Joe Biden in various parts of Pennsylvania as compared to the way Biden performed back in 2020. In the gubernatorial race, Democrats I've been texting with have been really encouraged by that, in large part because they view the governor's seat as a bulwark against the Republican legislature. The sitting governor, Tom Wolf, has vetoed abortion restrictions that have been put forward by the Republican legislature in this state. And the governor also has the responsibility in Pennsylvania of appointing the Secretary of State, the person who oversees the elections here. So you can imagine the concerns that Democrats had about Doug Mastriano, the Republican who ran, being in that position. So still cautious optimism here at the Fetterman headquarters. The campaign team I've been talking with, they feel good about where they are, but the race has not been called. And as we mentioned earlier tonight, it could be a matter of days before we know exactly who emerges as the official winner in the Senate race here, Judy.
Yeah, well, we so appreciate your being there along with that gathering of reporters waiting to hear from John Fetterman, assuming he is coming out. I listened to you say that Fetterman is outperforming Joe Biden. We know Joe Biden won Pennsylvania by just, 80,000 votes. That was a close race, but it certainly has to be a good sign for the Fetterman campaign that he's doing better than that. Close, but not as close as it was in 2020. All right, Jeff, we thank you very much. You've been watching that. We are going to be on the air just a few more minutes, and I want to get final thoughts from all of you. I've been hearing your wisdom for the last 6 hours. Can it be? And I know you've got a lot more to say, but let's try to think about how we pull together what has happened tonight. David Brooks, we came into this night expecting the Republicans would do well in the House and might just take a majority in the Senate. And what do we have right now?
Well, it's still possible that they'll win both houses, so that would be significant. Or it'll be a 5 or maybe a smaller 10-seat majority in the House, which gives Marjorie Taylor Greene veto power over everything. That'll be fun. I guess I'm mostly struck. We'll see how the demographics shape out. That we need the exit polls for that. But the Democrats seem to be doing pretty good in the Rio Grande Valley, which Republicans were hoping to do better in. Yeah. I guess I'm struck by A, the calcification we've been talking about. B, that states are becoming more unlike each other. That in the Northeast, Republicans were hoping to do pretty well, and the Northeast is still a Democratic bastion. In the South, that's still pretty much a Republican bastion. I guess the West intrigues me, but it's disappointing that we've covered all this and not much has changed.
Well, and we've got about 2.5 minutes left for all of you.
So to make it quick, but that candidate quality is very important, and yet the partisanship still trumps quality in many of these places, right? Mm-hmm. So Ohio being the prime example of this, or North Carolina, these were very good Democratic candidates. We had some good Republican candidates running in the Northeast. It is really hard to break. It seems much harder to break the partisanship than it is to break outperforming the president or the leader of your own party.
Neither party has much to be thrilled about tonight. If anything, Democrats can breathe a bit of sigh of relief over how much worse things could have been for them.
Baz?
Start where I began. I think the Democrats will end up having a good ground to build on for what will be an epic 2024, 2023, 2024. And, I remain hopeful that these class-based issues are still the way forward for Democrats to expand from where they are in a deeply polarized climate to getting that next to.
I think we're still obviously very tribal. I think the big lesson is candidates matter. I think there's a lot of points that Republicans left on the board tonight. If they'd had stronger candidates get through the primaries, that we would have picked up. Mm-hmm. And I think that at the end of the day, I do think that it gives Biden something to run against for 2024, is to have a Republican foil. And I had a conversation earlier about, is this worse or better for Kevin? I think that obviously Republicans wanted to pick up more seats, but you could somewhat argue it maybe makes it somewhat easier to manage because of some of the other candidates who may have come across the finish line in a bigger majority.
Harry Bacon,
There
you get the
wasn't a
last word here.
huge red wave, but the Republicans still might win the House and the Senate. And ultimately, if you have control, that is what matters. So stay tuned, but I think they still might win both chambers.
At this point, there's still something for each party to take away. We know the Republicans are going to take away, we believe, the House, even though it hasn't been called yet. The Senate we're waiting on, but it could be. But still, some bright spots for Democrats. So, all right, I wish we could go on for hours and hours, but it looks like we are not going to get a House call tonight one way or another, and we are certainly not going to get a Senate call because there are too many important close races that are still out. I cannot thank you enough. You've all been amazing. Thank you very much, Mark Short, Faz Shakir, Gary Abernathy, Amy Walter, Perry Bacon, and the one and only David Brooks.
Thanks for having me.
Not to mention the rest of the amazing NewsHour team, to Amna, to Lisa, to Laura. I'm going to leave somebody out, to William. Goodbye. I'm told I have to say goodbye. That does conclude our live coverage of the midterm elections, but we will keep tracking the results as they come in and have additional analysis online, pbs.org/newshour. I'm Judy Woodruff. On behalf of all of us at the NewsHour, thank you for watching and have a good night.
Funding for this program is provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Action, are we not? Hey, I'm gonna tell you this little story. I've been talking about these two little boys, and one little boy is always positive in life. No matter whatever happened to that kid, he was positive about it. But this other little kid was always negative. No matter whatever was going on in his kid's life, he was negative about everything. And the father don't know what's going on with these kids because they're twins, but they're so opposite. So around Christmas time, he tried a little experiment. He put this negative little kid in his room, nothing but brand new toys. But hey, God is a good God, is he not? Yeah. And he put us here for a reason. And we're here to win this election, are we not? Hey, I'm going to tell you this little story. I've been talking about these two little boys. And one little boy is always positive in life. No matter whatever happened to that kid, he was positive about it. But this other little kid was always negative. No matter whatever was going on in his kid's life, he was negative about everything. And the father don't know what's going on with these kids because they're twins, but they're so opposite.